Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Courtauld for the 28th Medieval Postgraduate Colloquium. I'm very happy to see you all here today. We as organisers, me and Jessica, were considering a theme for this conference, and one thing was immediately clear to us: it had to be on textiles. We started thinking about how we can enrich our understanding of textile history and appeal to a wide variety of periods and types of objects that speakers might talk about. We realized that textiles are in fact present in much more of history of art and history than is often realized. We wanted to organize a conference that focused on exploring how we can interrogate and discuss textiles in different manners, which can enrich, connect, and reframe not only textile history, but wider research subjects in medieval and Renaissance studies. The conference aims to bring together research across disciplines and locations between the years 1100 and 1550 that integrates the research of textiles into their methods. Today we will hear about the interchange of textiles from the medieval and early Renaissance periods, the convergence of textiles within ceremonial and civic settings, the intersections of textiles through time, and we will be exploring the biographies of repurpose and reuse. We will have 4 panels in total, each with 3 speakers, with 2 intervals for coffee and a lunch break from 1:20 to 2:20, and a wine reception afterwards. And before we start with our program, I'd like to thank all our speakers and everyone who is joining us to listen today. Many of the speakers have traveled a long way to come here, and we'd also like to thank the Research Forum and digital assistants who have facilitated this event. Special thanks also goes out to Sam Falk for his generous donation that has made this event possible, and we just hope that you'll have useful discussions today, listen to interesting papers, get to meet each other, and of course enjoy our time together. And I'll give it to Jessica now to introduce our first speaker.
Okay, so our first speaker is Professor Samuel Khan, who's come from Glasgow. He's a fellow at the Royal Society of Edinburgh, an honorary fellow at the Institute of Advanced Studies at Edinburgh University. Professor Cohen's research over the past 2 decades has focused on 2 major themes of popular insurrection and the history of academics. His 2 recent books are Paradoxes of Inequality in Renaissance Italy, published in 2021, and his book Popular Protests and Ideals of Democracy in Late Renaissance Italy came out last year. Today he will give a talk that integrates inequality studies with cultural art and religious history in the late 13th to the 16th century. So, textile piety and memory in late medieval times. Please join us in welcoming Professor Cohen with a round of applause.
Thanks very much, Jessica, and the rest of you for having me. A social science historian, so certainly an outsider for most of the conferences, but I realize that the Courtauld has expanded its boundaries very significantly in the last 30 years. I am neither an authority on textiles nor an art historian. I was drawn to this symposium by its insightful call for papers, the various intersections between textiles and other art forms, and for a notion that I have been reflecting on for some time, and for which art historians have mostly ignored. This concerns unspoken assumptions about surviving works of art representing what was produced, commissioned, or valued in pre-modern times. My paper will begin to create another view of what was at least commissioned and valued, starting not with the objects, but with documents, and in particular, searching for commissions for objects to stand in public places, principally in hospitals, convents, and churches. In this new reconstruction, textiles played an essential role. The paper will explore the significance of textiles and commissions of other objects, usually considered as minor or of the decorative arts, in relation to commissions such as chapels and paintings. The analysis will run from the end of the 13th century to the beginning of the 16th century, so not quite the longue durée of this conference, but almost. It will concentrate on my initial data concerning Florentine Tuscany, roughly a northern Tuscany that extended from Pisa to hilltop communities east of Arezzo. I am presently in the early stages of an advanced ERC, European Research Council project, called, quote, Art and Inequality in the Shadows of the Black Death. With a team of 5, we are searching for commissions, first from last wills and testaments, scattered through thousands of documents, archives, and ecclesiastical formulae. The project harkens back to my archival work in the late 1980s, centered on a broad range of questions concerning charity and property in Tuscany and Umbria, from around 1280 to 1425. In so doing, I also found around 500 commissions for paintings, chapels, and other objects and forms of architecture. While the patrons of these commissions were certainly not the poor, they represented a wide spectrum of late medieval society, from nobles and those with famous Renaissance names to property peasants and artisans that even included a few disenfranchised workers in the textile industries. My team and I are now marching beyond this earlier work, not only in collecting much more material, but by beginning with a new perspective, inequality studies. The work of Guido Alfani and other social scientists over the past decade has established that the Black Death of 1348 triggered the longest period that presently can be quantified, when the gap between rich and poor was narrowed, and which lasted for over a century. Moreover, these patterns pertain to most of Europe and extended even into the Middle East. However, historians and social scientists have yet to grapple with certain paradoxes of this compressed inequality. Just when peasants, artisans, and shopkeepers were prospering absolutely and relative to elites in the second half of the 14th century, and more markedly through the first half of the 15th century, they were losing their guild rights and rights in governmental assemblies. My new project hypothesizes that another post-Black Death paradox was simultaneously transforming the religious and cultural spheres of the early Renaissance, and can be investigated quantitatively from data on art commissioning. For this talk, these questions of inequality will be momentarily pushed aside to focus on intersections between commissions of various forms of art. These commissions concerned almost entirely objects bequeathed to religious foundations to preserve testators' remembrance. They commanded heirs and executors of estates to have things made that generally followed the death of testators, but also comprise these testators' works during their lives. These pious commands provoke questions about what is art and what is a commission. The team has discussed these issues, and we have changed our minds, shifting from a more rigid traditional view of art that had characterized my work on wills in the late 1980s. Then I only counted as art legacies that ordered figures to be painted, sculpted, or stitched into objects. While these rules never restricted my selection of painting, they barred the majority of commissions for beds, chalices, and clerical vestments made for hospitals and churches for the preservation of these testators' remembrance. At the other end of the spectrum, some may charge that we have opened our lenses too widely. It might even be claimed that objects such as beds instructed to be painted with figures should not be considered art. Such was a commission by a blacksmith in 1323 for the hospital of Borgo San Lorenzo in the hills north of Florence. For a mere 14 lire, he ordered his bed to be adorned, quote, with an image in the likeness of the majesty of God, to embrace Borgo's poor and infirm. I don't think I would be too comfortable sleeping in that bed. Yet beds for hospitals and Paris infirmaries, lacking commands to paint a testator's coats of arms or figures of God, could also insist on the refashioning of these objects to rest in perpetuity in a pious institution, such as making 2 beds from 6 found in the testator's home, or reassembling 2 beds into 4 beds for the poor. Similar refabrication is found with commissions of chalices for altars, instructing not only engravings of coats of arms, but also new glazing of parts of the silver with gold. With textiles bequeathed to altars, priests, and other clerics, testators often described how the garments that once covered their backs, shirts, jackets, and most often cloaks, mantelli, were to be transformed, or as the document sometimes expressed it, refreshed, fiat reflorare, into new altar cloths or vestments, stole, dorsali, chlamidi, pirali, and most often calzule, which were called planete. For these new products, testators specified a variety of textiles, described their colors, and on occasion indicated the type of weave, as with a coat of saya from Ireland, to be cut into a planeta for an altar in the village church of Petriolo, southwest of Arezzo. Testators further detailed how the fringes of these newly transformed ecclesiastical robes were to be stitched, sometimes in golden thread, with one testator curiously using the verb to be sculpted. Moreover, I have thus far found the 3 testamentary commissions, and probably I should say only 3 testamentary commissions, given the visual remains, which went beyond embroidering family coats of arms, which also can attain complex designs and multicolored ones. To depict saints or new holy scenes for the priests to sport on their backs. Such was the demands of a Pisan priest who in 1363 made 6 testamentary commissions in his testament, all consisting of beds, chalices, or vestments, and were to be financed from the sale of his sacred books. The most elaborate of these was a silk garment specified to be worn by a priest in Pisa's cathedral on Christmas Day. The testator commanded that the new robe be stitched with gold thread and looked similar, quote, similar to one worn by another priest at the cathedral. The testator then added that the priestly garment was to be adorned with the image of John the Baptist, and if the sale of his books proved sufficient, it should be further decorated with gold and silver stars. In addition, testators often guarded these newly created objects with clauses usually reserved to preserve landed property within family lines. Here, they demanded that their future objects rest in hospitals or stand on altars, never to be sold or alienated in any way, but remain as in the assigned ecclesiastical building in perpetuity. Back to the Pisan priest of 1363, he commissioned a bed to be placed in Pisa's pilgrimage hospital and insisted that it would be reserved for pilgrim priests. However, if none were about, others, quote, others of the poor, assuming that these priests are also the poor, might occupy it. Then, in a separate itemized legacy, he granted the bed a yearly rent from one of his fields for its, quote, maintenance, preservation, and repairs. I now turn to my earliest statistics from the new project. These concern one intersection suggested in the symposium's call for papers, the relationship between textiles and other works of art, especially paintings, and how the significance of textiles may have changed from the 13th to the 16th century. With several shifts in our rules, the team has already collected, in its first 6 months, over 7,500 testaments, netting more than 1,000 commissions. However, we have yet to integrate our individual collections or adjust our rules of selection from our earliest samples. What follows relies on my samples alone, and only about 2/3 of them, amounting to circa 2,500 testaments, less than 7% of the number we plan collectively to find and analyze by the 4th year of this project. These samples include my work from the online parchments Pergamene, or the Diplomatico, of Florence's Archivio di Stato, which were digitized beginning at the end of the last century, of the 1990s. These cover the earliest notarial contracts copied by communal governments, hospitals, cathedrals, monasteries, convents, and friaries, until the archive's arbitrary cutoff date of 1398. There's a little false advertising. They say they go up to 1400. None of them go up to 1400. Despite many of these collections are continuing through the early modern period. These fondi cover most of Tuscany north of Siena and contain a wide variety of notarial contracts, including last wills, which churches mostly copied in their entirety, but certainly mostly is probably about, I'd say, 2/3 of the documents, as opposed to what a religious institution deemed as important for their own accounting and etc. These have then a certain bias rapport with the vellum ones with the original protocolli or imbrevature, the notarial books that you find in archives. From these online sources, I have presently found 700 wills with 228 commissions. These commissions begin to appear in significant numbers only by about 1320. I created a second sample of commissions specifically for this symposium by returning to my archival notes I had taken from Pisa in the 1980s, but I've extended these to include chalices, bids, vestments, and altar cloths to pious institutions which did not specify figures. These testaments and their commissions begin rising in significant numbers by the 1250s, significantly earlier than my samples from the digitized parchments. The additional commissions from my change of rules was more dramatic than I expected. Earlier, Pisa ranked in the middle of my 6 cities and their regions that I had selected for this earlier work, despite finding more testaments for Pisa than anywhere else, 737 of them. Now, the ratio of commissions to wills has become higher for Pisa than anywhere else, including my sample for the wealthier testaments on parchment, which do follow the second rules. Finally, this winter, working in the Archivio di Stato in Firenze, I collected a third sample of wills from the original notarial protocolli, selecting books focused on the 15th and first decades of the 16th century. Okay, so this is sample 1, and I don't expect you to look at all these numbers. Please don't, in fact. There's one thing, however, that should probably be explained, and that is standard lire. The lire value, every year there was, in fact, every day there was a change in the value of the relation of the lira to the florin. And almost for this sample, I think no other currencies came to, so I went through every year and looked at that exchange rate and then converted it into these so-called standard lire. What are the trends suggested by these initial results? First, to demarcate types of commissions, our team has at this point devised 28 categories of them. For this paper hire, however, I've focused on the 9 most frequent art forms found in the testaments. Second, and perhaps unsurprisingly, given the social bias of this sample, chapels were the most numerous. Combined with the building and decoration of altars, and by the way, it's curious, often, depending on the city, altars and chapels can be used interchangeably, and sometimes this is difficult for us. These architectural structures to celebrate Mass and boost family pride constituted more than a quarter of the 9 categories, almost doubling that of the next most frequent art form, paintings, for walls, panels, and a few for crucifixes. The patrons of chapels and altars came mostly from noble or merchant families with prominent family names. However, into the early 15th century, These could include patrons of middling sorts, at least in villages and small towns. As with a master stonemason carpenter from San Miniato al Tedesco, who in 1346 bequeathed 100 florins to build a new chapel to honor the Annunziata in the town's convent of San Agostino. This modest sum for a chapel, it's not a modest sum, absolutely. This would be a very, very fine house for this price for an artisan, a skilled artisan. But this modest sum, moreover, was to cover the building of an altar, its ornamentation, and the purchase of a silver chalice. More to the point of our symposium, the numerical importance of paintings, whether on panels or church walls, was not what I expected, or what I think the organizers of this symposium would expect, but maybe I'm wrong about that. Their frequency and prices highlight paintings as more frequent and valued than commissions for bid, chalices, and vestments traditionally classed as decorative arts, and thus buttressing, at least by the second half of the 14th century, art history's canonical focus on sacred painting in late medieval and Renaissance Tuscany. So, but don't settle on that conclusion yet. Sample 2, and this comes from this redoing of my Pisan data that I collected much earlier. Do our other samples support this view? The Pisan mix of data from ecclesiastical sources and notarial books from its city and contado or countryside show different structural characteristics from those of Florentine Tuscany. First, the 14th century preponderance of Pisan commissions rests before rather than after the Black Death. Second, women exercise a more important role, whereas they comprised only around 30% of testaments in Florentine Tuscany. In Pisa, the numbers equal that of men. Third, women with living husbands hardly ever redacted testaments in Florentine Tuscany. And when they did, they just sort of spat out in very formulaic way what the husband got. And whereas women showed a wide variety of different, widows showed a wide variety of selections. Married women did in Florentine Tuscany. And in only one case in my samples thus far have I found a married woman in Florentine Tuscany commissioning a work of art. By contrast, married women in Pisa outnumbered women testatrici and commissioned as often as their married compatriots. The Pisan patterns of commissions also differed from the Tuscan ones further to the east. Although the prices for chapels and altars were roughly the same as the Florentine ones, in Pisa, these more costly endeavors represented only 6.8% of the 9 categories of commissions. A quarter of those posted in the Florentine parchments, a sample. More striking are the differences in preponderance between paintings on the one hand and chalices, beds, and textiles on the other. Textiles alone, and without counting bids as textiles, even though they, of course, included covers and sheets and pillows and other cloth accoutrements, perhaps representing maybe even as much as 50% of their value. These objects comprise nearly 5 times the number of the commissioned paintings. And together with bids and chalices, towered over paintings 11-fold. Moreover, after the Black Death, the price of commissioned paintings in Pisa and its regions increased dramatically, soaring above all over commissions except for chapels and altars. Did these values continue apace through the 15th century? Sample 3. This is the largest one so far, where I only almost have about 1,000 testaments. And these are all from, I think, a better base, even though it's a more trying base. It's good for handball. One has to flip a lot of pages to find testament, a lot more than with the pergamene parchments. My third and largest sample, compiled from notarial books, the 15th and early 16th century Florentine Tuscany, charts new trends in artistic commissioning. Certainly this period, covering more than a century, was not all of one piece. From 1400 to circa 1425, the per capita number of commissions reached their peak over this long period, soaring to 1 for every 3 testators, and 57% when multiple commissions per testator are calculated. No other period that we have thus far investigated, even from collections of the more privileged found in ecclesiastical parchments, reached such high proportions. Yet already by the 1420s, this trend showed signs of change, radical change. Thereafter, commissions per capita declined into the early 16th century, when these percentages had dropped by over 3 times to 11% of the testators and 14% with multiple commissions. At the same time, these commissions became more concentrated amongst those possessing noble titles or bearing prominent family names, such as the Albizzi, the Bardi, the Rucellai, Medici, Guicciardini, etc. Not only had well-heeled artisans, such as the master builder from San Miniato cited above, been frozen from this new market in preserving individual and family remembrance. Objects commissioned by middling sorts, such as notaries or their widows, had also virtually disappeared. These social trends are crucial for my claims of a Renaissance paradox with cultural and religious history. With these on the rise, just when economic inequality was in decline. At the same time, the values of commissions in textiles, along with the social status of their commissioners, reflect a new regime in these objects' significance for securing remembrance in sacred places. Commissions for altar cloths, clerical shirts, planetai, stolae, manipulae, and other sacramental garments, increasingly stitched in gold for their fringes and stamped with family coats of arms, assume new importance. In contrast to the late 13th and 14th centuries, the commissioners circa 1400 to 1520 raced above those for paintings, trebling them in number and sextupling them in value. In fact, textiles became the most frequent medium of sacred commissionings over this period, outstripping even chapels, which for Florentine Tuscany, west of Pisa, had dominated testamentary commissioning since the late 13th century, really since the beginning of this documentation. These changes also paralleled shifts in the social composition of these textile commissioners. Previously, along with bids, the refashioning of old clothing into new altar cloths or cops for clerics had paved a primary avenue for commoners and those of middling status to enhance their remembrance before God and neighbors. By the 15th century, however, the commissioning universe of textiles had changed, becoming the domain of nobles and wealthy merchants. This record of transformation, to be further investigated by thousands of documents, promises a new perspective for an art historian that has been grounded in limited supplies of surviving paintings, statues, and architecture in late medieval and Renaissance Italy. Thanks very much.
I'd like to thank Professor Cohn for such a completely fascinating paper. And I think everyone has loads of questions, but we're going to move to our first panel, then come back round to make sense. I'd like to introduce our first speaker on this panel. We're continuing the theme of networks and trade. Julia, my co-founder or co-organizer of this event. Julia did her master's at the Courtauld before starting her PhD here, and that looks at trade between the, well, she will tell you about it in detail, trade in shipping books. And she's one of the founding members of the Courtauld Textile Research Group, who are quite sort of organisational for this event. Her research focuses on networks between modern-day Flanders and Italy, specifically the exchange of tapestries, materials and designs, and is based on archival documents from merchant firms in Antwerp in the 16th century. So, over to Julia. Slides up.
Thank you, Jess. And thank you, Daniel, for the wonderful paper just before me. All right. The practice of importing tapestries from Flanders into Italy existed well before the 16th century. But the arrival of Raphael's cartoons in Brussels in 1517 marked a turning point in this tradition. It changed the nature and scale of the exchange of tapestries, raw materials and designs between the two regions. The fame of Flemish tapestry in Italy took flight, resulting in increased numbers of merchants, bankers and intermediaries involving themselves in this trade. The merchants involved in the tapestry trade shaped a market for materials, money, designs and the finished product, crossing boundaries in Europe and beyond. What we usually know of Flemish tapestries that were collected in Italy in this period is known through archival materials, archival documents, usually made up by contracts and inventories, but often no record exists at all. Even though these kinds of documents are very valuable for the study of tapestries, they only illustrate part of the tapestry's history. Such documentation does not include, for example, any information on the many mechanisms and infrastructures that underlie the process of the commission. A less formulaic account of this practice is thus needed to really understand the different processes required to allow Italian patrons to obtain Flemish tapestries. In February 2022, I was in Antwerp for a few months to look for more evidence on an agent that I had come across while writing a chapter on the Vatican tapestries. The agent in question was of course never found, but instead I came across a body of documentation from Antwerp merchant firms that completely changed the course of my dissertation. A letterbook from the firm of the Van der Molen family in Antwerp would prove to contain invaluable information for my research. The trade in tapestries conducted by this firm, which is described in detail in the letterbook, proved to contain just that information on the networks of tapestry trade that I was looking for. Even though the trade of the firm focused on textiles in a more general sense as well, the Van der Molen were often overwhelmed by the demand, or la grande furia de comprattori, the great fury of buyers, for Flemish tapestry in Italy. Today, I will speak of the several topics that the Van der Molen letterbook provides more information on, illustrating them with excerpts from the letters to demonstrate the knowledge we can gain on the 16th century tapestry trade. Following the structure of my thesis, I will first introduce the Van der Molen and the letterbook briefly, and then move on to the themes of materials, the production of tapestries, and the transport of the finished product. Attracted by the thriving commercial and economic climate, Frederik Jacobzoon van der Molen, a Haarlem-born merchant, moved to Antwerp sometime in the first decade of the 16th century. On the right, you can see the only portrait known of a member of the Van der Molen family, and I apologize for the quality of the image, which was painted in Venice. The inscription around the portrait reads, portrayed after Frederik van der Molen, lawful son of Jacob Floriszoon van der Molen van Bennebroek, dwelling at that time in Venice with his cousin Cornelis van Bombergen. Through the inscription, we learn that Frederik was certainly in Venice by 1488, when he was 18 years of age, and that he was living there with his cousin Cornelis van Bombergen. The Van Bombergens were mainly active in the trade of art and Hebrew books in Venice, at least from 1477 onwards. Frederik van der Molen worked and trained in Venice until he moved to Antwerp in 1507. It was most likely during his time in Venice that Frederik met Bernardo di Zanchi, the Venetian merchant with whom he started a partnership upon arrival in Antwerp, probably with a specialized Italo-Flemish trade objective in mind. After Frederik's death in 1537, 3 of his sons took over the firm, Pieter, Gijsbrecht and Daniel. Pieter was head of the firm in Antwerp, while Daniel led a branch in Venice. No account books or other records of the firm have been left to us, only a book in which the Van der Molen brothers copied letters they sent out to their clients in Italy. The letter book consists of 296 sheets of paper bound between 2 sheets of parchment. The outer binding was lost. There is no other known source similar to this letter book known to us in public collections, and the letters give a much more detailed account of international business than you would be able to derive from account books. The book contains roughly 1150 letters, all written in Italian, dating from the 9th of March 1538 until the 4th of October 1544. And of these 1150 letters, 330 discuss tapestries, weavers, and tapestry materials. So this is the source I'm using. The Van der Molen letters give an important account of the supply of some of the materials used for tapestry making, mainly silks. Wool and metal thread were not actually traded by the Van der Molen. Wool mainly came from Spain and England and was traded through Bruges, thus there was no real trade relationship with the Van der Molen or Antwerp in this regard. But they did send clients updates on wool scarcities and price fluctuations and explained how this influenced the cost of tapestries. The absence from any form of metal thread in correspondence is peculiar, but this has possibly to do with the rarity with which this material was used, and this is something that I'm still looking into now. On this map I've indicated the routes for which silks ended up with the Van der Molen firm in Antwerp. The firm that sourced these silks from Italy was that of the brothers Geronimo and Giovanni Agostino Azzaretto from Genoa. Geronimo Azzaretto remained in Genoa, while his brother Giovanni Agostino was based in Messina. In addition to them, the firm had a branch in Venice where they employed 2 others, Giuliano Cibudonato and Stefano Sauli, who were also in close contact with the Van der Molen. Genoa and Venice were both traditional points of trade for raw silks to other industries. Apart from in Genoa, Messina and Venice, the firm had agents in Palermo and Chios, and in this way the silks took 2 routes, which I've indicated here, from Chios to Messina, and on to Genoa and eventually to Antwerp to Van der Molen, or from modern-day Turkey directly to Venice and then to Antwerp. The information given in the letters to the Venetian and Genoese merchants of this firm is twofold. Much of it provides general information such as price fluctuations and updates for the client on the changing demands for silks. The letters also explain to us that tapestry silks were traded packaged per paper card or carte, probably a flat type of packaging with the threads wrapped around. Here I've included an account of Van der Molen give to Cibo Donato of his stock and sales. So this is one of the Azzaretto firm's agents in Venice. It is the only instance in the book where the weavers that they sold to, in this case Hendrik Bijblink and Raas van Brecht, are mentioned by name. It might be interesting to mention that Hendrik Bijblink is in fact Rubens' great-grandfather. To Bijblink and van Brecht, they sold 9 and 14 cards of silk respectively, and it demonstrates us that the price of these silks was calculated by weight. The silks traded by the Van der Molen were usually pre-dyed and come in over 20 different colors. The tapestry weavers seem to be interested mainly in yellow and green silks, whereas the navy silks were the least sought after. That the tapestry weavers probably were not able to pay the best price for the silks and were used as a last resort for sale is shown in the letter to Cibo Donato in Venice in September 1538. Cibo Donato wanted to barter the silks, but nobody was interested in this, and so there was no other way, as the Van der Molen write, or no other remedy than to sell them to the tapestry makers in Brussels. Other information on the silk trade is given by the Van der Molen in relation to the political and economic climate in Flanders and Europe at the time. 2 examples are given here. In a letter to Domenico Dolce, which is another merchant in Venice, on the 9th of March 1538, the Van der Molen explained that the price for raw silks has risen due to the cost of the war or the Armada against the Turk. The war had caused economic problems also for Flanders, resulting in the devaluation of money there. In a letter to Azzaretto in Genoa, 19th of July 1539, they explain, the Venetians have not yet established peace with the Turks. A new ambassador has been sent and we are awaiting news of this. The Van der Molen then discussed that the tapestry weavers only want to pay silks according to the new value of money, which made the silks more or less worthless. When considering the production of tapestries, the letters touch upon different components within the production process. Most tapestries were made to order, but occasionally the Van der Molen bought ready-made pieces on the free market, when there were no requirements for the measurements or subject. Although the actual weaving of the tapestries is not directly described, the letters disclose other practicalities and issues surrounding the workshop and weavers, the use of designs or cartoons, issues of measurements, and how the Van der Molen tried to ensure the quality of the tapestries for their clients. Through the letters, it becomes clear that the Van der Molen were in close contact with the weavers, the latter making regular trips to Antwerp apparently, stopping by the Van der Molen to deliver tapestries, discuss orders and negotiate prices. On the 4th of May 1540, the Van der Molen wrote to Baldassare Olgiato in Rome, who was a banker and furnisher to the court of Pope Paul III, that they had ordered the 600 ells of figural tapestries by the master of Aeneas, but that they were able to negotiate a deal. Instead of the 50 denarii per ell lecture that was commonly charged to the court, the Van der Molen managed to acquire these 600 ells for only 42 denarii per ell. Sometimes the Van der Molen failed to gain such an advantageous price for their clients. In November 1541, they wrote to Giulio del Mungo in Ferrara, who is a merchant related to the Este court. The master of Verdura tapestries that wants 21 denarii per braccia has shown us his book, and in it we saw that the others had paid the same. Thus, no discounted price was arranged for this Ferrarese client, unfortunately. The Van der Molen also discussed on multiple occasions that the weavers were not able to work for some reason or another. In September 1540, for example, extreme heat prevented tapestries from being made. They write, the weaving to Agostino Contarini in Venice, the weaving of your tapestries has not been possible yet because the workers and the master are ill, and generally everywhere in these lands, half of the people are ill in these great heats. As said earlier, the letters do not necessarily give an insight into the weaver's workshop, but the Van der Molen do give some interesting details about the production process and their role as intermediaries in it. The first example shown here is a letter to Giulio del Moro from the 13th of November 1541. Moro had requested a number of tapestries of an extraordinary size, upon which the Van der Molen inquired and reported back. The tapestry makers only reluctantly accept these extraordinary measurements, because they will need to make new designs. And if they have any designs already in the house or in store that are almost of that size, they don't specify down to 1/8 or 1/6 plateau more or less. But we wrote to them to make it with the aforementioned measurements, and they promised to do it. Some letters also touch upon the constraints of the medium, where the Van der Molen have to inform the client that not all they wish for can be produced. To Martino di Cerchiari in Venice, they wrote on the 17th of August 1539 that the 2 small spaliere that he wanted were ordered in advance and would be shipped as soon as they were made. It was not possible, however, for them to contain historia or narrative scenes. The tapestries were simply too small for that. So here we see an example of the technicalities of the tapestry making. It doesn't allow for certain things. The higher the price paid by the client, the better the craftsmanship was to be. To Giovanni Battista Davizzani in Bologna, they wrote in June 1540, "We have found some tapestries with figures to barter as you asked, but if you want nice figures or figure buone, you will need to pay 4 to 5 denari per braccio, as the ones for 3 to 3.5 are clumsy or goffe." The letters disclose what components of the tapestry were particularly appreciated as well, such as the structure of the weave, the colors, or the work of a specific master. To Giulio del Moro and Ferrara, the Van der Molen wrote about the differences in the weave. A weave with more threads would produce a sturdier and firmer tapestry, and one with more definition in the seam. They thus write, "In the above-mentioned tapestries with verdure are the 2 spaliere, from the hand of another master, which are more firm or denser, as they write, più ferme saule, to the hand, in the hand or to the touch, and you can see which ones you like more." The Van der Molen mentioned on numerous occasions that they employ the best weavers around, taking pride in employing, and we state here, the best master for these specific kinds of tapestries. So they would also move between weavers according to the order and see which one would deliver the highest quality piece. Occasionally, the clients were displeased with the tapestries and their quality. One example of this is found on folio 102 in a letter to Vincenzo Cianuccio in Rome. "And as for the tapestries you did not like, they are by the same master as the ones from last year, and they are of the best," something which is crossed out and illegible, "made of this kind of tapestry, of wool and every goodness, or ogni bontà, and thus we do not know what else to say to you." So technically, stop complaining. In this last section, I'd like to discuss some information given on transport in the letter book. The Van der Molen employed 2 different shipping companies, both of German origins, ran by Matthias Lederer and Hans Kleinhans. Lederer especially was employed the most, and his shipping company only moved between Flanders and Italy, using the same routes and standardized rates. Transport over land had become much more popular because of these early modern UPS type services, as it was cheaper, faster and safer than sea transport. The route letter used ran through Switzerland, and this will come important in the next slide. Tapestries were transported in bales, or bale or balette, as they call it, which contained either one or a mix of goods. It is not clear what these bills look like exactly or how the cards look like, but in a letter to Baldassare Giotto in Rome, the Vandermolen described that each bill of tapestries could contain 150 braccia, or about 9.5 meters of tapestry. Bills varied in size and weight, but the average bill weighed around 200 pounds. This weight was regulated by the fact that pack horses and mules could not carry heavier bills over the mountain passes, so that bills of merchandise sent by way of Switzerland or Salzburg were not supposed to exceed 200 pounds. Heavier shipments instead could go over the Brenner Pass. Shippers managed to deliver the right bills to the right clients because the Vandermolen placed client-specific crests or marks on them, and they also call them Vostromarca, your mark, showing the recipient of that specific bill. And you can see two examples of this in the bottom right. The one on the left is for Baldassare Giotto, it's BO, and the one on the right for Francesco Frumento, both clients in Rome. Difficulties in the shipment of tapestries occurred in the cases of extreme weather or because the regions the shipment would pass through were unsafe during the war. The weather, for example, complicated shipments in these two instances. In February 1541, you can see in a letter to Moro in Ferrara, the cold was so extreme that there was no traffic between Antwerp, Hondschoten and Bruges, and thus the region quite literally came to a standstill. Later in November 1541, floods surrounding Verona made shipments difficult. The shipper Matthias Lederer usually passed Verona on his way to Rome, but in this case had to redirect his goods to Ferrara, where Giulio Romolo helped send them on. War made shipments particularly difficult because large parts of Europe would be closed due to the fighting. In March 1542, the road to Lyon and other routes were blocked due to the war between Charles V and the French king, Duke of Cleves and Duke of Gueldres. On July 1542, the Vandermolen wrote to Moro that his goods, amongst which a number of tapestries, were not shipped, because they doubted the safe conduct of the goods during the war. And they say many infantry and people of arms or soldiers are around the country here, and thus his 5 bills were not shipped at that time. To Battista di Viviani in Brescia, they wrote the year after that the carts that usually were used for transport were confiscated to transport artillery and other goods to the camp, and thus his shipment of tapestries also could not be sent at that time. These examples just illustrate a few of the complications related to delivering tapestry to Italy in times of political instability. In this paper, I've tried to point out the different kinds of new information to be obtained from sources such as the Vandermolen letterbook, illustrated by only a small fraction of the interesting information I have found within. All this information allows us to reconstruct the process of obtaining Flemish tapestry as a client in Italy in the 16th century. In the decades following the end of the letterbook, more and more courts in Italy established their own local tapestry workshops, often led by Flemish weavers that were attracted to move to Italy. The entire enterprise of ordering tapestries from Flanders through agents such as the Vandermolen, the logistic network surrounding such commissions, and the issues it presented as illustrated in this paper, all of this was thus later avoided through the presence of locally established workshops in Italy. The Vandermolen brothers all died in the late 1550s and 1560s, thus not witnessing the turbulent changes surrounding their trade in tapestries, nor the religious wars raging around the Low Countries with the rise of Protestantism. Thank you.
Goodness. Oh, yes.
What do you say?
Oh, I'm so sorry, everyone. Wait up. Yes, I'd like to thank Julia for that paper. Our next speaker is Nina Rees. Nina studies art history, classical archaeology and modern contemporary history at Vienna University of Berlin and Humboldt University. She has recently completed her doctoral thesis from drawing to fabric 15th century Trojan War tapestries between Paris and Tournai, and has been a fellow at the German Centre for Art History in Paris. Her research focuses on production process, intermediate transfer, and artistic cooperation in the 15th century. Over to you, Nina.
Thank you for the introduction and for the invitation. I'm very happy to be here. As you heard, I've just completed my doctoral thesis on a 15th century tapestry series from the Trojan War, and today I will present some aspects of my research into the production of the series. First, I will say a few general words about the series, and then I will show how the production steps of the tapestries can be traced through a detailed examination of the objects by means of some examples. The War of Troy is one of the largest, most successful, and most famous tapestry series of its time. I show you the 8th of originally 11 tapestries that formed the series. Each tapestry measured about 16 inches in height and nearly 33 inches in length, and altogether they formed a continuous floor-to-ceiling representation of about 360 inches, accompanied by French verses above, Latin verses below, and inscriptions of the principal figures and places. In this slide, I've marked the inscriptions in color so that you can get an impression. You will see some details later. The tapestry series was produced in up to 9 editions from the late 1460s until the 1490s. Due to its popularity with European rulers, it is very well documented in receipts and princely inventories. Its owners included Charles the Bold of Burgundy, Charles VIII of France, Henry VII of England, and Federico da Montefeltro of Italy. Ludovico Sforza might have owned another edition, as well as Matthias Fabinus. Today, 5 complete or almost complete tapestries and 12 fragments are preserved from different editions of the serial production. What makes the series particularly interesting as a research object of tapestry production is the fortunate circumstance that 9 of the preparatory drawings have also survived, 2 of them fragmentary. In fact, the Trojan was the only surviving 15th century tapestry series whose corresponding designs have been preserved. I show you the design of the 8th tapestry you have just seen. The designs are washed pen drawings on paper measuring approximately 12 inches in height and 23 inches in length. Unlike the tapestries, the drawings are not accompanied by verses by inscriptions, as you can see. Methodologically significant, however, is that the French inscriptions that accompany the tapestries at the top edge were enclosed with the drawings. Here you see their remains, 18 8-line French verses in the tapestries. They are grouped into 4 lines, cut out and placed on a sheet of paper. The material findings suggest that they were once part of the sheets with the drawings and stood there above the images. Similar to the so-called Moral of the Golden Fleece in Berlin, which in all likelihood was also composed as a tapestry design, and where one can see the text on the sheet with the images. The side-by-side of drawings and tapestries of the War of Troy allows us to analyze the differences between drawings and tapestries, for example, in terms of their text-image relation, and thus to gain insights into the process of making the tapestries. However, there is, as most of you know, another production step that needs to be considered, the cartoon, in which the design is enlarged to the scale of the intended tapestries. These scale models were usually made by painters, not by weavers. So when we compare small format drawings and tapestries, we must bear in mind that there is another production step between the two, which must be considered as a case of alteration. Fortunately, some sequences of the tapestries of the drawing wall have survived in different versions, so that we can juxtapose them and identify constants and variations between the versions. Here I show a scene from the 6 tapestries in which Hector is armed before going into battle. It is preserved in the Metropolitan Museum, which you can see on the left side, and as part of a larger tapestry in Zamora, Spain, which you can see on the right side. The juxtaposition of the twice preserved scenes allows us to identify the essential information of the cartoon and to see which elements were changed by the weavers from version to version. It offers clues to define the role of the cartoon painters and the weavers. Before I show you some examples of the differences between the drawings and the tapestries and between the tapestries of different versions, which make the production process comprehensible, I will point out that the designs also offer the possibility to determine the first place of production geographically. In 1973, Nicole Renaud succeeded in attributing the designs to the so-called Courtauld master. The Courtauld master is best known for his book Illumination, but he was also active in panel painting and as a designer of tapestries and stained glass windows. The Trojan wall tapestries are thus also an example of how 15th century tapestry was entangled or interwoven with painting, book illumination, and stained glass. It is very likely that the creative center of the Courtauld master was Paris. There, his work can be seen in the stained glass windows of the Saint-Sylvain church and the Quartier Latin. Over 30 manuscripts are attributed to him. He illuminated numerous books of hours and liturgical writings, as well as several extensive historical and mythological manuscripts. The latter can be best compared with the Troy drawings. As an example, I show here a comparison of extracts from the Troy drawings with extracts from Histoire ancienne jusqu'à César, and with 130 and 5 images, this is the most extensive profane manuscript by the master. It can be seen here that the master often works with pre-formulated figure types. Here you see some further examples, and of course this is only a very brief visualization of the attribution, showing the artist's preference for dignitaries discussing in eloquent gestures and fighters in expressive postures. In addition to material similarities we can observe in both media is sometimes beauty in drawing technique, an enormously differentiated use of color, a preference for stripe layout of the composition, which is however greatly exaggerated in the tapestry designs, and an immense inventiveness in the design of multi-scenic historical depictions. He brings all these qualities to the Troy drawings, which may explain why he was commissioned to create these designs. In the tapestries, and now we turn to the production process, the story of the Trojan War is not presented in its classical version, but following the medieval romances in which the Greek and Trojan heroes became knights and served as models for chivalric nobility. In some parts, the French and Latin inscriptions of the scenes provide their own version of the narrative, which contrasts with the literary tradition and the medieval Troy romances. Several times, the designer of the drawings follows the version of the texts, so of the inscriptions, which proves that the inscriptions are authoritative for the design of the images, yet it becomes clear that the designer uses another source of information that sometimes competes with the verses in terms of content. In the 9th drawing, Diomedes, in a red brigantine and with raised spear in his hand, is thrown far back by the lance attack of Courtauld, who writes against him. Philomenes, in the picture above the two, goes with a raised sword between them. The representation follows the inscription, which you see below the image. And a faulty version within the narrative logic of the Trojan War arises. Diomedes was Greek, like his attacker Pyrrhus. Polydamas should be depicted here, who risks his life and that of his brother-in-arms Philomenes, and is then saved by the latter. And indeed, as a look at the detail reveals, this was originally the case in the design. On the chest of the warrior pointing backwards, the bird inscription Polydamas can be seen very faintly above the inscription Diomedes. Although the designer knows the logically correct version of the narrative, he adapts to the inscription, even if this poses a problem for the logic of the narrative. During the fall of Troy, the 11th drawing, the Trojan queen Hecuba gives her daughter Polyxena into the hands of Antenor in the hope that he will protect her. The design follows the text tradition of the Romances. According to the inscriptions, however, it is, as you can see, Aeneas to whom Polyxena, no, it's the other way around, sorry. That's my fault. In the design, it's Aeneas, and that's in line with the tradition of the Romances. And in the inscription here, it is Antenor, as it is in the final tapestry. So the designer's overlooked adaptation of his knowledge to the inscription at this point is corrected in the tapestry, which once again proves the importance of the inscriptions and shows how extensively the designs were revised in terms of content. Also, in the 11th tapestry, the Trojan king's daughter Polyxena is executed on the tomb of Achem. The tomb is lined with a Latin inscription, the one you see in the top row. This is an almost literal copy from the Alexandres of Walter Chatillon, written around 1180, which describes the tomb of Achem and its inscription. That would be the second row. In English it says, "I was felled from behind Achem, the conqueror of Hector, unprotected, unsuspecting, my heel pierced by the arrow of colors." In the drawing instead, it reads, "See, J. Achem, here rests Achem." In general, the French inscriptions of the drawings are transformed into Latin ones in the text. Thus, the designs are revised and further edited in terms of content with scholarly help. The person who added the inscription must have known where to find the description of Achem's tomb and must have been able to consult the text. And we can see how the work of this person, whom I like to call the editor of the series, has influenced the images in detail. In the 8th tapestry, Achem is killed, as most of us know, and as the inscription on his tomb has revealed, by an arrow striking his heel. The medieval romances of the Trojan War did not recount this detail, and so the designer, essentially adhering to literary and pictorial tradition, knew nothing about it. You see that the arrow is missing. But the editor, who looked up the inscription in the Alexandres, made sure that this detail was added when the 8th design was revised for the tapestry. While Scott McHenry, who was the first to consider some of the massive revisions between the drawings and the tapestries, felt that they must indicate a second and final version of the designs now lost, I'm convinced that the surviving designs were the final, the surviving drawings were the final designs for the tapestries, and that they were corrected and expanded in the cartoon making step. This can be supported by looking at the historical situation of tapestry production and the documentation. In 1458, the Medici sent designs from Italy to Bruges to their employee Tommaso Portinari. Portinari passed the order for the production of cartoons and tapestries to the tapestry publisher Pierre Lubos in Lille, and they discussed the size and the design of the execution. The designs, which came from all over, formed a basis for discussion that could then be revised again when the cartoons were produced in the tapestry production centers. In my opinion, the symbolic drawings precisely confirm this approach, which can also be found in further documentation of tapestry productions of the time. The inscriptions were the lowest common denominator between the designer, the editor, and the cartoon creators. The fact that there are massive breaks in content between the authoritative inscriptions and the designs speak to the geographical distance of the designer from those responsible for finalization. This brings us to the second case of production to be determined geographically. From the relatively good documentation of the Trojan War, we learn that the Tournai-based merchant Pasquier Grenier and his son Jean were responsible for the sales of the Trojan War. The tapestries were distributed by Grenier, and he was also responsible for the implementation of the production. That is, he did not produce the tapestries himself as a weaver, but he owned the designs, he imported the raw materials, brought together the producing crafts, acquired customers, and arranged the delivery of the finished goods. By analogy with contemporary letterpress printing, I refer to Grenier and other members of his profession as tapestry publisher, because their influence on production was much more far-reaching than that of a simple merchant. Grenier was one of the most successful and influential tapestry publishers of his time. Because Grenier did not weave the tapestries himself, and because of the mobility of the cartoons, it has to be assumed that he may have distributed the production of the tapestries among various Franco-Flemish production centers. I disagree. The sources on tapestry production in Tournai and neighboring centers not only paint a picture of strong municipal regulation that ensured the city's prosperity, but the tapestries also testify to close collaboration between the versions of the Trojan War with serial production I located in Tournai. We see a close-up of code from two versions of the Trojan War. The code is worn by Apple. As we can see, the contours and the drapery are basically the same. The pattern of the fabric is also almost the same, but on closer inspection we see that it is placed differently. On the left side, the wavy contour of the scaly tendril is overlapped by Apple's hand. There is fruit hanging from the tendril, and below it we can see the leaf. On the right side, the leaf is cut off at the lower edge of the coat, but the tendril can be seen more completely in the upper area. The whole pattern is shifted. The patterns were not part of the cartoons, but were applied later by the weavers. If we look at the documented process of tapestry making, we learn that 12 weavers must have worked about 6.5 years on 4 looms to produce an 11-piece series of the Trojan War. To produce up to 9 issues in about 25 or 30 years, several workshops had to be involved in the process. Here and in many other details of the Trojan War, we can see that there was close coordination between the weavers of different versions, and so between different workshops. Examples like this illustrate how geographically close together the production of the versions was coordinated. The detailed analysis of the material reveals to us how monumental tapestries were worked out step by step with the coordinated collaboration of many experts, both in terms of content and composition. Some of them collaborating in a distance, some of them working closely together. This shows us how organized, developed, and artistically and geographically entangled the tapestry industry of the late 15th century was. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Could all our speakers Julie and then also Professor Simon Cohn would come up and sit down questions. That would be really good. And we'll be followed by a lunch break. Yeah, thank you to everyone. And it's now open for questions. Yes, yeah.
I have about the same time. You refrain from you wonderfully pick out all these patterns, which some of which were really quite jaw-dropping and unexpected. You refrain, understandably, from explaining them most of the time. But I'm wondering, one of the things that occurred to me, you described how in the later, as you move into the 15th century, textiles become more important in the commissioning process. And also the nobility in the high classes sort of become more prominent. And the thing that occurs to me fairly obviously is that the earlier generations of those families may have already commissioned the chapels and so on, so that later generations are simply embellishing a pre-existing family chapel. And I'm wondering if you were able to trace any generations of the same family through wills to see whether you could select intergenerational patterns like that or any other intergenerational patterns.
Yes, thanks. Yes, you can through the testaments, and you can see that they're building on previous chapels. But then there are other big events in chapel making, such as in Florence with Santo Spirito, where they completely redo and create all these new chapels. So it's all these new opportunities. So it's not this steady building on things they've already commissioned. And you also see the big families changing their venues and commissioning new chapels in different places. But yes, there is this build-up, even in their own lifetimes and over generations, which I think is important. So yeah, that's interesting. I remember once people criticizing what I was doing because, oh, this is only one moment in time when they're about on their deathbeds, but that's just not the case with testaments. You get almost as much material, not on what that is supposed to be done, but what has already been started. And some of those starts are intergenerational. But thanks.
Any other questions? Yes, Tom.
Thank you. A question for the last speaker. You spoke very interestingly about the production of the textiles and the close relationship with these French Romance manuscripts. And I wondered if you could say just a little bit about the reception of them as well, and whether you think that there's a kind of corresponding correlation with the Romance tradition or the Latin tradition of these stories in terms of how these tapestries are received and read or understood.
Yes, well, the context of reception were quite different for these tapestries. It is totally clear that they were only bought by rulers, but they could be used in very different ways. So they could be used for representation on, we know that they were used for representation on the outside walls of houses when entering the city, but also for occasions where people at the courts would be able to look more closely on them. And they really tell the story of the Troy Romans in a very broad sense. So they highlight like the main battles, and if we look very closely at the tapestries, we can see that there are also the stories shown which are written about, which are explained by the inscriptions, but also many further details only people could understand with a profound knowledge of the Romances. So there's also a possibility that they were like
explained, or that there were these different kinds of reception, really from a very varying.
Is there any evidence of that, even circumstantial, that they were?
Not for the Troy tapestries themselves, but there is much research done on this by Birgit Franke, and she could point out that this probably happened, yes, in the time. But I focused more on the production because for the Troy tapestries, there has been done a lot on the reception and the representational context, so I kind of focused on the other angle.
Any other questions? Or I have quite a lot of my own. Oh, yes?
Again, a question for Nina. The inscriptions. You mentioned that the inscriptions in the drawings on the figures, the inscriptions at the top and bottom, you said aren't in the original. But the inscriptions, you said they're in French in the drawings and Latin in the tapestries. Are all the tapestries texts in Latin, or are other languages employed as well?
Now in the tapestries we have both languages. On top we have the French inscriptions, which are the same as we have on paper, and on the bottom they are Latin, so they are actually in both languages. But in the Louvre we only have French, with the drawings, we only have French inscriptions and none of the Latin ones. And I think the Latin may have been added later, because also in inscriptions on the architecture there's no Latin in the drawings. They are made in French by the workshop of the Courtauld master, and later they are translated or transformed into Latin ones.
Thank you.
And yeah, has anyone got any more questions? I wanted to ask you how much there's a sort of a regional correspondence between tapestry design in these areas and the sort of the stuff in the Testaments, if that's traceable.
Yeah, I have, because I think most of these, we have no surviving objects.
Yeah.
So, and it's a whole, what I'd like to say as well is that there really two big parts of these, specifically that's missing, are things commissioned by commoners and even of middling sorts, and also women. And I think too that another sort of trend that happens here, especially in the late 15th and 16th century, as the women disappear as commissioners, not completely, but it's a very sharp difference. So on that question, it may be possible, but it may be impossible to know. But it's a good thing for at least for the upper end. You could look at that, and we've already know of certain things that have come in without even starting this part of the project, which will take art historians to find the possible surviving objects. And so, yeah, thanks.
On that note, Julia, I was going to ask you about if there are any surviving objects that relate to your documents that you can trace.
It's a good question. 9 out of 10 times it's difficult to say what something specifically still is today. So if the records say of a Louvre tapestry, it's quite impossible to trace it. There's 3 examples though that I'm working on where the set in question has been mentioned by subject, and all of those are really substantial sets of like over 600 ells, with kind of mythological scenes, and they go to Rome. So I'm at the moment kind of trying to look into who or where they specifically would have gone, because they are distinct enough in terms of like size and subject that you could possibly, if you find a notion of it in an archival record, you could kind of relate them to each other. But apart from that, and I think that's kind of the Achilles heel of the research, like it gives a lot of practical information, a lot of explanation about the systems in place, but it's very difficult to tie it to a specific object. But hopefully with those 3 other examples, I'll have something concrete as well, because I feel like I must be able to find more.
And Tom?
I also have a question for Professor Cohen, if I can. I don't know if your project has also looked at things like mass endowments and endowments for lights and things, but whether you have or whether you just have a sense of this, I wonder if you could say whether you think that a kind of pattern in terms of patronage that you're observing in relation to material culture, whether that would kind of map out in the same way if you were looking at chantry masses or gifts for lighting.
Is this the
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't really follow that. Could you just make it a little shorter?
The patterns that you've observed
Yeah.
in relation to gifts for objects in chapels.
Yeah.
Do the same patterns obtain if you look at gifts for or endowments for masses or for lights, or would that be different?
No, that's very interesting, and I would also things like with burning wax, but just getting back to masses, yeah, the masses take over, they become so much more dominant in the 15th century. So you have what they're doing, and this is the way for their remembrance, is through masses, anniversary masses, and not objects. And some of these, for the rich, are of course perpetual masses. So yes, I think there's an inverse relation. To do this statistically it's not that difficult. It just has to be done in a different way, and we've already looked at this. There's so many masses to record that we would be spending 90% of our time just doing masses and coming up with pretty boring stuff. So we'll do certain samples, but even eyeballing it, one is just overwhelmed by how the masses take over. The masses, and also if you want to look at the other side, with certain testaments in the 15th century, it's horrible to use this word, but they become more secularized at the same time too. They become much more involved with no pious gifts whatsoever, but with the settlements for their widow in much greater detail and much more ink spilled on that than on things like commissioning objects.
So is there a correlation then? If you're endowing chaplaincies, do you need to make sure they're kitted out in nice clothes? Is there a way that you can correlate the rise in commemorative masses with the rise in donation to textiles?
With chapels, yes. The chapel is sort of a mass, an engine for masses. So that's certainly a straight correlation, but there's less space for it because it's almost sometimes just assumed this is what's going to happen. And then when there is a correlation too with chapels for all the accoutrements of the altar, and some of which are stated in great detail, and some are one assumes the necessities, of which painting is not a necessity, but the altar cloth is, and other things, and the vestments too, which are often the vestments are not given to individual clerics, but they're given to the altar. Sometimes it's hard to disassociate. Well, is this an altar cloth or is this a vestment? But you really do see that the vestments belong to the altar, not to any one individual. But sometimes they belong to individuals too. Does that answer your question? I think, but these types of correlations we're doing, and also the ones with burning wax and burning candles. Thanks.
We've got time for one more question. Yes.
I've got a question for Julia.
Yeah.
You mentioned that the register is in the archive in Antwerp. Do you have an idea how many letters there were sent to the people in Italy, for example? How many copies do you actually analyzed in the whole reads?
It's a shame that the book only covers a certain amount of years. So we really only have an idea of this like small chunk of history and not what happened before and after that, of course. But the book itself has about 1,150 letters, more or less. And I've gone through all of them. They're all transcribed and translated. And there's of course a chunk of that specifically relates to tapestry. There's a little bit on the history of painting as well. And the vast majority, I would say, is on more kind of cloth or textiles that they traded in general. So it's linens from Holland, from Haarlem, for example, or specific locally crafted fabrics like Valenciennes or Cambrai. And so you can be selective kind of per topic into what you kind of want to look at, but it's quite a big batch for 1538 to 1544. It's quite a lot of letters. Of course, the issue that you have with it is that you only know, because they copy what they send out to their clients, but you don't know what comes back. So the information that you have is kind of half, but still I think a really incredible source to get a lot of details from that you otherwise wouldn't learn about.
Okay, so thank you everyone for your questions. We now have some tea in the research forum just next door before coming back for our second panel. So please, have a break. Oh yeah.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Margaret Squires. I am a third-year PhD student here at the Courtauld, and I'm delighted to be chairing our second panel of the day. So our first speaker for this panel will be Chiara Stombolini. Chiara Stombolini is a scholar with a background in conservation of cultural heritage and art history who completed her master's degree at Ca' Foscari University of Venice. Her thesis focused on the role of silk textiles in defining Venetian civic and religious identity between the 13th and 14th centuries. She's currently involved in a project on Venetian medieval and modern bestiary, for which she collaborates with museums and cultural institutions while continuing her research on the circulation and functions of silk fabrics in the Adriatic area.
First, I'd like to thank the organizers of this conference for inviting me in this rich and really interesting symposium. I will start my presentation. Well, something happened. Okay, but I will start my presentation with a quote taken from Martin Lacanal's Histoire de Venise, sorry for my bad French, a chronicle written between 1267 and 1275, talking about the enthronement ceremony in honor of Doge Lorenzo Tiepolo, which occurred in 1268. You should know that they, the members of Venetian guilds, adorn their bodies very richly with clothes of gold, and adorn their servants either with beautiful garlands and pearls and gold trimmings. They place their standard and banners before them, the trumpets, the cymbals, and other instruments in front, and they had good leaders. They set off on their way 2 by 2, one after the other. When they had mounted up to the palace and had found their new lord, that is, Lorenzo Tiepolo, they saluted him very courteously, and he returned the greetings as their lord. In recording the arrival of local corporations, Martin Lacanal aims to highlight the wealth of Venetian people, exemplified by the huge amount of gold sparkling from their clothes. Not surprisingly, clothes of gold are among the most representative features in the mosaics from St. Mark's medieval facade. The lunette representing St. Mark's relics being carried to the Doge's palace is one of the few extant medieval pictures of the ducal cortege. Starting from here, although an indirect medieval image, since it's from Bellini's painting. Starting from here, I will try to underline the importance of textiles in the definition of space within the ceremonial context. I chose the frame of 13th and 14th century Venice, for it includes the apex of commerce, that is to say, many more precious fabrics and raw materials arriving, the flourishing of the silk industry, and the codification of ritual practices. Due to its unique density of procession, Venice has been named the ceremonial city in the famous monograph by Ian Fallon. Here, ritual paths twist and turn from land to water, then the other way round, strongly conditioned by the forma urbis. Interestingly, textiles hold a primary position in both land and water processions. I will now try to define their functions within the ceremonial space, supported by written and figurative sources. Firstly, I must underline the importance of San Marco Square, Platea Sancti Marci, as a privileged stage for the ducal cortege. This took place when a new doge was enthroned, which is the case of our opening quotation, but it was also part of wider yearly liturgical celebrations. Not unlike Byzantine court practices, Venetian civic rituals were at the crossroads of sacred and profane, the borders of either sphere being blurred and continuously overpassed. The ducal procession started inside the palace, walked across the piazza to the church of San Gimignano, and then went back to the basilica. The group was led by young men carrying gonfalons, usually made of light sandal. Banners are among the most ancient insignia of the Republic. Their use during wartime is attested from the 10th century, while from the mid-12th century, a vexillum is recorded to be used in San Marco for the investiture of the Doge. From the accounts of the visit of Pope Alexander III, who came in Venice in 1177 to seek reconciliation with Federico Barbarossa, we know that the square was richly dressed in gonfalons, as showed by a miniature of the Codex Correre 1497, dated to the last quarter of 14th century. Probably the first banners had a cross on them, but we know that vexilla included St. Mark's lion at least from the end of 13th century. As we learn from Martin de Canal's chronicle, the evangelist's symbol was usually embroidered with gold thread, as we can see in the illustrated initial of Andrea Contarini's Promissio, dated to 1368. Vexilla are also recorded in the first extant inventory of St. Mark's treasure, dated to 1283. Among them, 3 red-colored gonfalons were intended to decorate the Doge's boat, called Bucintoro, to which I will come back later. Okay. Particularly, one of them, called Vexillum Sancti Marci, can be easily traced in this mosaic from St. Isidore Chapel, that is in the northern wing of the basilica, while on the left you can see another miniature from Codex Correre. Going back to our ducal parade, two young men carrying a sella, that is to say a chair, with a cushion, came right after the banners. To my knowledge, we don't have any medieval pictures of these two emblems, but we know from Martin de Canal that the latter was woven or embroidered with gold. As you may know, the throne with the honorific cushion has an ancient origin, symbolizing secular power in Rome and then in Constantinople. This significance was then transferred to the religious sphere, where the imperial cella was converted into the ephoimasia, the empty throne prepared for the second coming of Christ. This iconography can be found inside St. Mark's Basilica in two different artistic media, an enamel from the Pala d'Oro and a mosaic from the Dome of Pentecost. Here, the cushion is more like an elongated Byzantine-shaped, Oriental-shaped Pulvinus, but the presence of gold is evident in both examples. The procession continued with St. Mark's clergy, clothed in precious golden garments, who paved the way for the Doge, even more lavishly dressed. His presence was marked by an umbrella or canopy, itself decorated with golden thread. The most reliable medieval document for the shape of this object is again the Codex Courtauld. Behind the prince, the most prominent nobleman and eventually the common folk came. Given the general scheme of the procession, we can quite easily assume that Textiles mostly delimited the space of power, opening and articulating it. Accurately registered in Martin de Canal's Histoire, this extensive use of gold represents a clear indicator. Golden textiles, or embroideries, are in fact symbols of richness and authority and common vehicles for display in different cultures. It is no, well, we could start a debate about the propaganda that lies at the bottom of Martin de Canal's chronicle, but I think it's not the case here, since it is no coincidence that between the end of the 13th and 14th century, the Venetian government issued the first sumptuary laws regulating the ostentation of jewelry and, remarkably, nazici, that is to say, nashi, or Mongolian cloth of gold. After having enrolled throughout the square, the procession usually entered the basilica, whether it was for the Doge's oath to San Marco or the liturgical celebrations connected with specific festivities. We don't have many other images depicting the interior of the late medieval basilica, but a reconstruction of its textile furnishing is partly possible also thanks to treasure inventories. The text compiled in 1283 lists different typology of fabrics, apparently arranging them by function. In addition to vexilla, cortine and panni are included, and their use in Magnus Festivitatibus is recorded. According to liturgical treatises of the time, like Guillaume Durand's famous Rationale Divinorum Officiorum, cortine were intended to veil the sacred space of the presbytery, often hanging from the iconostasis. However, as Maria Parani has recently demonstrated, these kinds of vela were also employed in the Byzantine court ceremonial, where they functioned as architectural diaphragms inside the imperial palace. Therefore, they could act as liturgical as well as secular screens, for example, marking the passage from the palace to the church. Unfortunately, no archaeological remains or pictures of St. Mark's curtains are known. As for the term panni, we can easily assume it indicated antepegna, or generally speaking, altar clothes. Pointing to the Passion of Christ as well as secular power, red is recurrent both in text and images, along with the pervasive presence of gold, which is also echoed on the clothes of clergymen and doges. Added to the permanent architecture, with its vein marble slabs and glitter mosaics, the ephemeral architecture of Textiles veiled the ducal chapel in Magnus Festivitatibus. After the outdoor procession throughout the piazza, the ritual space, already shaped by golden ducal insignia, was then transferred from the piazza's outdoor to the basilica's indoor scenery, here augmented by the liturgical apparatus. Even though St. Mark's area, the palace, the square, the basilica, had a central role in Venetian civic identity, the ritual was not always limited to this urban rectangle. For example, the most ancient Venetian ceremony, Festa delle Marie, which honored the Virgin Mary, included the Church of Santa Maria Formosa and the Cathedral of San Pietro di Castello, covering, as you can see from this really homemade version of Jacopo de Barbari's map of Venice, more than a half of the urban space. Lasting 5 days, at the end of January, the celebration of the Virgin also engaged with private spaces. Every year, 2 different parishes were appointed to open their patrician dwellings to the whole citizenship, hosting banquets and public parties. On the occasion, these palazzi housed 12 wooden statues of the Virgin Mary, richly adorned with countless precious fabrics, jewels, and gems, as stated in a late 13th century poem attributed to Pace da Ferrara. I have to make a disclaimer here about this photograph, which depicts, as you can read, Santa Eufemia, 14th century wooden statue from Udine. It is, of course, not one of the 12 Marys, but it's just to give you an idea, one of 1,000 possible hypotheses of what these statues could look like. As part of the ceremonial space, private homes too were covered with lavish fabrics. 14th century inventories and testaments record curtains and tablecloths as the most common home furnishings. Dining rooms, living rooms, and bedrooms were the main representative locations. They were sometimes decorated with standards bearing the arms of the families, who could then affirm their identity through these belongings. Also, woven sandal cushions, dyed bed curtains or canopies, and semite fabrics are mentioned. Red, yellow, and green are the most recurrent dyes, with golden embroideries being sometimes recorded. As for the decoration, in a few still prominent cases, we can find lavorieri tartareschi or alla tartaresca, probably indicating Mongol cloth of gold, as well as striped patterns and heraldic animals such as lions and eagles. Added to the luxurious clothes worn by both people and simulacra, home furnishings surely contributed to the production of a sumptuous environment. The procession was one of the longest, beginning at San Pietro di Castello, where the local clergy blessed the statues, previously installed on 4 boats. The boats, soon joined by the Doge's Bucintoro, were decorated with precious carpets. However, it was the Bucintoro that stood out for its pomposity. On the boat, whose dimension must have been remarkable, the Doge's chair was covered with golden and purple clothes, like as recorded in Pace da Ferrara's poem. As in the Land procession, the separation between the space of power, that of the Doge, and the space of the populum is here made evident by silk coverings. In addition, their use on boats would have possibly generated shimmering visual effects on water, especially with the reflection of golden threads, intensifying the sparkle in the eyes of spectators standing on the land or other vessels. The procession eventually moved from San Marco to Santa Maria Formosa, where the priests waited, having previously rolled out a silken carpet at the entrance of the sacred building. This custom, also recorded on ducal visits to other churches, such as San Zaccaria, enhanced the role of thresholds as transition spaces between the secular and the sacred. From this rapid overview, we can assume that textiles had a primary importance in Venetian ritual scenery. Their dissemination in different stages of the rite and the variety of their functions demonstrate a clear relevance within feasts and ceremonies. Highlighting the importance of prominent noblemen and the doge who embodied the state itself, as well as clergymen and sacred images, precious fabrics evoked luxury and holiness, while enclosing the ephemeral space of power. Simultaneously sensual and spiritual, movable and monumental, strategically placed at crossing points of the processions, their intrinsic features made them much suitable for displaying power and performing rituality in late medieval Venice. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Pauline de Brisa. Pauline de Brisa is a summa cum laude master's graduate from Ghent University who specialized in early modern European dress and its olfactory history. She has presented at Antwerp University, the University of Madrid, and the Four Elements of Fashion Conference in Venice, Italy. Under the promotion of Professor Dr. Maud Bass-Kruger, she is currently applying for a PhD grant in Belgium.
Hello everyone. Thank you so much to the committee for letting me speak here today. The course is amazing. I'm really honored. I'm Pauline de Brisa. I did my master's degree on the relationship between scent and dress during the early modern period in France and England. The presentation of today is a detail taken from my larger and continuous research. It's still in the early stages, so forgive me if it's not perfect already. Before we begin, I have two disclaimers. I will be making a distinction between the terms scent and perfume. Perfume will be referred to as an alcohol-based liquid and a conscious choice to apply a scent to a body for cosmetic or social purposes. Scent and scenting are used when referring to the process of scenting garments, rooms, or bodies for practical uses such as hygiene, medicine, and of course cover up bad smells, such as the stink of the cities. These do not have to be in a liquid form. Furthermore, the concepts of primary and secondary scenting will be mentioned. By primary scenting, I mean purposely applying a scent, and secondary scenting is when objects, such as fabrics, are affected by the scents from their environments. With that said, let's start. I will be talking to you about the secondary scenting of domestic textiles in 16th century Europe. Domestic textiles are understood as tapestries, gilt leather and other wall hangings, all types of fabric, furniture, and floor covering, and clothing stored and worn inside, such as undergarments and interior gowns. We have there's a fable of a perpetually putrid historical society that still exists. We often think that people from the past were smelled very badly because they had a different idea of hygiene than we have today. That does not necessarily have to be true, but of course we might think that because we do know that the cities in these ages smelled horrible. I have two causes of the stink of cities that are relevant to this presentation. So on the one hand we have waste and the absence of sewer and refuse collection. So these cities apparently smelled abominable. Human, plant, and animal waste was dumped either in the streets or in canals, polluting water and air. And also many industries producing bad smells were also situated in or near the cities, such as tanneries, textile mills, breweries, and the bleaching fields were also not that far. For London specifically, we can trace this back to the 1531 Bill of Sewers introduced by Henry VIII, which divided the city into 8 sewer districts, each with its own commissioner, but that meant that there was no oversight, so these 8 districts would be managed completely differently, and apparently this experiment was failed. On the other hand, following the miasma theory, people assumed that the spreading of disease was synonymous to the smell of the sick and dying. It was firmly believed that to smell disease was to contract the disease. Before the 1770s in Paris and the late 17th century in Amsterdam, the victims of the plague or other diseases were buried inside of the city walls. As seen on the illustration here, these were often mass graves whose smell must have been unbearable. The constant fear of contamination through smell resulted in continuous primary or secondary scenting of domestic textiles. Because as the smell of airborne pestilence seems to have been the greatest indicator of danger, this resulted in the use of several fashionable scent spreaders, but more on that later. So dangerous or diseased and thus bad smells entered the home, and these were combated with good smells. So the two causes, waste and absence of sewers, and then the smell of disease. What were the consequences of this? Well, the smells entered the domestic spaces. Paris, London, and Amsterdam had reputations for their foul-smelling streets, and it was even reported by the City Council of Amsterdam that the stench of the city permeated the interior of 16th century homes and tarnished the gilt leather wall hangings. The fear of disease smells, this belief entered the home as well and subsequently caused scenting of interiors and thus secondary scenting of domestic textiles. Although surely when you live near a graveyard, the smell of the sick and dying would have been combated perfectly. I have two examples that are clear indicators that the stink of the city permeated the interior of living quarters during the 16th century. The first one is George Vigarello. He writes that house servants burned aromatic pastilles throughout the day, and there was furniture which held incense burners. Again, secondarily scenting domestic textiles. I'll give you some pictures in a minute. We see an engraving here of a design for an interior with a fireplace. Fireplaces were not just used to keep the interiors warm, but they were also used to spread scents. People would throw in, for example, orange peels or aromatic pastilles into the fireplace so that the scents would continuously spread. So again, scenting is spreading scents, not necessarily in a liquid form or the way that we see perfume today. This is a practical use. I have a contemporary photo of a aromatic pastille. That's this one right here. Aromatic pastilles are scent blocks. These are a bunch of raw materials pressed together and then set alight. Next to that we have a sweet bag or a sachet, and that had a double function. So these were linen or silk bags filled with dried herbs and plant materials or sweet powders. The sweet bag could be worn as a purse, and the sachet was a little smaller. And it was put between fabrics when stored inside of the house, or it could be worn about the neck or underneath the duvet for men. Here in this detail by Pieter de Hoog's interior with women beside a linen cupboard, we can see two servants or house servants taking out linen from my closet. These closets were often filled with herbs, dried herbs, or with sachets or sweet bags. A later example is, as you can see here, this little part is a incense burner which is built into the furniture, so it's built into this Liala Turk. So a little more on the smells of the sick and dying, wafting through the open windows. During times of pandemics, the interior of the house had to be purified from any sick member, family member, and from exterior harmful smells penetrating the rooms. This was done by burning aromatic pastilles, using incense burners, or burning fragrances in the fireplace. Decontaminating the room where a sick person had been in with sweet waters was described in the 1588 guidelines of controlling the plague in Sardinia in Italy. Quintus Tiberius also wrote a tractate about epidemiology in 1558, and he has some very interesting rules. It actually kind of reminds me of the rules that we had to follow during the COVID-19 pandemic. But Rule 26 says it is compulsory to shut the windows and close the doors of all houses when a person with plague or suspected to have plague is taken to the Tanta or to the Lazaretto, or when a person who died of plague is taken to the cemetery. Perfumes must be worn and bells must be rung so that the citizens pay attention not to contract the bad air or the soda, and hence the contagion. So again, people had to close the windows, make sure that the contaminated air would not enter the home, and they would have to wear perfumes to fend off these bad smells. Another rule was for less suspected houses, it is required that the windows be kept wide open and that perfumes be sprayed and all surfaces be washed with vinegar. So again, a lot of something going on indoors affecting domestic textiles. In Vincennes, in France, people's houses were purified by pouring perfume around the room and setting it alight. After 4 hours, the residents were allowed to return to a well and safe-smelling house, but it is not clarified what kind of perfume was used. However bleak these times must have been, textiles were under constant influence of secondary scent. Measures to cleanse the interior seem to only have been taken in the case of an epidemic. However, the threat of disease was ever present. French historian Georges Picarello researched the practices of scenting in France in his book Concepts of Cleanliness, Changing Attitudes in France Since the Middle Ages. And he wrote that the perfume of scent boxes wafted through the rooms day and night. Scent boxes can be interpreted as these aromatic pastilles. Conservator Katja Johansen confirmed this and added that juniper, cinnamon, and cedarwood were burned in fireplaces in the Danish castles, affecting court dress. Dutch researcher Jaap Evert Abrahamsen noted that the stench of Amsterdam penetrated the gilt leather wall hangings. And olfactory researcher Cecilia Benvibre employed the headspace technology to extract volatile organic compounds, these are the molecules that make us smell something, from an early modern glove at the Knoll House in Great Britain in 2017. Now, how did I research this whole thing? This research relied very heavily on household manuals. These are instruction books that we still actually use today, with recipes to clean our houses and even cooking recipes and cosmetics and medicinal recipes. So they were aimed at the head of the household, servants and maids, and they were a consistent presence throughout history. I examined several 16th century household manuals, and these printed books are well preserved, which may allude to their contemporary popularity. However, we do not know in how far these recipes were followed or appreciated by the readers. Hopefully, in later research, I'll be able to compare printed household manuals to eco-documents in private household journals, and I've already found some of these documents in the city archives of Ghent in Belgium. Household manuals provided methods for the earlier mentioned examples of controlling the scent in chambers, so linen, garments, and other fashionable textiles, as well as domestic textiles, were stored in chests and other wooden furniture to protect them from the environment and pests such as moths who damage textiles. But they also protected them from the city stink that was coming into the windows from the houses. Little bags filled with aromatic herbs, so these sweet bags, were placed in these storage facilities. So the recipes for these sachets or sweet bags and various combinations of dried herbs were listed in household manuals. You can speculate that this was done both to eradicate the smell of bleaching agents, because for bleaching linen or other organic fabrics, stale urine was used and it smelled awful. But we can also say that it was to keep out exterior stenches from penetrating worn textiles. So household manuals from the 16th century teamed with recipes to protect themselves from being infected and from taking up smells from the outside world. Out of the 330 recipes in Ruskelli's 1565, The Secrets of the Reverend Mr. Alexis of Piedmont, 220 are medicinal, so 220 are about scenting. These are, amongst others, sweet waters to fight the plague, but also powders to fill sweetings. This right here is an excerpt from the household manual by Ruskelli, and it says a powder to put in little bags. So again, this is something to fill these sachets or sweet bags. English writer John Partridge wrote The Treasury of Commodious Conceits, also a household manual, in 1573, which actually contained a recipe for perfuming a chamber to decontaminate and protect from outside smells. He also wrote a lot of recipes for sweet balls and pomanders, which is another type of scent container, to burn in the fireplace, again, to make sure that rooms smelled safe, so good. It's important to note that most of these recipes give no clarification of the matter of their use. So we do know that sweet bags were either worn or stored with linen, and sweet waters and balls were used to fill these pomanders, again, to protect them from harmful smells. So this is a very early stage research, but I have some, I have so many more avenues that I want to go to. For example, I would love to talk about recreative practices, as done by the Refashioning Renaissance project at Aalto University. I'll tell you in a minute why. But I was in a welcome collection on Saturday, and I saw a recipe for a domestic religious scenting recipe, and I had actually never encountered that before, and my laptop just died. Okay, I'll do it by heart. So I was very surprised to see that there were some domestic religious practices that actually looked like the burning of incense in churches as well, so new avenues to explore. My conclusions so far, wait, I have it on my phone. Okay, so my conclusions so far are that I would like to research this subject, which is very ephemeral because scents, they disappear. We cannot touch them, we cannot see them. And we could look at extant objects and see whatever smell still remains. This technology exists. But why not try and why not try and trace these practices? In the absence of historical fabrics, and also for conservational reasons, we can look at the household manuals and compare them to legal documents. So it's not necessarily a question of what remains, but what was. How was this done? What was the practice? And also, I feel it's unfair to expect organic ingredients to last for plus 500 years. I'll end with a little piece of text that I wrote in the conclusion of my master's thesis that illustrates how much scent was incorporated in daily life. A lady wakes up to the bright morning light as her maid opens the curtains. She steps out of bed and walks over to her vanity, a ewer and fresh water already prepared. She opens her linen cabinet, freeing the scent of lavender and roses. The sweet bags tucked in between the linen fall to the floor as she reaches for a fresh sheet. She carefully places them back and calls her maid, who helps her get dressed. As the maid moves around the lady, she spreads a faint rosemary scent. The shift is put on, making first contact with the skin. The maid places the white linen fichu, it's like a little, a very small scarf, over her shoulders before putting on her gown. The fichu still smells freshly washed with still a hint of the lye soap used. The lady goes downstairs, smelling the orange flower in the open fire. So I believe that when perfume and scents are separated from textiles or dress, they become two independent entities who together lose their original context. And I believe that we can make invisible textiles and redirect towards the invisible, which is thank you.
Our final speaker for this panel will be Karina Pavlov. Karina Pavlov works as a research fellow in art history at the University of Cologne. She studied art and visual history, classical archaeology, and film studies at Humboldt University in Berlin, Sorbonne 4 in Paris, and Lomonosov University in Moscow. She completed her MA in 2020 during a residency at the KHI Florence. Pavlov conducted her PhD research on Murano glass, textile, metals, and other luxury materials in Venice, supported by a grant by the German Center for Venetian Studies. Her interest focuses on materials, perception, and narration, as well as their position between art, science, and technology in 15th and 16th century Italy.
So, during the 16th century, European scholars embarked on a quest for a new type of knowledge by focusing on the things of nature. In addition to textual studies, they gained access to this knowledge through case studies that involved observing artisans who manipulated materials to create valuable objects. One of these scholars is the Italian Cinquecento, the philosopher, physician, astrologer, and mathematician Girolamo Cardano, left a vast corpus of written works that provide a multifaceted insight into the intellectual life of his time. With De Subtilitate, which was first published in Paris in 1550, the Milanese scholar offers his readers a compendium of natural philosophy that, with its thematic diversity, recalls an artificially composed world of wonders. Along with other contemporary wondrous inventions, already in the first edition of De Subtilitate, Cardano includes glassmaking at the beginning of his Liber 17, referring specifically to a technique that will later be known as filigrana, that you see represented on my first slide. I am very grateful, and I thank hereby also to all the people involved in the organization of this event. Thank you very much. I'm very grateful to present this topic that delves into the interdependence of the filigrana and Venetian lace, the so-called merletto, two seemingly dissimilar materials and commodities of the 16th century, which as well, as we shall see further, became an object of fascination for their intriguing nature and the antipodal dynamics they develop when dialoguing. Returning to Cardano, we find that in the expanded second edition, published 4 years later, he provides a more detailed account of working with glass. He writes, "There are chemical discoveries, how to draw out glass into very long threads, how to manage it to become tenacious and very hard. What is important for analysis is that statement vitrum lucere in longissimas lineas, because it not only states what is made of glass, namely the long lineas, but also how it is made by drawing them out of the mass. Standing alone, this phrase can cause difficulties in translating and understanding the manufacturing process Cardano has in mind, but the scholar lists elsewhere several marvelous techniques he claims to have seen specifically in Venice. These include candidarum linearum distinctionem in vitrum, picking out of white lines in glass. Read together, these two statements clarify that Cardano will, in the Milanese workshop, must have observed the creation of the so-called canne, which are needed to make filigrana. He here adds the information of the threads being white. You now may wonder how are threads being picked or pulled out of glass. Let me briefly explain you the general cane-making technique to produce vitrophyli, glass decorated with threads, which inevitably leads us to proceed in the exploration of filigrana and lace interweaving. First, the glassmaker starts by gathering colorless molten glass, in Venice the so-called cristallo, onto the end of a blowpipe or ponti, as you see here in the first and second picture. This gather then is being covered by white opaque glass, called latimo, and again thinly covered with colorless cristallo. The three layers are marbled together as in figure 2, and the cooled tip of the gather can be joined to a post as in 3, so that the cane can be pulled, number 4. The length of it can vary, but in this case the cane was extended to about 10 meters, so that the white core, as you can see, became gradually thinner. The canna is stored laying down until it cools, number 5. Thereafter it can be cut to the desired length, number 6. Prepared in this way, the canne can be further used to create sculpted or blown objects, number 7. Apart from this very basic cane type, the glassmaker can produce, following his or her imagination, a range of different spiraling patterns called aritorti or aritortoli, combining 2 or more colored threads within the colorless cristallo mass. This manufacturing technique of filigrana canes establishes a connection to the equally fundamental yarn spinning in textile production. Before the canes can be processed into an object or applied to a surface as decoration, they must be separately drawn from the glass mass. And before a fabric can be woven, yarn must be made, which is produced through the process of spinning. In spinning, yarn is formed from fibers such as cotton or wool by pulling and twisting or plying the material with the fingers, using a distaff and a spindle, a process that was partly mechanized thanks to the spinning wheel, as exemplified by this detail that you see on the right of Isaac van Swanenborg's spinning, warping, and weaving. Regarding glass at this point, it already demonstrates its ambivalent nature in different physical states. When heated, it becomes malleable and can be processed similarly to threads. However, once it solidifies, it no longer bears any tactile resemblance to textiles, a thought I shall elaborate later. The correlation I established between these two production methods goes beyond mere association. Filigrana emerged on Murano around 1500 as a result of a series of innovations in glass making. This includes the improvement of colorless glass called vitrum blancum around 1450, which was named cristallo due to its new purity associated with the natural rock crystal. I brought you here an example from the famous refectory painting by Veronese, where the coppiere examines the water that miraculously turned into wine through a clear cristallo chalice, as preserved in the Museo del Vetro. Excuse me. Cristallo was not only used to produce glass objects, but also as a base material which was colored and opacified to become latimo, that could be used for blowing, as exemplified by the Prague bowl. Together, these two glass types were used for filigrana, as then patented by the Serena workshop in 1527. In his second recorded patent application, Filippo Catanei, along with his brother Bernardo, requests the Consiglio dei Dieci to grant them, coming to Italian accent, to grant them the protection for a technique they describe as affacete con ritortoli a filo. In modern Italian, this can be translated as affacete con ritorti a filo, which in English means banded with twists made of threads. Having established a link between filigrana making and textile making, what we now see is two glassmakers using a particular vocabulary to describe their innovation to be legally protected. Fascete can be derived from fascia, which means a strip of cloth wrapped around something. Ritortoli is a form of ritorto, which suggests a spiral course of yarn, in this case of threads, filo. If one considers objects from that period that embody the filigrana, it becomes clear that with their textile vocabulary, the Catanei revealed their source of inspiration, simultaneously pointing to what this glass technique aims to evoke, namely textile. The migration of patterns from one medium to another is not a novelty, not even when it comes to textiles and vessels specifically. The first panel of a cassone, probably commissioned for the marriage of Lucrezia Tornabuoni and Pietro de' Medici in 1444 and attributed to the master of Argonauts, now kept in the Gemäldegalerie Berlin, shows the story of Cupid and Psyche, a typical subject to be depicted within the nuptial context. In the upper left corner of the panel, a balcony can be seen with three ladies standing on it, Psyche and her sisters. Psyche was placed on the balcony in such a way that her delicate robe and rich hat enter a dialogue with the vessels standing against the wall. As Luke Seisen and Dora Thornton pointed out in their publication on Objects of Virtue, the vases were on one hand used to integrate Medici impresa in form of a diamond ring with three feathers that were pruned into the central evergreen. On the other hand, the cassone shows the audience's occupation with the Valencian vases, admired for its brilliant metallic sheen and delicately painted decoration and luster that demanded consummate craftsmanship. Before Italian pottery makers mastered these skills and created what we know as maiolica in the late 15th and early 16th centuries, wealthy customers such as the Medici ordered individualized luster painting such as a coat of arms or other emblems, here the fleur-de-lis patterns in blue. What Seisen and Thornton did not point out, however, is how these pottery patterns are strikingly being echoed in the design of Psyche's robe, to be seen on the sleeves and the headpiece. While Textiles communicated with Valencian lusterware in Tuscany, where it enjoyed prestige as a highly valued product, the interweaving between glass and merletto is even closer, as both are domestic Venetian arts. Lace making had already flourished in Venice in the 15th century. It was there called merletto, which means literally little merlon, as it derives from the word merlo, recalling these architectural elements with the effect of wall crenellations placed on top of castles and other buildings. Created by noblewomen who made lace as a pastime in their homes, lace making in Venice rapidly gained commercial attention, evolving from, but not completely leaving the realm of leisure activities, to a paid profession, as proven by a law issued in 1457 to protect lace makers. The popularity of lace in Venice is demonstrated by a law enacted in 1476, which aimed to prevent excessive spending associated with women's toilet, forbidding the use of, I quote in English, the punto in aria of linen threads made with a needle or gold and silver threads. In the Cinquecento, the art still exclusively practiced by women was institutionalized. It was then executed in two different religious institutions, nunneries and charities set up expressly for lay women. Yet, the continuous popularity of the craft by leisured women is reflected in printmaking. Pattern books belong to a rare genre that emerged in the 1520s, being far more than just a template and handbook of instructions. Oscillating between the domestic and the professional spheres, between fashion, pattern design, wood carving, and publishing, these books gradually became an emblem of female creativity, such as the skill of the needle represented by it. For the 16th century, at least 165 editions of these books for embroidery and lace patterns are testified to have left Italian print shops. The first one being Giovanni Antonio Tagliente's Opera nuova che insegna alle donne a cucire, a racamare e a disegnare a ciascuno, e la dita opera sarà di molta utilità ad ogni artista, per essere il disegno ad ognuno necessario, la quale è intitolata Esempio di ricami. The reason I am presenting you with the full title of this book is the reference to its audience contained within it. The present work is useful for every artist, which is repeated on the first page. To any noble and illustrious Madonna, and to any other moderate and candid reader. Without having the time to look deeply into the pattern books, this reference exemplifies Tiziana Plebani's assertion based on broader research of these books. They served as a repertoire of figuration adopted by a variety of artists and artisans, including goldsmiths, leatherworkers, potters, and likely glassmakers. It is thus possible to promptly identify the detachment of a pattern from its associated material and object looking into some of the patterns. As I have already spoken of pottery, I would like to briefly draw your attention to a pattern from Tagliente's book that seems rather typical for contemporary faience and maiolica ware. With its medallion featuring, as the author states in the description underneath, an ancient story of a poisoned lake purified by the horn of a unicorn, and the inscription Virtus impavida, this illustration resembles plates and basins made for the domestic context. The central part serves as a surface for different kinds of depictions that could vary depending on the occasion they were made for. Male and female busts, coats of arms paired with other symbols accompanied by inscribed scrolls. The rim, on the other hand, shows different ornaments that enter a dialogue with the subject depicted in the center. This type of decoration was not exclusively limited to ceramics. Examples in glass demonstrate the interchangeability of patterns. Here you see an example of diamond engraving, another technique transferred from mirror engraving to vessels around 1550 to evoke yet again lace with rather airy and figurative designs such as the punto in aria. Here just a bigger picture, mentioned in the 1476 law. Here you see a detail of the Orsini Medici plate next to a needlepoint collar. Returning to the filigrana, it seems to be a short step from lace patterns created from or for Melletto, as illustrated in the books and glassworks. Here you can see another pattern from Tagliente's script along with a glass plate showcasing a technically mixed decoration. Two diamond point engraved bands comparable to the Orsini Medici plate depict a scallop ornament along the rim and dragons and birds confronting masks. In between, several ribbons of blue and white filigrana a ritorti flank the engraved bands, separating them from the central disc. The vocation must not be taken too strictly. A comparison shows that it is rather a case of free inspiration and evocation in accordance with what is technically feasible than meticulous imitation. To further substantiate my investigation of the textile and glass entanglements in Venice, I would like to present one final example of a subcategory of the filigrana. The term Melletto has been in use since at least the late Quattrocento to distinguish between needle and thread lace and embroidery. While embroidery is sewn onto pre-existing fabric, needle lace derives directly from embroidery and is obtained by progressively deconstructing a fabric until a fine matrix remains on which to build a series of motifs. This type of Melletto was also called reticello or reticella, meaning little net, referring to the fabric base for the lace making and to the ubiquitous fishing nets along with the associated folklore of Venetian fishermen. Reticella could be obtained in two different ways. Pulling out threads from a base fabric would create drawn work, in Italian punto tirato. Cutting out pieces from the pre-existing fabric would create cut work, or punto tagliato. Due to its supportive base, the reticella is characterized by a rather geometric design with symmetrical patterns and therefore of interest when speaking of lace evocation in glass, since the term reticello is likewise used in glass making. This filigrana type is distinguished by a regular network of white crisscross threads that create diamond-shaped areas with tiny air bubbles trapped in it. If one were to believe that the word redicino is an early Venetian term for reticello, mentioned in a notebook entry of Domenico Bortolussi, then this technique would be documented as early as 1514. However, the term redicello that undoubtedly describes the presented technique and links it to the homonymous type of Melletto appears in the posthumously written 1569 inventory of Angelica Leoncini, which refers to an inheritance document from her sister Giulia, who died in 1543. It lists vases and flasks of whatever sort of reticello glass. After demonstrating the connection between Melletto and Venetian glass in terms of material, technique, and visual aspects, I would now like to address the appeal of these interdependencies. Having analyzed various collections of recipes and other writings from their chemical context in the project Making and Knowing conducted between 2014 and 2020, Pamela H. Smith observed that early modern practitioners demonstrated an interest in polarities. Following Aristotelian doctrines, craftsmen and scholars such as decoded Cardano were preoccupied with opposite material properties such as hard and soft, light and heavy in the present case. However, not all properties of a material can be expressed artistically at the same time. This observation, as made by David Pye in The Nature and Art of Workmanship, primarily applies to materials that undergo changes in their physical state and properties due to exposure to heat. Pye specifically refers to materials such as metals, but his considerations can also be applied to glass. In the hands of a glassmaker, it transforms from soft to hard such that the only property that the artist can express in the finished work is the latter. This binary characteristic is reflected in the evocation of lace. The filigrana object is evidence of the softness of the glass, which is inevitably lost during the cooling process, unlike in textiles. The filigrana glass thus embodies the transformative process that was admired by Cinquecento audiences who, unlike today, often have the production process in mind. Visiting a glass workshop in Murano was a well-established attraction for locals and guests of the Serenissima. We have seen that today already. Another opportunity to admire technical sophistication was offered by the annual La Senza Festival held in May, in which glass played a significant role in representing the Republic. A detailed view of a glass shop can be seen in Jost Amman's print after an Italian original made around 1565. Wealthy clientele could additionally experience the sophisticated interplay of material contrasts at the festive table. As evidenced by Titian's Supper Scene and many other paintings, glassware and merletto applied to tablecloths or the guests' own clothing and handkerchiefs literally met in the social context of dining. Here the purity and perfect colorlessness of cristallo allowed for a particularly convincing impression of floating white threads that could not be achieved to the same level of evocation in other materials, such as ceramics, as we have seen, or comparable metal works, which I could not include in my presentation, unfortunately. This delicate play of visual and haptic illusions allowed users to appreciate the craftsmanship of both glassmakers and lacemakers. The sight of filigrana evoked the soft, light, and warm qualities of textiles, while the actual tactile experience exposed the cold, hard, and relatively heavy characteristic of glass. A multisensorial effect that, given the purpose of chalices for drinking wine, likely heightened the experience and astonished the attendees of a banquet. Thank you.
You'd have to come up the question.
Thank you. Three terribly interesting papers. I had a brief point for Pauline, and such interesting work you're doing, and I gathered you said that you've done work on England as well as part of your MA dissertation. And I wondered whether you had come across the work of Susan North. Yes.
Yeah.
Sweet and Clean, which is such an important book about cleanliness in sort of early England and beyond. And because you mentioned Vigarello, I know that she has taken issue with some of his findings, but obviously cleanliness and scent are so closely tied up.
I usually research 16th to the 18th century, so it was a good practice for me to only focus on the 16th century because that's the one that always kind of gets forgotten. in my field at least. But yeah, I excluded Susan Lord because I mainly used her for the 17th and 18th centuries, but I didn't know that she had problems with Figueroa. I haven't heard that.
Not problems, but I think she felt that the evidence she was finding for England, and Figueroa talks about France, that she was finding quite different situations. So she was saying that she felt that Figueroa, worked for France, but didn't work for the evidence that she was finding in England.
Yeah, it's true. I mainly use Figueroa for France. Yeah. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for reiterating that question for Chiara, or two questions. One very specific, and I think, without very briefly, but I think, do you have Pani Saransini? And I wanted are those Saransan, i.e. Islamic icons?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. And my kind of bigger question really was about, you talked about the display of curtains and these pani, but you didn't talk so much about the display of banners on feast days. And I wondered if you could say if you have any evidence for how they were displayed. Were they around the altars? Were they hung from the galleries? And perhaps you could just comment on how that display in San Marco might intersect with the mosaics and with the marble.
Yeah, thank you for the questions. First, I'd like to precise that Sarantasimi, which is I think it's linked with, for example, Exarentasmata, which are mentioned in the letter of the pseudo-Ugo Falcandus of Palermo, Norman Palace. It could be like medallions, textiles of Byzantine origin, since it's a Greek word, actually. So that is my guess, but could be any other. As for the display, I actually didn't find any clues about the way in which they were displayed. I have to say that I started my research for the master's thesis in COVID times, so I started an archival research only recently, and my presentation is mostly based on published archival researches, and it's very rare to find precise indications in documents about how they were hung. For example, it's possible to think they were hung from the galleries, but we actually don't have any, statement about this. I believe that, for example, curtains could be hung on the ciborium of San Marco, because we have these bands, metal bands, and as for the pani, we have some more clues, since in another inventory, which I've not included in my presentation, there's just a little phrase saying that pani are like an indirect source, because it mentions like a pala argentum, which is a silver pala, which is placed in the place of panni on the altar. So that's a sort of indirect indication that panni were hung in front of the altar as antependia, but it's just one voice in a many pages treasure inventories. And the bad thing is that from the first inventories, we don't have any more indication of textiles in St. Mark's treasure inventories, so for the medieval times, of course. So we cannot reconstruct, really reconstruct the biographies of these textiles, or whether they were kept in the treasury or they were sent or dismissed. I don't, it's not an answer actually, but just to, yes.
Yes, thanks very much for those talks. I'd like to ask Pauline a question, well, no, not really a question, a reaction, and I get a comment. I'm just wondering about the evidence about stench, and it seems to go like the more attention that writers across a broad span give to stench, the more we think cities in particular stink. And my sense is that there's something problematic about this, and that is that even before the Black Death and increasingly afterwards, we get more attention at the same time that cities are opening up, that we get legislation, particularly about certain professions like butchering and tanning, that are moved either outside cities or regulated in new ways. We get doctors much more interested in cleaning up cities along with people in communal governments. How do you react to that?
Of course, you have to be careful. Like you say, whatever people write, it's subjective. But the most evidence or sources that I base this on are laws that are, I'm looking for a sentence. For example, in Amsterdam in the Netherlands, there were actually laws imposed that talk about how bad the smell was. And also, there were actually streets that were renamed. There are, and they still exist, there are streets that are called Stinkgracht, so it's a really smelly canal. So yeah, of course, you have to be nuanced about it, but there were laws that
But I think the laws support my case. That the more laws, the more consciousness there is about stench, and the more control of stench there is.
Yeah, but it took a really long time before it was actually under control. Also, it varied from city to city. For example, Leiden in the Netherlands was very important for fabric treatment, and there the stench was it was really bad. But Leiden is a smaller city than, for example, Amsterdam, so they were able to control it quicker. Also because they were near an embankment, so they could use the ebb and flood. But then again, for example, Amsterdam or London or Paris, these are really, really big cities, so it took a really long time before they could control it. And there's actually, it's called the deodorization movement, which occurred at the end of the 18th century, where people had enough of the smelly canals and waters and streets, and they started experimenting with chemicals. They started washing dead bodies with acids and vinegars. Well, of course, when Paris was rebuilt by Haussmann, people actually expected him to take care of the smells and by taking down the slums. So it was something that was so continuous. It took so many centuries before cities started to smell or not smell, because the deodorization movement, like you can hear it, it's deodorant. They wanted to not smell like anything anymore. Yeah.
I have comments, but I'll leave them. But do you think cities don't smell today?
Of course they do, yeah, absolutely they do. But I think it's just we have sewers now. I mean, I think it's different.
Also, people were had to be cautious about, for example, using water. The water was so polluted, and also made sure that the city smelled really badly. I think it's not a black and white thing. It's very gray. Yeah.
I've got a question for Karina, and this is maybe more of an observation, but I was just wondering how much you feel like this was an idea that was kind of present among people making and buying the glass we've been studying. But it seems like, they're not the most luxurious of objects. It's sort of glass and embroidery, it's not super high level metal. But they're all things which are quite breakable. You can smash a glass and something so white can get quite dirty quickly. Whether this sort of conspicuous consumption is present in those people were somewhat sort of expecting these things to break.
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. It's a little difficult to speak about glass to a bunch of people I assume never had anything to do with glass, because there is as for every topic, a lot of details to it. But so first thing I address is you can break glass. That is true. But there's also a very long tradition of narrating this characteristic. So now I was talking about malleability and plasticity versus hardness of glass. The same Cardano, for example, writes in the same passage that I now left out, an anecdote that is based on an antique anecdote that is written already by Pliny, Cassius Dio, and also in the Satyricon, on like how a glassmaker comes to Tiberius and drops a bowl of glass, and this bowl doesn't break, but instead it just deforms, and he takes a little hammer and sort of like rectifies it again in its original shape. And Tiberius asks him, are you the only one possessing the recipe for this unbreakable glass? And the glassmaker says yes, because he's proud of it. But Tiberius beheads the glassmaker because he exactly says, yes, if we had a glass unbreakable, it would completely devalue gold and silver. So this anecdote is then being retold by different kind of like Cardano. He, for example, and that is a re-narration of the property of fragility of glass, of a glass sphere that he drops like on the floor several times, and it doesn't break but bounces forth and back to the ceiling. And in the context of the whole things that he says, it is clear that he admires the possibility of making like what the man achieved, the glassmaker, and can manipulate these properties as to such his will. It can be breakable, it can be unbreakable. And actually possessing an object that is so precious that you can easily break it was like added more value to it, because you only could afford to possess something that can easily be smashed. I mean, imagine that scene. Means you have the money to buy more of it anytime. And I mean, this glass was collected by, there is the Este who visit the workshops and go to the La Senza that I have shown. There is several other princes, kings, princesses, also internationally. There is a 1574 Henry III of France coming, and they stage a whole thing of like a boat, that again is probably a legend, we don't know, a boat coming to where the king lives with like a glass kiln on it, but showing the process of making. And glass is a material that lives a lot from people knowing how it has been made, and that is where the appreciation of this material comes from. So I think in this context, it is really important to understand how in like the merletto that was basically everywhere in Venice, you could see it on the tablecloths, the handkerchief, the wardrobe, like everywhere. And even if you didn't have the money to actually buy it, so occasions like the La Senza were actually meant for
everyone to go there and just look at things, touch them, and it is described as actually people lamented like that people go and look and touch but don't buy. So it is this encounter of different materials that make this appreciation possible of being like, oh, I understand what is being evoked here in a completely different material. Did I answer your question?
No, it's super interesting.
I kind of have a follow-up question to that for Karina. I was wondering how many of the, could be that this is not known, but I was wondering how specialized the technique was. Is it something that only a number of the glass makers were able to produce, or was it kind of generally practiced? Was it something that was unique or specialized to specific craftsmen?
Mm-hmm. That is a very good point, because it is part of my dissertation, actually, the transfer of knowledge. And what I've shown you was the patent that the workshop owners wrote to, and obviously this patent was meant for the eyes of just a small number of people. But the thing is, this patent doesn't state that at this very date they invented it out of nothing. So there is already like evidence to say this technique existed in this or the other way around 1500. There is also, I had no time to refer to that, but there is also antique glass that involves this kind of thready looking spiraling canes, but they're technically completely different than these ones to make. And so the point is, things in Venice were always kept secret, or they tried to keep it secret. That's one of the reasons they transferred their most precious glass makers, not the bead makers, not these small things, but this was a prestigious kind of craft for them, and Murano was a way to kind of isolate this knowledge. But obviously, whoever, so first Milanese glassmakers migrated to other glass-making centers like Altare in Liguria, was very known to the Medici manufactories in Florence. Later on, they spread it throughout Europe to the north, and you have such a thing that is called à la façon de Venise, which actually in Netherlands, in Belgium, and southern, well, all Bohemia, Germany, and England. Like the Venetian glass was very popular, so they were really eager to get these secrets. And crucial to that is that you already know how to make glass. So if you are a skilled glass maker, and this is part of like the idea of tacit knowledge, that you only can learn not from writings or recipes, but from your own experience and watching an experienced person making it. So whenever a Milanese glassmaker, knowing this filigrana technique, went to somewhere else and has shown it to other glassmakers, that's where à la façon de Venise was accelerated. But within Murano, so the patent ran out, it was requested for 10 years and was granted only for 10 years. After it ran out in 1537, all Milanese workshops made, and of course you see differences in quality, like Venice in the first years of making this was much more elaborate and skillful in little details. But then the Transalpine workshops become as good and sometimes even better. So,
Thank you.
okay, if there are no more questions, then I think we'll just thank our speakers once again.
We're chairing this panel, which consists of talks by Jessica Gasson, Julie Blott, and Amy Clark. And we'll start with Jessica. Jessica's research focuses on the tapestries made to be used on altars in the 15th century, mostly in the Netherlands, exploring how specific their iconography is to the medium. Before joining the Courtauld, Jessica completed a fine arts MA at Edinburgh University, and she's part of the Courtauld's textile research group, hoping to arrange practical textile workshops in the coming years. Her paper is titled From Manuscript and Tapestry, Exploring Intersections with Other Mediums in the Sans-Free Coronation Tapestry Design in Use. Please welcome Jessica.
Can you hear me okay? Yes, yes. I'm really sorry to everyone who's here on Friday and had something very similar to like this erosion. So I'm Jessica, yes, I'm studying this tapestry and the intersections between media and this Sans-Free Coronation Tapestry. So among surviving tapestries that were made to go on an altar, this one is particular value because it's very well preserved, well made, and its material and format are quite unusual. So, tapestry is first described in the 1595 inventory of Lyon Cathedral as a depiction of an Assumption for the altar, bequeathed by the late Monsieur de Bourbon. It was later renamed the Three Coronations Tapestry when it was rediscovered by Prosper Mérimée in 1839 and is listed this way in 1885 inventory. To understand more about how this tapestry is used as a devotional aid on the altar and the choices made in its design, we need to turn to the object. It has an unusually dense weave. So many large tapestries in the late 15th century got 5 warp threads per centimetre. Some of the more expensive ones with metal threads and silk have 7. This one has 11, making its resolution much finer. The fine warp is matched with minutely detailed weaving, you can see this close up, and many colours of silk buff thread. It also contains an unusual amount of gold. This gold is woven in a speckled way that suffuses the surface of the tapestry, reflects in the figure's clothes, the architecture, and what kind of everything. But it's an ineffective, it's very effective, but it's an expensive way to use gold. A lot is hidden at the back of the tapestry. We're not making the best sort of show with this luxury material. So the effect of this is a kind of shimmer, a lot like ornure, which is an embroidery technique pictured on the right, which combines with the unusually fine weave and the high content of dyed silk threads and fictive pearls, gives this tapestry the look of an embroidery, as appears to be the case when it was first mentioned in the 1561 inventory. So, another unusual thing is the raised central panel, the fictive tracery that frames the scenes, evocative of a painted or carved altarpiece. The inverted T-shape is common in a wooden structure, but quite unusual for a textile. I don't know of any tapestries made in the 15th century like this. Like many tapestries, the Sans-Free Coronation has been woven horizontally, so the warp threads run across the image that way, and the wefts are done sideways. The weaver is kind of working across the image from right to left as he makes it. This means that the upper section had to be added halfway through weaving, which is a procedure abruptly against the traditions and affordances of quite a linear medium method, and had uses of wonkiness and warping and inconsistent tension. So, the unwieldiness of this design choice was apparent in 1759, when the canons of Sens Cathedral had it cut down to a single height, so they could better fit on their altar. This change was revoked by the Gobelin weavers in 1925, and you can see in purple where they had to reweave the seraphim who were chopped to make the difference. Okay, so the designers had gone to effort and expense to mimic other media, painted or carved altarpieces and gold and silk embroidered altar frontiers. And why have they done this? Tracing the roots of the composition, I hope to shed light on how the design for this tapestry was altered to best serve its function. I will argue that the Sans-Free Coronation Tapestry maker's thoughtful and strategic design enhanced the meaning and experience of the tapestry. The medium was not an interchangeable carrier of information, but changed the quality of what it represented, in colour and detail and iconographic meaning. I will first review the sources, the iconography, in manuscript form, the tapestry's intersection with other elements in the ceremony, and then trace the changes the designers made when translating the iconography from a manuscript to a tapestry. Good. So, the surface is really rich with splendid materials. The lower scenes are set in interior spaces with low ceilings, brightly coloured marble colonnettes, and a tiled floor. They wear heavy velvets and copper gold quite a lot like Danites, Canandros, Dantel, with Virgin. So in the right-hand scene, as Awareness is sitting on a canopied throne, the sceptre is directed at Esther. He is crowned by courtiers on both sides, watching and gesticulating with a mixture of astonishment, malice, concern, and glee. Esther is interceding on behalf of the Jews and her uncle Mordecai, whom Ahasuerus has ordered to be killed. Mordecai might be the man in the blue coat, and the man scowling to the right of him, holding a dagger, could be Haman, who's trying to kill him. Okay. On the other hand side, we've got a scene that kind of matches. It's got a double throne, which Bathsheba is sitting on, while her son Solomon places a crown on her head. He's recognizing his mother's intercession with his father David to name him his successor, at the expense of his elder brother Adoniah. Adoniah could be the man who's glared at him, and the woman looking at the cross could be Abishag, his father's widow who he was trying to marry. So in the middle, Mary is kneeling in a vast blue robe spread around her knees, crowned by the Trinity, Christ and God the Father, who are wearing matching pink robes. The group is enclosed in a ring of red and blue seraphim, and beneath them some musician angels. So these three scenes repeat compositions, kneeling queens and thrones. The Old Testament narratives of Esther and Bathsheba are types that foreshadow the antitype of the Virgin as a queen. The antitype of the Virgin is queens who intercede with kings. Neither the story of Esther or Bathsheba depicted here involves their coronation, although they visually allude to coronations leading to the tapestry's current name. These are stories that bring into focus the Virgin's role as mediatrix, the intercessor between God and humankind through her coronation as Queen of Heaven, rather than the coronation as an end in itself. The Virgin's role as intercessor on behalf of the devotee placed a particular emphasis on the functional role of this tapestry, the devotional aid. So this combination of images with the coronation of the Virgin was popularized by the Biblia Pauperum. This was a book of text and images following the life of Christ that became increasingly popular in the 15th century and was one of the first books to be printed in 1562. Extant copies vary in their arrangement, iconography, and text, but usually have two Old Testament types flanking a New Testament antitype surrounded by text that comment on the images. Some of these texts are explanatory, but most are complex extended and hard multiple meanings. The mesh of typological connections is grounded on the belief that the Old Testament foreshadows the New. As Jesus says in Luke 24, all things need to be fulfilled which are written in the law of Moses and the prophets and the Psalms concerning me. An architectural framework holds all the elements together, literally and metaphorically, creating an interlocking grid, giving rise to this sort of web of narratives, images, and words. Particularly, and images are not just didactic, they're exegetical, inviting their viewer to unfold and expand on theology through their juxtaposition. As Henry writes, like quotes, they're comprehensible because they're based on pre-existing relationships, and they're exciting because they're their unexpected imagination. So it needed quite a sort of pre-educated viewer who was perceptive and could unpick the meanings that arose through the combinations. And the logic of this Biblia Pauperum is at the root of the three coronation tapestries iconography. So, the tapestry's designer have edited the manuscript page to suit its function as an altar cloth. A really crucial change occurred in how the iconography could function when the text was left out. Only the names of the key figures and the antitypes were included. This decision relates to the tapestry using an altar. The most apt ceremony would be the Feast of the Assumption on the 15th of August, which is the Deus Naturalis, when Mary ascended to heaven and was crowned queen, and the most significant moment of feasting. The ability to roll up tapestries to store them and fold them when you needed them made the medium well suited for this occasional ceremonial use. Functioning as part of a performance with multiple other objects in a liturgical text, rather than as an object on perennially, the Psalms 3 coronation tapestry didn't need a text as words would be provided in the ceremony. As an apocryphal text, the account of the Assumption narratives are widely accepted but never officially sanctioned in the Church, and so the Feast of the Assumption lacked a clearly defined text. This opened the door to inventiveness, regional variation, and quite frequently reconfiguration. Accounts of Mary and Peace are often particularly oral. Polyphony could weave diverse music and poetic material together for comparison. As such, it forms ground for symbolic interaction. Have multiple sort of unconnected things happening together. And Mary and the chant could be subtly mixed with sort of secular French songs. So, since Apocrypha couldn't serve as sources for liturgical chants, the Song of Songs offered a biblical text for the Assumption. It was quite an ambiguous one, and it could be interpreted either or both as an account of Mary's role as the body of the Church or bride of Christ. The 13th century Parisian Assumption liturgy juxtaposed passages from the Sponsors and Sponsa of the Song of Songs with newly composed text from a dialogue in the antiphons and responsories between Mary and Christ, through which Mary is raised to heaven to construct a coherent narrative of the Assumption. As Fulton points out, the depiction of Mary in the Song of Songs emphasized her state of being, in contrast to other saints' days which typically commemorate a moment. Mary's death and Assumption had no salvific effect, but her role as an intermediate was significant in the economy of salvation. This is the description of Mary that is reinforced in the Coronation's tapestry. So, the singing angels in the bottom register of the tapestry central scene focus on the lines of music and hymn book. The finger of the central angel follows and shows the halfway down the page when into a song, and the forefinger of the right angel is raised to follow the music. Musician angels are not very common in biblical manuscripts, usually the peripheral figures of prophets. Within the tapestry, these angels bridge the imagery to the words and sounds of the ceremony to form an interwoven and embedded part of the view's experience, placing the associations of the missing text. The instruments that they're playing refer to a specific style of music. Harps, lutes, and portable organs are soft bass instruments that would produce the kind of sounds you might hear in a courtly song. They're quite unlike shawms, sackbuts, and trumpets that make hard sounds described in the Last Judgment in Psalms and often painted in Assumptions. The tapestry designer's choice of soft instruments suited a real-world chanson performance emphasizes the iconography of virtuous women in courts we have in the types as prefigurations of the Virgin. In the 14th and 15th century, the language of devotion to the Virgin became so similar as times to be indistinguishable from that used to describe noble women in French courts. The tapestry differs from many other representations of this imagery in Biblia Pauperum to emphasize the palatial setting of the types. Both scenes are set in richly ornamented interiors, and small iconographic details have been taken out to make space for more courtiers in the audience. So the embracing couple and the noose, which was built behind Mordecai, have been taken out. And it makes the Three Coronations tapestry a bit more like the large, secular, historic and allegorical tapestries like the Principalities here, and the life of Tarquinius Priscus, which are contemporary, well, a bit later maybe, but quite contemporary with this tapestry, and have similar jewelled, canopied thrones and crowds of expressive courtiers who help to direct the viewer's gaze around the scene. There are also a number of supporting characters like Mordecai, Haman, Adoniah, or Abishai. In the Song's Three Coronation tapestry, the story is told through the expressions of identifiable figures throughout events and objects. Borrowing the narrative techniques of secular court tapestries reinforces the parallels between this tapestry's design and that sort of plays with the virtues of the Virgin and those of court women. The throng of courtiers create an audience to the events unfolding in the types that reinforces the position of the tapestry's viewer as an audience to the events of the tapestry. Positioned on an altar at the epicenter of the church, spatial positioning within the tapestry is meaningful and carefully balanced. All the scenes occur on a single shallow plane. Importance pivots around the central scene of Mary and the Trinity. Hierarchy among the figures is achieved with height. Thrones on daises raised to the crucial figure, and queens, and in fact all women, are placed closer to the centre, while antagonistic characters within the narratives like Adonai and Haman are in the third and spiritually respected columns. There are multiple types of reality within this tapestry. The Old Testament courts are distinguished by an architectural framework. The flowers running at the bottom of the frame reinforce its separateness from the outside world. Mary's Assumption floats between the scenes in its own panel. The ring of seraphim delineate the divide between heaven and earth in Old Testament and New Testament events. The raised central panel reinforces Mary's importance, ascendancy above other humans through her coronation, but also her physical rise through bodily Assumption. So there are some accounts of Mary's Assumption, piece of the Assumption, in which Mary is sort of like roped up to the roof amid the clouds. So this would be quite a physically dramatic ceremony. So this layering of multiple types of space within the surface of the Three Coronation tapestry is suited to a medium that often functions to create and to give characters to spaces and places. Mary's getting crowned by God the Father on the left and Christ on the right. This heightens the symmetry that centres around her and differs from the biblical parable, which Mary is usually crowned by just Christ on the right. As Virgil writes, in the biblical parable, it forms the apotheosis of redeemed humanity from an eschatological perspective, concluding the narrative that began with the Annunciation of Christ to Mary. It's not so much about the death of the Virgin, but the conclusion of the narrative of redemption. It's the triple coronation really recenters the narrative around Mary. So, her enthronement reinforces the symbolism of the altar as the throne, as a prefiguration of Mary, and Mary's embodiment of the church within the context of the Assumption feast. Okay. So, the greater scale of a tapestry needed more detail than a manuscript page, but the densely ornamented interior space is unusual amongst American tapestries. Already rich surfaces of stone and figured cloth are adorned with tassels, pearls, bells, feathers, fringes, gemstones, and gold clasps. The illusion of absorbed light is conveyed in dark velvets, refracted in stones, and shines luminously from woven pearls. The more fugitive pink and yellow dyes, you see the tapestry's back. At the bottom, they took photos in 2004 of the other side. And you can see there's a lot more purple and orange, which doesn't slide very well. I think the big expanse of the blue skirt really stands out kind of more boldly, but it does now, it's faded a little bit. So there's an overt reference to the tactile appeal of these textures. Courtiers are picking at their sleeves, holding on to carved tracery and rolling rosary beads in their fingers, suggesting a self-awareness of all this material richness. An ornament can hold an intermediary position, changing the nature of what it is transmitting. So in Bonaventure's account of the Feast of the Assumption, it describes Mary standing with shining pearls and precious adornments amidst the dwellings of the king, delights of the king's dwelling. Ornament distinguishes the heavenly space of the altar, the intangible heavenly space of the Virgin's coronation. Gold, silver, marble, pearl, glass, ivory, and purple were particularly prized as things in the immaterial hierarchies. Pseudo-Dionysius describes in the De Calastri Hierarchica that lead people upwards towards celestial hierarchies. And these were all filling the tapestry sets in abundance. This ornament is represented in the tapestry with dyed silks and gold and silver threads that far outstrip the cost of pigments. This is an atmosphere of splendour that both represents and constructs the tapestry as a luxurious object. The tactile appeal of the tapestry's materiality shaped how the represented textures gain a sense of kind of realness, that they're made with threads, that there's something tactile going on. So, the Son's three coronation tapestries makers thoughtfully adapted the biblical parent's iconography to best suit the other elements that would intersect with it when it was used in performance, and its environment at the epicentre of the church. The imagery condenses several experiential, symbolic, and spatial levels all in a single surface. It's a complicated object. There's an intersection of media and design that draws on the methods of other media that go on altars. So it's got the shape of the carved panel, the high material value of embroidery, and combines with the number of devices that are commonly used in secular tapestries. But the design is done quite cleverly. It doesn't neutralize these elements, but kind of mimics the material specificity of other media, bringing together a material richness and narrative drama to make a devotional aid of transmedial virtuosity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jessica. Our next speaker is Julie Plot. After studying at the École Nationale de Chartres, she prepared a doctoral thesis in medieval art history at the Sorbonne, and has defended her thesis entitled The Textile Environment of the Altar, A Ritual History of Art circa 1250 to 1550 on the 6th of April. Congratulations. She was inspired in this work by the methodology of ritual studies, linking medieval source criticism with textiles technical studies to consider the ways in which textiles gathered around the altar could have impacted the ritual's visuality from the middle of the 13th to the middle of the 16th centuries. And next year she will be a research and teaching assistant at the university. Please welcome Julie.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Jessica and Julia, for organizing this very fascinating symposium around the question of medieval and Renaissance textiles. I hope everything will be understandable. If not, please tell me or just make a sign. So as we saw previously in Jessica's paper, textiles displayed around the altar in the Middle Ages could be of many kinds. We saw a torso weaver, and now I will focus on a small object that was handled and manipulated in a precise movement during the ritual. My case study is a little known box that was used, manipulated and put on the altar in a very close relationship with the Eucharistic consecration. I want to explore the way the Cluny Museum's corporal case of this object implemented the overlapping between incarnation and consecration, and so between the historical and body of Christ. My purpose is to underline how its iconography interacted with the ritual performance and how its meaning could intensify through the actual gestures and prayers performed during the ritual. As this paper should last only 20 minutes, I will organize my talk very simply. At first, I will give you a general overview of the corporal case preserved in the Cluny Museum in Paris. Then, I will explain what were the uses of corporal cases at the altar during the Eucharistic ritual. And finally, I will entangle the two previous parts to question how this object could have been manipulated and how its images were specifically activated during the ritual. So let's begin with techniques, location, and dating, what we can learn from this object and about this object. The corporal case of the Cluny Museum is a flat pocket with a flap. It's one of the oldest known examples of corporal case and one of the best preserved. 3 sides are embroidered. When closed, this corporal case shows John the Baptist on its front, so here, and the crucifixion on its back. When the flap bearing John the Baptist is lifted, it discovers the Nativity, which can only be seen as the corporal case is open. So just to be sure it is perfectly understandable, I've put here pictures of the corporal case fully open, back and front. There is no known archive documenting this object before it was bought by the Cluny Museum in the middle of the 19th century. So we know nothing before this object entered the Cluny's collection under the name of a Courtauld, which is one, of the 12th century, which is also one. The presence of a monk here at the feet of Christ suggests that it was originally made for a monastery, but it is only an hypothesis. The corporal case has been generally defolded and partially re-embroidered, like many other medieval textiles. Moreover, some parts of the linen background are missing. You can see here, obviously, there is a big hole. Some silk threads have disappeared. You have to imagine that each seam was delineated by a black border. Here you have the black threads, and the rest is missing. However, this object is still in quite a good state of conservation, mainly because the 3 embodied sides are still sewn together. We can also observe 3 loops, here, here, and here, that were associated with buttons in order to close the box. As you can see on this picture, one button survived. It is embroidered on its top and on its bottom, and it was probably wrapped with another textile that had disappeared. This little button is a very precious clue, because if we consider it as a medieval button, as I do, we can assert that everything under it, especially the lining and the white and red stitches here, delineating the object, is original. So thanks to all these elements, and contrary to many other panels cut from corporal cases, we can understand how this object could have been manipulated during the ritual. From a technical point of view, the embroidered panels were made with different stitches, such as the straight tapestry stitch in the background, so that's stitches, which were very frequently used in Germany in the Middle Ages, as you can see on this other example, which is an embroidered stole preserved in the Lyon Cathedral. And that's why Christine Descatoires, Nadège Gaufre-Fayol, and Astrid Castres placed this corporal case among the Moselle or German area in their recent exhibition in the Cluny Museum, without, however, any revealing formal comparison. It should be added here that this corporal case is probably one of the earliest known prototypes of ornate embroidery. So it must have been also a very precious textile. From an iconographical point of view now, the first thing we might say is that the three images are not untypical or rare. They were very frequently depicted on walls of churches or liturgical objects during the Middle Ages. Regarding, for example, the composition of the Nativity, with the Virgin lying in the foreground, the child in the manger between the donkey and the ox, Joseph seated on the right side looking at the Virgin, we can even assert that this scene belongs to a kind of iconographic stereotype. Indeed, we can find, for example, the same composition in many manuscripts painted around Paris in the 13th century, and even in the Chartres stained glass windows. That's why, at the end of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century, Louis de Farcy and Charles Rohaut-Fleury attributed this little box to the 13th century Paris or Burgundy. Despite these similarities, I think we can be more specific by comparing this corporal case with manuscripts painting in Bavaria in the middle of the 13th century. In Parisian or modern nativities, I didn't find any representation of the crowned Virgin, but the Psalter House of the Morgan Library, made in Wolfsburg around 1240 or 1250, this one, shows the crowned Virgin reclined on a very stylized mattress. Another Wolfsburg Psalter shows an architecture with towers here, geometrical capitals here, and overshot arches that we can also observe on the corporal case under a more simplified form. In the same way, whereas the Parisian crucifixions have no suppedaneum, in Bavaria the feet of Christ lay on a large square platform, as you can see on these two examples. The three little streams of blood flowing from each wound are also very similar from the manuscripts to the corporal case. We can even compare John the Baptist showing the Lamb of God with another painting of the same Wolfsburg manuscript. Moreover, the three embroidered images are delineated by a large ornamental frame, and for the front face with four figures, the symbols of the evangelists, inscribed inside circles on each corner. A similar ornamental framing organizing some images of another psalter, also painted in Wolfsburg, also in the middle of the 13th century. And we can even go further and compare the different ornaments of the corporal case, so lozenges, flowers with four petals, and scrolls, with those of this Wolfsburg psalter. For all these iconographical and technical reasons, I think we can attribute this object to the middle 13th century Bavaria. In the second part of this paper, I will explain the general uses of corporal cases during the Eucharistic ritual. In the late Middle Ages, there were two different kinds of corporal cases. The oldest form was the flat corporal case with a flap, like the Cluny Museum's case, or like this beautiful English example painted in the 15th century. The earliest form was a wooden box, generally covered with textile. As their name indicates, corporal cases were aimed at preserving the corporals before and after Mass, and to carry them from treasures to altars. The corporal is a kind of linen altar cloth that covered the altar during the canon of the Mass. This white linen cloth was the most sacred textile displayed around the Catholic altar because of its direct contact with the consecrated spaces, and so, in theological words, with the body of Christ. The same piece can be laid upon the altar and folded to wrap the chalice, or the celebrant can use two different corporals, one to cover the altar and the second one to cover the chalice. So we have to imagine that corporals were folded and stored inside their cases. Medieval liturgical texts insisted on the fact that corporals should have marked fold, as you can see on this picture of the corporal of Laval St. Charterhouse in Switzerland, or on this engraving. As a normal object, the corporal case was rarely mentioned in liturgical texts. For my doctoral thesis, I've read about 70 ordinals, and I found only one quotation related to this box. So this one. The ordinal of the Bayeux Cathedral in Normandy explained in the 13th century, I quote, "After that, the priest himself carries solemnly the corporals on the blessed altar. They are not naked, but wrapped in a cloth dedicated to them." So I think that's the corporal case. Then he puts them on the altar and leaves them naked. He lays the cloth in which they were wrapped on the left part of the altar. So it is very likely that the corporal case was closed after the offertory and stood at the back of the altar during the whole canon, as you can see on many depictions of masses painted in the late Middle Ages. As a small object, so the Cluny Museum corporal case is only 16 cm over 16 cm, that's very small. The corporal case was probably only visible to the celebrant and its ministers. It should be added here that the Cluny Museum's corporal case is probably lined with parchment, as shown on this picture taken before restoration. You see here we have very tiny holes that make me think that it is parchment. Stiffened by parchment, this object should have been rigid and stood upright on the altar. Let's explore in the last part of this paper how the Cluny Museum's corporal case and its images could have interacted with the Eucharistic ritual. If we have a general look at the subject, we may underline that its iconography refers directly or indirectly to the body of Christ. First, the Nativity and Crucifixion and the scroll, the historical body of Christ, from its generation to its destruction, from its beginning to its end. During Mass, the priest was sometimes invited to meditate on these two events of the life of Christ, as did the Speculum Ecclesiae, written by Hugues of Sanchez in the middle of the 13th century. I translate: the priest must meditate on the Incarnation, the Passion, and the power of this sacrament, so that's the Eucharist, and so receive Corpus Christi with the greatest devotion and prayer. Second, the Lamb of God showed by John the Baptist could be analyzed as a traditional reference to the sacramental body of Christ. Let's be more precise. During Mass, as he pronounced the first words of the canon's preface, the Te Igitur, the priest should meditate on the Passion. As Sicardus or Durandus explained, for example, illuminated sacramentaries or missals often showed an image of the crucifixion in front of the words Te Igitur as meditational reminders of the Passion. Just before the preface of the canon, remember, the corporal case was placed at the back of the altar after oblation, where it remained near the chalice and the horse. In this context, the Cluny Museum's corporal case, like another similar box embroidered in the Moson area, exhibited the crucifixion to the priest's eyes so as to support his meditation, as did an illumination in a liturgical manuscript. Moreover, it is well known that the Te Igitur's crucifixion, unlike many other images displayed around the altar in the Middle Ages, was subject to specific ritual gestures. Indeed, as early as the 12th century, some medieval liturgists explained that the crucifixion was to be kissed, and more precisely its feet, during the preface of the canon. I quote again Durandus: "Some say the priest kisses firstly the feet of the Majestas and then those of the crucifix." Even at the back of the corporal case, it is probably not a coincidence that the figure of the monk had been embodied at the feet of the crucified Christ. Of course, we could understand this depiction as a classical representation of a donor in position of humility and prayer before a saintly or divine figure. But we can also ask ourselves if this position did not also allude to the liturgical kissing of the crucifixion and its feet, which opens the canon, as does the opening of the corporal case. The Lamb of God also had a specific place in altar books, as it related directly to the Agnus Dei prayer pronounced at the end of the canon before the communion. It should be noticed that the Te Igitur and the Agnus Dei frame the canon. You see here we have the Te Igitur said during the preface and the Agnus Dei at the end of the canon of the Mass, and the consecration is located between the Tedito and the Agnose. So depicting the crucifixion and the Lamb of God on an object which was manipulated just before and just after the canon could be a way to encapsulate and summarize the actions performed during this most important part of the Mass. The same way of framing the canon can be found in some altar books. Also much older, the famous Sacramentary of Henry II, painted in the beginning of the 11th century, specializes in a very interesting way these two images. In this liturgical manuscript, the crucifixion opens the canon of the Ordonance, here, while the Lamb of God closes it, here. I believe that the crucifixion and the Lamb of God embodied on the Cluny's corporal case were imbued with a similar meaning. By contrast, the image of the Nativity seems a little bit more anecdotal and less directly related to the liturgical performance. But to finish this paper, I will try to demonstrate that, on the contrary, this image had a close relationship with the Eucharist and the sacerdotal spirituality of the late Middle Ages. So this scene was certainly not visible during the canon, but only when the priest lifted the flap and extracted the corporals at the offertory. So to understand this image, therefore, we must go back to the preparatory stages of the Eucharistic consecration. As in the case of the Annunciation of a Brumbo corporal case of the 15th century, I think that this ephemeral revelation or disclosure paradoxically emphasized the meaning of this hidden image. In late medieval literature, from Hildegard of Bingen to Guy Furbitti, a strong bond was established between the Nativity, so the birth of Christ, and the Eucharist, consecrated by the priest during Mass. This bond relied on the hyper-realistic definition of the Eucharist at the end of the Middle Ages, according which frontiers between sacramental body and historical body of Christ blurred. I translate, for example, Francis of Assisi. Every day the Son of God humbles himself as when he came from the woman's womb in the virgin womb. Every day he comes to us in humble guise. Every day he comes down from the bosom of the Father into the hands of the priest. Another very common text written in the 15th century put, for example, "O the venerable dignity of priests, in whose hands the Son of God is incarnated, as well as in the virgin womb." From the 13th century to the middle 16th century, this devotional literature conveyed a clear parallel between the Nativity and the Mass, between the Virgin who gave birth to the child and the priest who was about to consecrate the host. I think that this image, with a greater plasticity than text, developed this parallel between the Virgo Sacerdotisa, the Virgin as priest, and the priest performing the Mass. This image is all the more free to express this unthinking of medieval theology, as it only reveals its deepest meaning when manipulated in the hands of the priest. If we go back to the iconographic comparison with the Wurzburg Psalter of the Morgan Library, we may underline that, contrary to this image, the Virgin of the corporal case is not holding a small round object. She is directly gesturing toward a child. This can be a gesture of affection, of course, but also a blessing close to a liturgical gesture. When the priest slipped his hand into the corporal case to extract the corporals, his performed gesture mirrored the iconographic gesture of the Virgin. The priest's hand and the Virgin's hand met virtually at the center to designate the child lying in an altar-like manger. This iconographical intersection between the Virgin and the priest, the Nativity and the Mass, the child and the host were activated and intensified through the actual gestures performed during the ritual. Moreover, there is a contrast between the white corporals and the heavily embodied case. The iconography of the corporal case was a means of materializing the uses and even the dignity of the corporals. Indeed, the corporal case anticipated the contact between the sacramental body of Christ and the white corporal by already displaying an explicit representation of the historical body of Christ. To conclude, whereas the three images of this corporal case belong to a long-standing iconographic tradition, it is clear that they have been carefully chosen in a close relationship with the uses of this object. In this paper, I try to demonstrate that the intersections between images, objects, and ritual are of two kinds in this corporal case. First, images can support the devotion of the celebrant when it shows a scene or a figure on which he is supposed to meditate while performing some actions of the ritual. The depictions of the crucifixion and the Lamb of God framed and somehow encapsulated the canon. Second, the intersections between iconography and ritual can intensify through the actual gestures performed around and with the object. In this case, images were actualized and imbued with a stronger meaning by the ritual. When the corporal case was endowed by the priest, the image of the Nativity highlighted a strong parallel between the Virgin and the priest, the Nativity and the Mass, the Child and the Host, an intersection that was impossible to express outside a specific liturgical context. Thank you for your attention.
The last speaker, channel panel, is Amy Clark. She is a senior undergraduate student at Brigham Young University studying art history. She currently works for the University Library as conservation technician and has come here directly from Egypt, where she worked as a textile analyst for an archaeological excavation on an early Christian cemetery. After graduation, she will pursue a master in textile conversation. It's late for me. Conservation. Please welcome Amy to the stage.
Around the year 1502, the tapestry, the Mass of St. Gregory, was created in Brussels, presumably by Peter van Aalst, and acquired by Queen Isabella of Spain as a present from her daughter Juana. Despite this tapestry's prominence in the royal collection, not much has been written regarding its content. As the title would suggest, it tells the story of St. Gregory's most famous Mass. One could assume this Mass happened in a church, and indeed it did, according to legend. But the tapestry depicts a slightly different version. Rather than taking place solely inside a basilica, the scene begins in a flower-strewn field that morphs into the floral carpet of the crossing. The altar is decorated with flowers, and the borders of the clergyman's robes, as well as the tapestry borders, are covered in living vines. This floral motif is not unusual for tapestries, but is strange in its abundance considering the setting. This talk explores how these plants create an incarnational garden in line with the story of Christ and the sacrament of the Eucharist, as well as how this garden affects the human heart and soul. Firstly, we must understand the tapestry scenes and figures. The tapestry is formatted much like a triptych, with a central scene and two related side panels. St. Gregory and the congregation receive a vision of Christ, which is spurred by a doubter in the congregation, one who is not certain the bread of the Eucharist truly transforms into Christ's flesh. In response, Christ appears to them as the Man of Sorrows, surrounded by a host of angels and his armaments, appearing on the altar above them in the central area. To the left of the central panel, separated by a column, is, going from top to bottom, Christ in Gethsemane, Christ healing Malchus, and in a separate section, King David. On the right, also separated and going from top to bottom, is Christ on the cross, Christ carrying the cross, and below these a seated St. Augustine. King David holds a banner roll that reads, "Men did eat angels' food," from Psalm 78, also used as a chant recited during Corpus Christi, which celebrates Christ's body and specifically the mystery of transubstantiation. St. Augustine holds a banner roll as well, which speaks of the Eucharist as a visible sign of grace from God. Interestingly, he also holds a heart. Surrounding all these elements are various living plants and floral decorations that create a sensational garden. Looking at the tapestry, one can almost feel the soft petals of the flowers, taste the sweet juices flowing from the fruits, and smell the pungent incense coming from the Mass, as the sacred songs are sung by humans and angels alike. Entwined amongst the vines are various birds, which one could imagine adding their own sweet sounds to the hallowed hymns. Much like attending a real Mass, the beauty and experience of it all is nearly overwhelming. One's eyes dart from flower to flower, saint to saint, and scene to scene, attempting to understand and internalize it all, and at the heart of the work is Christ. The incarnation of Christ is itself the great mystery of Christian belief, and as such a concept is best understood through imagery and metaphor. In John 15, Christ calls himself the living vine, saying, quote, I am the living vine, ye are the branches. He that abideth in me, and I in him, the same bringeth forth much fruit. For without me ye can do nothing. Herein is my Father glorified, that ye bear much fruit, so shall ye be my disciples. As the Father hath loved me, so have I loved you. Continue ye in my love. Close quote. According to this quote, Christ is the true vine, and his believers branches. Only through him do they live, and only by doing his works do they bring forth good fruit. This idea is echoed in the tapestry's floral frame. All around the tapestry is a living vine, laden with fruit and flowers. It is a vine in which all that occurs within the tapestry abides. And in these scenes, though there is not much fruit, there is a plenitude of flowers. Christ is represented figuratively in the vine through the various flora present which recounts his story. Beginning at the bottom of each side panel and moving up are trailing roses. On the bottom left, the vines begin in red, and on the bottom right, in white. Red roses often represent Mary, and white roses could easily point to God's pure divinity. To understand the full implication of this, one must know what comes next. Growing from the roses in every part of the tapestry are peaches. Such a growth is not achieved in real horticulture, but is present here as a symbolic growth. Peaches are a fleshy fruit, soft to the touch and sweet to the taste, easily bruised and battered to reveal a stony heart. In artworks depicting Mary and the Christ child, they are often used as replacements for apples as the fruit of salvation. This particular fruit does not appear in name in the Bible, but can be considered one of the sweet and good fruits referenced in many verses throughout Scripture. David, pictured beside the peaches in the border, exclaims through verse, quote, how sweet are the words unto my taste, yea, sweeter than honey to my mouth. Close quote. This is an intentional connection, not only between the verses and fruit, but between the fruit and the Word of God, which is Christ. The branches of the peaches in the frame come from two disparate sources, the red roses and the white. This likely alludes to Christ's duality. Christ is fully mortal through Mary, the lush red roses, and yet fully divine, shown through the brilliant white single-layered eglantines. The fruit that grows from each is as complete as the Lord's hypostasis. It is not half of either, but a single whole. This pattern appears again on the top corners of the tapestry. In the top left corner, above the scene in Gethsemane, there are peaches and white roses, highlighting Christ's connection to the Father and his divine right as he reaches out in prayer, even while recognizing his mortal state as he suffers the sins of the world through his incarnate body. These messages are repeated in the top right corner, where Christ hangs on the cross, as Mary steadfastly mourns and contemplates his death. Above them, red roses become peaches, as his connection to mortality through his mother, depicted in the scene, reaches its height through the most temporal act of all, death. This serves to further solidify in the minds of the viewer Christ's place as the Son of God, the only being capable of redeeming the world through his flesh and spirit. Growing from the peaches along the sides of the tapestry are heartsease, also known as wild pansies. As their name would suggest, they are associated in the heart, specifically in a romantic sense. However, due to their tricolor petals, they have also long been associated with the Trinity. They serve to show Christ as the Son in the flesh, as one of a whole, as the Trinity. They may also remind the sensitive soul of Christ's love for all people, individually and collectively. One can hardly speak of love and gardens in the Renaissance without thinking of courtly love and the Song of Songs. In Solomon's verses bring together the idea of romantic love and Christ's love, as the pious soul becomes his spiritual bride in a metaphorical sense. Alternately, the garden is also considered a depiction of the mystery of the Incarnation. Expounding upon the idea of this divine union, Winston Allen writes, quote, taking Mary as their model, garden allegories of the late Middle Ages depicted the garden as the heart or conscience, and the plants cultivated there as qualities that are pleasing to the divine spouse, close quote. This heart is shown over and over in the Mass of St. Gregory tapestry, literally and through floral elements. The most overt heart is the quasi-anatomical one, held by St. Augustine in the right-hand corner. Besides this, the notion of the heart is symbolized through various plants, including prominently placed strawberries and physalis, and echoed in the peaches and olives. The Song of Songs does not directly mention any of these plants, but does generally consider them pleasant fruits, as something produced in the garden of the woman, meant for the pleasure and consumption of the beloved. In truth, no plant or spice mentioned in the songs is present in the tapestry, but the general sentiment remains. Similarly, the Song of Songs described how,
quote, "The winter is past, the rain is over and gone, the flowers appear on the earth, the time of singing of birds is come, and the voice of the turtle dove is heard in our land," close quote. In the vines of the tapestry borders sing many birds of varying sizes and varieties. The long night of winter is past, as the beloved enters the garden, and Christ, through his atonement and resurrection, brings new life to the land. Birds, like believers in Christ, may find refuge in the living vines and never worry or want of food. Lured by the sense of the fruit, the beloved comes upon the garden and partakes of the fruit and pleasures found therein, but he is careful in his consumption, allowing for perpetual growth, as the garden is not fleeting, but meant to last as long as his love. This sweet scent, though not literally transferred in the tapestry, may be evoked in the images of flowers and fruits, as well as the incense, the vehicle for which sits near the feet of St. Gregory. It may even be the myrrh mentioned throughout the songs. It is made clear that the beloved is checking on the progress of the garden, saying, quote, "I went down into the garden of nuts to see the fruits of the valley, and to see whether the vine flourished and the pomegranates budded," close quote. In earlier verses of the woman of the garden is referred to as, quote, "My dove, that art in the clefts of the rock, in the secret places of the stairs, and asked too, let me see thy countenance, let me hear thy voice, for sweet is thy voice, and thy countenance is comely," close quote. If Christ is the beloved and the garden represents the heart of the believer, tended by the believer in the form of the woman, Christ comes to St. Gregory in the main scene of the tapestry to see the progress of his congregation. The seeds of faith within the congregation had perhaps in some cases fallen onto barren soil. In the songs, the garden is lush and vibrant. This is an example, a goal to be reached, and the tapestry follows suit. Its verdant nature is the product of toil, not gained easily and prone to weeds and wiles if order is not consciously maintained. It is the same with the heart of the convert. He or she must work diligently to gain an understanding of truth, and even harder to maintain it and refrain from the temptations of the world. But all is not lost for the wild heart. It can be reformed through Christ. Christian theology is brimming with gardens of redemption, the first and certainly most infamous being the Garden of Eden. All other garden stories allude to this first land of fallen fathers. In paradisiacal glory, the Garden of Eden was the perfect place where man and woman lived in purity and harmony, and in which all life went according to the will of the Father. They fell as they partook of the bitter fruit, and could only be saved by another fruit, that of sacrifice and love born from the enclosed garden, that is the Virgin Mary. St. Augustine has a similar story in Book 8 of Confessions. To truly convert his whole being to God, he retires to a garden, but finds himself ashamed and hides under a fig tree. This harkens to the story of Adam and Eve, where they, ashamed of their disobedience, clothe themselves with fig leaves. He overcomes his lustful desires as he hears a voice beckoning unto him to read, and he heeds the call. The word of God allowed Augustine to overcome his own will and give it to God. David had a similar issue with chastity, and St. Augustine was also required to relearn how to align his will with the Father's. It is only through Christ that they overcome these issues. In the top left corner of the tapestry, there is a scene of Christ in Gethsemane. Around the scene are the aforementioned roses and peaches, as well as thistles and honeysuckle berries. Thistles are sign of tribulation, with thorny stems, reminiscent of the crown of thorns. Honeysuckle, due to its sweet scent and trailing vines, which often curl around trellises in romantic gardens, are a symbol of love and happiness. Only its berries are left, but they are fruits of love and happiness, born after tribulation, as they grow directly from the thistles. They are also fruits of triumph, as Christ overcomes the sin of all the world through his great love of mankind. Through the resurrection itself is not shown in the tapestry, Christ rises from the dead in 3 days and fully overcomes the effects of the fall, becoming the sweet fruit and bread of the Eucharist that redeems the willing heart. To celebrate this victory, the tapestry shows daisies, poppies, plantains, and narcissus. Daisies, used in mummification processes, came to represent eternal life. Poppies, which bring sleep but not death, represent his awakening on the third day, as well as his passions, because of their brilliant red color, and the Eucharist for their tendency to grow in wheat fields. Plantains are difficult to kill and come back even after being trampled, showing that Christ cannot be defeated. Narcissus always returns in the spring, just as Christ, the once dead, comes to life again. Christ's resurrection is the ultimate triumph that allows sinners to repent and be forgiven, receiving the promised blessings of eternal life. He is the anchor of the soul and the hope as one who has gone before. Only those who choose to believe in Christ receive this blessing. Speaking on the Eucharist, Augustine writes, quote, "After all, what else are certain bodily sacraments but certain visible words, sacred of course, but still changeable and temporal? It works not because it is said, but because it is believed." Close quote. Congregants must choose for themselves whether they will partake and whether they will have their spirits healed. Considering healing in the tapestry, just below St. Gregory's feet is a large parsley plant. It is not blooming, nor does it bear any fruit, but it does serve a practical function. Parsley was used to heal issues of the liver and lungs, and to staunch bleeding. Not coincidentally, St. Gregory dealt with somewhat vaguely recorded issues with internal organs, which were believed to be so he could suffer enough on earth not to have even 2 days in purgatory. In this plant, his redemption through Christ is represented, as he is healed by Christ's sacrifice. It may also reference the fall of Adam and Eve, as they are told, quote, "Thorns and thistles shall it bring forth to thee, and thou shalt eat the herb of the field," close quote. Throughout the tapestry, the artist seems to be alluding to the idea that all who come unto Christ, no matter how horrid their sin or infirmity, can be healed. David and Augustine, who saw themselves as the vilest of sinners, were cleansed by Christ. Malchus, who was not worthy of healing as one who sought to take Christ's life, was healed, and from an injury that would be generally unfixable. This begs the question, how is one healed? By faith, yes, but precluding that, there is another necessary attribute, humility. Strewn throughout every area of the tapestry are strawberries. They are on every border, throughout the grass, and on the altar, and under Christ's feet. As previously mentioned, one of their connotations is humility. King David, in facing his own damnation, sought the Lord in utmost humility, crying out, quote, "Have mercy upon me, O God, according to thy loving kindness, according to the multitude of thy tender mercies, blot out my transgressions. Thou desirest not sacrifice, else I would give it. Thou delightest not in burnt offering. The sacrifices of God are a broken spirit. A broken and contrite heart, O God, thou wilt not despise." Close quote. It is this heart which the beloved visits, which the believer must always tend to and cultivate to bring forth pleasant flowers that are asked as a sacrifice. It is the very will of man to let his heart be untamed and wild, that it must be exchanged for grace. On the topic of Christ as a healer, St. Augustine wrote, quote, "It is the medicine of Christian humility alone by which the tumor of pride is cured," close quote. He extrapolates on Christ and his incarnation, stating that God descended so that people might recognize themselves as human, that, quote, "Because of this vice, because of this great sin of pride, God came lowly. This cause of all vices, this great sin, this vast disease of men's souls, threw the omnipotent physician down from heaven and brought it about that he was humbled to the form of a slave, treated shamefully and suspended upon the cross, that by the healing power of such great medicine, this tumor might be cured. Now at last, man, for whom God was made low, should be ashamed to be proud." Close quote. God's condescension to mortality, coupled with the Eucharistic themes of St. Gregory's Mass, would suggest that it is the Eucharist, the culmination of Christ's sacrifice and mortality, that heals the heart of the sinner. In partaking of the Eucharist, a congregant professes their belief and aligns their will with God's. Considering the faith of the believer in line with the story of St. Gregory's Mass, Augustine said, quote, "It's still, indeed, as you can see, bread and wine. Come the consecration, and that bread will be the body of Christ, and that wine the blood of Christ. This is brought about by the name of Christ, brought about by the grace of Christ, that it should continue to look exactly what it used to look like, and yet should not have the same value as it used to. You see, if it was eaten before, it would fill the belly, but now when it is eaten, it nourishes the spirit." It is the intention of the tapestry to have the viewer consider whether they truly believe in the Eucharist and the healing redemptive power of Christ as they partake. Are they the doubter in the congregation, or are they, as Augustine, once a sinner, but redeemed by Christ through their humility? As St. Augustine holds up his heart, he asks the viewer to do the same. The work represents the ideal garden in the heart of a believer, with vines of Christ's story running through every lane, and healing redemptive plants. with Christ in the center of it all, nor should we guard with the fountain that is his body and blood.
Yeah, if I could get all three speakers to the front, please. All right, is somebody keen to start off with questions? Susie.
I actually have questions for you, but I went off the floor and let's start with Julie. And Julia? Julie. It was, that was wonderful. Fascinated by your object. And I have one question and also a thought about it. The question is about the limited colour in the embroidery, and if potentially we see any meaning in it. And I know that those colours, the green, the pink, and the white, can possibly have royal connotations, and if it could ever be a royal commission, but have they faded? That's the question. The comment was, I loved your iconographical reading, but I also wondered if there may be another layer to it that you could add that is about containment and carrying. Because on the exterior you have John the Baptist carrying the Lamb of God, and then you have the crucifixion of the cross, which is bearing the body of Christ, and then you have the Virgin, which is carrying the body of, bears the body of Christ in the womb, and the way that the object then bears the corporeal. And I think maybe there's an extra level of meaning I wonder that you could add into it, because you could have just had at the end stay up instead of have John the Baptist really emphasizes that point.
Okay, thank you very much for your question, and thank you for the additional reflection on the iconography. It's true that I didn't think about this possibility. I will think about this. Thank you very much. About the colors, it's hard to evaluate the colors because some of them faded, as you saw in some picture. But as the flap covered most of the time the nativity, we can think that it's a good ground to evaluate the colors of this corporal case. I don't really know if there is some symbolic meaning on colors on this object.
Is it very normal? Is that a very standard colour range? It seems interestingly limited.
I heard you pronounce that it was maybe a royal commission. I think I can't.
That's really very speculative. Because certainly by the later 14th century, those colours are the colours that the French kings.
Oh yeah, but it's definitely German.
It's definitely not. And I don't know how far those colours go back. I mean, I think it's definitely by the mid.
So you mean the bright blue, right?
No. I'm talking about pink, green, and white are the royal French colours. Not, and blue and gold also, but they adopt them. The French kings adopt pink, green, and white.
Well, I don't think it is related to the royal court. What I'm sure is that it's German. It's definitely German, from a technical and an iconographical reason.
And it could be German maker. And I just wondered if there was any iconographic connection.
But there is this monk at the feet of the crucifixion, and so it made me think that it's for monastery.
Right, it's probably not the patron, is it? And I agree with you. I think the reading of that is not necessarily the patron, but as a model for the object. It seems to make sense. So but I was just wondering if you knew, and if this was a very standard way of a colour choice. That's more my question is how standard it is.
I think that if we wanted to question colors, we should compare the Courtauld case with manuscripts, with illuminations in manuscripts. And we saw briefly that in Bavaria the colors were more green and orange and red than in the Moselle or the French area. So I think that would be the point in this case. Thank you for your question. Yes, Pauline?
Also a question for you. Maybe I'm personally curious, but which method did you use for your project-based
I've no predefined method, I must say. I've seen this little box 2 times in the Cluny Museum, or at least 3, with the exhibition. The first time it was with the curator, Christine Descatois, and she showed me the techniques, the prototype ornue embroidery, and I was just focused on the techniques, which is not my point for my research. So it was not my. It didn't match with what I wanted to ask to the subject. And so the second time, it was next week. And so I was all alone with the object, and I was able to open it, close it, and see how it works. And that's when I discovered that there was still a little button. And so for my doctoral thesis, I've already gathered a lot of text about liturgy, liturgical text, ordinals, missals, etc., and books for priests, and so on. And so I already had the text about liturgy, and I already know what was the Courtauld case, what was it made for. I already had some comparison, but it was very precious to see again this subject and really to focus on this. That's how I proceeded. Tom?
Thank you. I really enjoyed all those papers. My question is for Jessica. I thought your was really persuasive and not swayed, but it occurred to me also that almost everything that this object is doing could be done with a painting, apart from the kind of prestige associated with the textiles. And I wondered if you could just say a little bit more about its commissioning and its context in Lyon, particularly. Is it significant that it's in Lyon, which certainly now we think of as a big centre of textile production? I don't know if it was at that period. Does it matter? Is it significant?
Yeah, so I guess I feel there's lots of things about the materials that are important, like, you know, the sort of the silk and the gold and the shininess, which I guess you could have in a painting, but would communicate differently. They would be, I don't know, it would be reflecting light differently, and the kind of style, the crowding of figures, and the, I guess the sort of richness of cloth would look maybe unusual in a painting. So I feel like there's a tapestry specificity maybe in the design, even though that this could just be, you know, maybe there once was an altarpiece that looked very similar to this, but some little things would be different. But I'm really curious about the commission for it. So it's got the arms of Cardinal Charles II of Bourbon on it, and he has another tapestry in Sens, and it wasn't. I mean, it wasn't given to Sens Cathedral by him. It was given by his nephew, who was Cardinal Louis Bondon, and I think he probably inherited it because he was pretty similar. He was also a cardinal, and that's perhaps how it ended up in the Sens collection, although I think that its original place is sort of in Lyon. He was, I think he sort of had benefices in Arras for a while, so I was wondering if that was the connection, that he was kind of interested in tapestry directions there. But I don't know whether this was something that he himself wanted. When he became a cardinal, he thought, I need some cardinal altarpieces or how he owned it or what the context was. Just that he became a craftsman in 1477 and died in 1488. So there's sort of a 10-year window for this object. It's a very
I misunderstood. So it's in Lyon now, but it was in Sens.
the opposite way. It's in Sens now, but I don't think anything in its manufacture was related to Sens. I think it was on Lyon. And he spent a lot of money on his the Borden Chapel in Lyon. So I think that's probably this object was made to go there. But it's huge. I mean, it's like 330 centimeters, which is quite big compared to other objects which seem to be made to go on altars. It's a kind of comparable.
And was there already a big textile industry in Lyon at that stage?
No, I think that really comes a bit later. So the fact that I'm really curious why it is a tapestry, not some other medium that he wants to have, and not an embroidery or something. And I'm trying to work out what it does that these other medium wouldn't be the thing to go for there. The other tapestry he owns is very different. It's like quite a different style of tapestry. I think it's a less complicated object. So I think there's something specific around it. It's commissioned, I don't know what that is.
Any further questions? Susie, give it another go.
My question to Jessica would be about patronage as well, so I will pass on that. Stop. I have a question to Amy about the borders of the tapestry, and also a question about patronage too. The border, the decorative border around, often borders of tapestries of that date are woven separate and added on. That's not the border. And I wondered if you knew, in this case, if that border is separate. Sometimes they can be slightly later in date as well, and often they can be quite formulaic and added on. So my question was about the status of that border physically within the tapestry. And then my question about patronage is, you gave a very detailed reading about plants. Plants obviously can mean many different things in many different contexts. And I wondered if you had the fact that this is a tapestry that is given by a very powerful woman to another very powerful woman, if that fed into your reading in any way. From Joanna and that to Isabella.
So I'm not certain about the border. I would think that it wasn't made. If it was separate, I don't think it would have been made too much later, as some of the style is very similar. If you can, I didn't have very good detailed ones of this, but I've seen it in more detail, and it is stylistically the same in the border and in the center panel. But I'm not sure if it was added on or created as a whole. As for the patronage, not a lot is known about the tapestry other than, and it's not even certain that it was made by Peter van Aalst. It's just assumed, as that's kind of the workshop that Juana de Castile got all of her tapestries from. So the patronage didn't go into my interpretation of it that much, mostly because most of the context for it is lost. It's assumed that it was made around 1502, or completed around 1502, and Queen Isabella died around 1504. And so that didn't go that much into it, though I do know that Queen Isabella was a great collector of tapestries, and that she, it's been written by some that she may have collected tapestries as kind of not only to show her pious devotion, but as kind of a, I can't remember the exact word, but more or less kind of a form of indulgences.
It was a gift, was it not to her?
It was given to her, but kind of generally in her tapestry collections and her own commissions of tapestries. But this one was given to her by her daughter. Though it's also written that she had, there's two descriptions of the tapestry of the Mass of St. Gregory, that she had two that were very similar, and only one of them survives, and it's assumed that this one was the one given to her by her daughter. She had a different one that was, that she bought herself, but it's presumed that this one is the one from her daughter. But no, to answer your question, it didn't really read into my reading of it. I did it from more of just a general religious.
special material.
Yes. Yes. Well, that's kind of what I thought was amazing about it, was that it starts in this garden. It kind of turns into the carpet of the crossing and the cathedral, and it's all kind of intertwined in such a wonderful way. And there's not really separation of the outside and inside. Yes, Jessica.
Thank you as well for your papers. I really enjoyed all three of them too. I had a question. I'm not sure it's a very intelligent question, let's see, about buttons. I was very excited to see a 13th century button on your Courtauld case, and maybe this is my lack of dexterity, but it struck me that 3 small hanging buttons like that are quite a fiddly and potentially time-consuming way of opening the Courtauld. And I suppose I had two questions arising from that. One is, in other surviving Courtauld cases, is there any trace of how many buttons or clasps they had? And how might the way in which the Courtauld case is opened on stage, opening sort of ritually in the maps? I wondered if you could kind of reflect on that too.
Can you please repeat your second question?
My second question is about how sort of the process of opening, how the buttons might stage a certain kind of slow or ritual opening, and how that might change the kind of reception of the Courtauld case and sort of how it works in the maps.
Okay, thank you very much for your question. I was also very excited to discover this button. I presume it is medieval, and I think it is because of the way the golden threads are oxidized and the way that it is not like something that must have been added later. I have slide to answer the first question. Can I go back to the computer, please? The button. So that's the button. I've taken 3 other pictures of Courtauld cases, but it's only panels cut from Courtauld cases preserved in the Victorian Albert Museum. And the problem is that on this kind of object that have been dismembered, we can't do the same observation that on the Cluny Museum Courtauld case that is still dans son jus, comme on dit en français. It is still preserved as it was without so many transformation. Here there are loops on this Courtauld case, but I have not been able to see this one because of COVID, and so I hope I will be able to have a look at this one. I'm not sure at all that these loops are original. To go back to your second question about the opening, I'm not sure this is working, so I will go back here. Concerning your second question, it's hard to answer how ritualized this gesture of opening could be. As I said in this presentation, in this paper, I have only one liturgical text really dealing with Courtauld case, so that's hard to answer. One thing I could say is that in medieval masses, there were 2 different ways of bringing objects to the treasure, from treasures to altars. The first way was on ordinary masses. The priest will be all alone generally, so he will be the only one taking objects and putting them on the altar, opening the case, etc. In the Cathedral ordinary, that's the case. The priest himself carries the copper case and opens it. And there is a second way for special occasion, feasts, etc., solemn masses. The priest could be assisted with 1 or 2 ministers, and these ministers could bring the object to the altar, unwrap the altar cloth, open the box, etc. So we might think that the Cluny Museum copper case, as it is precious example, I think it is one of the reasons why it has been preserved from the Middle Ages to the present time, is that it is a beautiful embodied example. It is precious. There are thread gold, etc. And so we might think that this precious copper case was used for special occasions, and so manipulated by ministers. That could be an hypothesis.
Do you have any other questions? All right, if we don't have any further questions, I think we can start with our coffee tea break. Thank you to all the 3 speakers for great papers. And we will see you all back at 4:30. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I hope tea and coffee was rejuvenated our energies to carry on until the of this long day. My name is Irakli Tezalashvili. I'm second year PhD candidate here at Courtauld, researching medieval Georgian art, and I was asked to chair this last session, and I'm very thankful the organizers for inviting me to chair this session. So we had a slight change in our schedule for this last panel. So one of the speakers will, we have reshuffled the order of speakers, and one of the speakers will speak first, and then this speaker will leave because he has to make for a train back to Brussels. And we will have Q&A immediately after his paper to accommodate his needs. So we'll have 3 papers in this panel, and the panel is centered around reassembling religious textiles. And our first speaker is Jeremy Reiniers, sorry for pronunciation, and his paper is titled Many Layers of Textiles, the Relic Treasure of Herkenwold in Hasselt, Belgium, revealed through material technical research. Jeremy is an art historian and researcher at the Royal Institute for Cultural Heritage in Brussels, and since May he is a coordinator of Painted Relic Shrines in Situ project. This project investigates through in-depth material technical research the production and use of medieval relic shrines, painted mostly on wood, in churches and monasteries around Belgium. In September, he will start his PhD at the University of Brussels about painted shrines that survived iconoclasm of 1566. His research mainly focuses on relics and reliquaries, applying the material technical research method. And for this reason, he was involved in the conservation treatment and study of the relic treasure of Herkenwold a few years ago. Please join me welcoming you.
So, good afternoon. In the Cathedral of Hasselt, so more to the east of Belgium, a very remarkable collection of 114 objects is preserved. Actually, we have to say this is a collection of relics, so bones of saints that are wrapped with a lot of medieval textiles around it. We know that this collection once belonged to the Cistercian nuns of Herkenrode, an abbey that was built actually very nearby the city of Hasselt. And we know that this abbey was actually founded at the end of the 12th century by the Count of Loos, an important ruler of that area. And that the abbey existed until the end of the 18th century. We also know that a lot of women who entered this abbey once belonged to very important noble families of that area. Between 2007 and 2010, this collection was at the Royal Institute for Cultural Heritage, the KGIRPA in Brussels, for a conservation treatment. And we also received an amount of money to do some material technical research. We wanted to know more about how these sisters added materials or textiles around these skulls, how did they did it, when did they do it, and all this information was actually interesting to have a better understanding about the construction or the decoration that is added. Before I give you the results of that research, I would like to give you some more context about these relics. You should know that these bones can be connected to the cult of Saint Ursula and the 11,000 virgins. It was a cult that was very popular in whole Europe during the Middle Ages. And the story goes that there was Saint Ursula, who was accompanied by 11,000 virgins, and they went to Rome. And afterwards, when they returned backwards, they had all been killed in the city Cologne. In the 12th century, the citizens of Cologne, they believed that they were able to find these bones under the ground. Of course, they had a legend of the 11,000 virgins. By coincidence, they also found a cemetery with thousands of relics, of bones actually. That's why they connected it with each other. In fact, it was not the case, they just found by coincidence a Roman cemetery. But for these people in the 12th century, they wanted to connect it, they wanted to promote this cult. That's why they believed that they found the 11,000 virgins in Cologne. What happened afterwards? All these bones were brought to many churches and monasteries in whole Europe. There were thousands of them that were transported, but actually it was not so easy to get access to them. So for example, the Herkenrode Abbey, they also needed to have a good connection with bishops, with kings, with queens, to receive a lot of bones for their monastery. We know that the Abbey of Herkenrode had a good connection with the abbots of St. Truiden, which is a city a little bit lower, a little bit more to the south of Hasselt. And we know that Abbot Guillaume of Rijkel was famous for the cult of relics of the 11,000. And we know a lot about this man because we still have his diary. It's not the original one, it's a 16th century copy, but you can follow day by day how many relics he received of the 11,000 virgins. And I show you this example because he mentions in July 1270 that he received a new package from Cologne with skulls inside of it, but there was one big problem. He was not able to identify all these skulls. He really wanted to know the names of these skulls. Well, luckily, and the name is also mentioned, Elizabeth of Spalbeek, that was his niece, and there was a mystical woman from that area. And that woman was able to get a connection with these skulls. So she came into a trance, she had a vision, she was able to talk with these skulls, and in the end, she was able to mention that the first skull was, for example, of Saint Verena, the other one of Saint Juliana, and another one of Saint Ursula. Of course, it was interesting for Abbot Guillaume of Rijkel. He was very happy with the results. What happened afterwards? He added labels on these skulls. And when you look to our collection of Hasselt, you still find many 13th century labels on the collection. They're in a very bad condition, they're not so easy to read, but we assume that maybe it was added just a moment afterwards when Elizabeth of Spalbeek found out who was actually the skull, who was actually the name of the person who is hidden now inside these textiles. As soon as everything was ready, the bones, or a couple of bones and skulls, were transported to the Abbey of Herkenrode. And I show you this print from the 18th century, because on this print you see very well there was a big church in the center of this abbey. It does not exist anymore. We believe that all these skulls were brought to that abbey and to that church, and they were placed in an altar. Again, we have no clue, as you do when I did actually the research in the archives. There's actually one document that mentioned that the relics were inside, and that dates from the 18th century. Just before, we have nice inventories about the objects inside the church, but they never, but really never, mention these skulls inside the abbey. So we believe that they were transported to the church, and most likely they were placed in the altar of Saint Ursula, which was also inside the church. That's some context now that I wanted to present to you. Now it's my task to present all the 114 objects to you. It's actually quite impossible to do that. That's why I divided the collection in 6 categories, and I will try to give you at least one example to show you the variety and also the interesting objects and textiles that are hidden inside it. Let's start with the skull relics, number 1. So we also made an inventory of all the objects. So now we're looking actually at Courtauld number of inventory number 13. That's a skull. And when we look closer, you see, of course, that there is really inside a skull. You also see that the first layer is something white. It's actually white linen. Well, luckily we have in the Royal Institute for Cultural Heritage also a laboratory called the radiocarbon dating laboratory. So what happened, we took a small sample of this textile and we brought it to our laboratory, and our laboratory was able to date the textile. How old is this textile? This textile dates from the end of the 13th century. So actually the moment, the period when Guillaume of Rijkel received these bones from Cologne. When you do research about the skeletons or the skulls of the 11,000 virgins in Europe, all of them actually have, so not only in Belgium, but also in Germany, the Netherlands, even in France, all of them have skulls and a first layer with white linen. We believe that this white linen was already added as soon as the relics were found in that cemetery. So they came out of the ground, and white linen was added around the skull, and then afterwards they were transported to many monasteries in Europe. We also found out that the Sisters of Courtauld, they received a lot of skulls, but also a lot of fragments of bones. What happened with it? Well, actually they added a lot of these bone fragments also inside the skulls. And from time to time we were also able to look what's inside. So over here you see that there is something also textile in it, something white, most likely white linen. But also on the right here you see that there is straw inside of it. Well, the abbey was also known for the farm that they had. Most likely they looked around, what do we have? Okay, we have straw, let's put it inside so that we don't have to damage the bones when we transport our skull from one place to another. The second layer of textile is most of the time velvet. Silk, red or green silk. And when you look to the left side of my presentation, you see that this is red silk on inventory number 39. And you see flower motifs on it. We found actually exact the same motifs back in other collections in Germany, like this one of Lüneburg, and also during excavation works recently in the Cathedral of Mechelen, also in Belgium. Again, we took a sample for radiocarbon dating. This is also dating from the end of the 13th century. So again, most likely this textile was also added when it was still in Cologne, when they were found, the first layer of linen, and then a second layer of silk. And that's why we found the same textiles and the same motifs also in other collections worldwide. The front side is also the most beautiful side, actually, of the relic. Of course, the worshippers wanted to see these relics. For us, as researchers, we're also interested on the back side, and also we need to see what's hanging at the bottom of these relics. And when you look to inventory number 23 and 25, you see the same textiles, the same motif with the flowers in it. Stylistically, they date from the 14th century, and they must have been produced in Lucca in Italy. We took a sample, and again, we can prove it is really 14th century. I just want to mention it because the last 10 years I also did some technical research about textiles. And from time to time we believe that a textile dates stylistically from the 15th century. Well, we found out, thanks to radiocarbon dating, that most of the time the textiles are actually 100 or maybe 200 years older than we expect. So that's also so interesting to notice that stylistical research is important, but also material technical research can give us even more information about the date of a textile. So we're looking at 14th century textile from Lucca, from Italy, and we also took some samples from the threads that were used. And we found out that these threads do not date from the 14th century, but actually from the end of the 15th century. So that means that older textiles were already made for 100 years inside the abbey, and that they were added afterwards, so 100 years after it was produced, to our skull. So thanks to technical research, we found out that there were 3 important periods when textiles were added to the skulls. The first period was at the end of the 13th century, when the relics arrived in the abbey. The second period was at the end of the 15th and the early 16th century, and the last time was in the 18th century. And it's also good to know that, for example, in the 15th century, when they added new layers of textile, they didn't remove the older ones. So the 13th century textile are still underneath the other textiles. Why didn't they remove these textiles? That's because the relic of the textile touched the relic, so it also became something holy, and they were not allowed to remove something holy from these objects. That's why we found 13th century textile, 15th century textile, and then at the end of the 18th century, another new layer of textile around it. It's interesting to know that, but it also makes it from time to time very complicated to understand this collection. Let's have a look to the second category. These are the barrel-shaped skulls. And when you look to them for the first time, you can imagine that you think that there's also a skull inside of it, but that's not the case. So we also took an X-ray of the object, and in the center there are actually a concentration of bone fragments. So again, the sisters received a lot of skulls, also a lot of bone fragments. A few of them were added inside the skulls, and all the rest were wrapped in packages, and then they were decorated like skull or barrel-shaped skulls. I'm not going to say that much about this one, because these are textile dates from, they're actually younger than 1550. I would like to show you inventory number 14, because this is with textile that also dates from the 15th century, and when you look at the bottom of the object, then you find also manuscript fragments in it. This is a manuscript fragment dating from the early 13th century, but we also found other objects, also paper and parchment with handwriting from the 15th century. Actually, it's not that clear what's the function of this object. Most likely, the sisters want to protect the relic to avoid mold, maybe, or something like that. And that's why they added fragments underneath the relics. Again, most likely they looked around what they had in the abbey. Maybe they looked in a trash bin, they found this old manuscript, so they reused this material to add it to their relic. Again, we took a sample of the threads, and we found out, again, that this is actually added at the end of the 15th century to this relic. Another one, just to show you that also they're decorated with also metals, for example, also with pearls, with colored glass. And this is the most interesting one because you see that they also have crowns on it. This is the oldest one we have. That's one that dates from the 14th century. They're very decorated. So that's the oldest one we have. But we also have crowns from the 15th century and the 16th century. Category number 3, the bone relics. When you look to these relics, you see that there are also textiles on it, with initials on it. It's not always clear if there is a reference to these initials, but we found out, yeah, you can see it very well, this is a Gothic minuscule. And also we believe that it was added at the end of the 15th century to these bones. This is a beautiful side of the relic, but when you turn it around, there is also a loop, a hanging loop. So that means that most likely these objects were hanging on a wall. This is actually an argument, one of the many arguments that we have, that these bones also belong to an enclosed garden. Again, we have no archival documents of this abbey to prove that they had an enclosed garden, but we have arguments when we look very carefully to these objects that they must have belonged together to one altarpiece or an enclosed garden. The most famous enclosed garden that we have in Belgium is this one in Mechelen, and when you look to the left side, you see similar elements, similar bones that are added in the enclosed garden. Category number 4, those are the miniature entypendia, referring to the word entypendium, which is a textile you put in front of an altar. We call them the miniature entypendia because they are not so big, they are something like this, so very small one. Most of them were decorated or were produced in the 18th century, also the laces from the 18th century. But I would like to focus on a little bit on this central part with the motifs of the flowers. We found out that this is older material than the 18th century. We wanted to take a sample for radiocarbon dating, but that was not so easy. We didn't want to damage the object. So we tried to do a stylistical investigation, but we didn't find actually a similar motif in other collections worldwide. Of course, when you do research about relics, you always have to be very creative. So we looked also to paintings, miniatures, and so on. And finally, we found a similar decoration on a painting that is preserved in the Royal Museum of Fine Arts in Brussels, dating from the end of the 15th century. So the headdress at this moment is similar to the textile that we have. So we can say that most of these miniature entypendia, they date from the 18th century, but there are also elements inside of it from the 15th century. Category number 5 is almost at the end. This is the medallions. There are also a couple of medallions in the collection. Most of them date from the 17th century or the 16th century. But again, there are also older textiles and other elements inside the it. Most of them also date from the 15th century. And then the last, the variety of the various section. Again, there are a lot of objects that's not always clear what was the function of these objects, but most likely the one that you see on the left was also part from an enclosed garden. This is a decoration, flower decoration of the 16th century, also within the center of bone in it. And on the right side, it's a very small object, it's something like this, 6 centimeters in height. You don't see it very well what is actually the function, but you may we assume actually that there was once a head above it. It was actually a sculpture that you added to the enclosed garden. And when you look closer, you see that there are a lot of elements inside of it. And actually, we also found similar materials, similar ways of decorating, also in other relic collections in Belgium, and that's why we also believe that this was produced at the end of the 15th century. I'm actually already at the end of my presentation. I would like to conclude. I would like to say that this was a very complex relic collection that we studied a couple of years ago, but it was also very useful, very interesting to find out how these sisters worked, reworked, changed things on all these objects. So we found out that there are many layers of textiles, up to 5 layers of textiles around the skulls. The oldest textile dates from the 13th century, the youngest one is from the 18th century. We found out that there were 3 times in history that the relics were added, to the 13th century, and then the 15th and the 18th century. And actually those 3 periods are also the periods when there was a lot of prosperity. There was also a lot of money inside that abbey. So when you have time and when you have money, then there was a possibility to decorate all these relics. And we also found out that these textiles, they were not always produced in and around Hasselt, but most of them came from somewhere else, like Italy, Spain, and even China. This is a lot. We have found a lot of information, and there are a lot of collections worldwide of the 11,000 virgins. We found out that we want to share this information as much as possible. That's why we created actually a website. The website calls balad.kikirpa.be/herkenrollers. So that's our website of the Royal Institute for Cultural Heritage. And we brought all the pictures we have, so also the picture that I show you today, you can download them on these websites. You can also read and also download all reports that we made for every object. So if you have questions, very specific questions about types of textiles, of how they were produced or anything else, you can find it on the website. And now the idea is that we want to share it as much as possible, because maybe there are connections with other abbeys that we don't know yet. So hopefully this will help us to share this information, and maybe we can give in 5 years a new presentation, maybe something about the exchange of textiles, about other abbeys. We don't know yet, but it's possible. So this is the idea, so please have a look at it, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for illuminating the paper. And as we agreed at the beginning of this panel, we will have questions for this paper now. So I open for it. Please.
I don't think I heard well enough. What was the set of medallions? Was it bones as well? Or was it on top of the medallion?
It's always, so the medallions, if there is a bone inside of it, that's why we still have these medallions. So there's always a bone in it, but there are also metals, glass, anything you can imagine is always inside of it. It's always a mix of everything in this collection.
I know that in Sweden they unwrapped the textiles wrapped around the waist. Did you also manage to unwrap your waist or not, and why?
Yeah, so in the 1980s, it was actually the first project we did with the Institute to examine relics. And those were from Sint-Truiden, and we unwrapped the textiles from the bones and from the skulls. That's something we don't do anymore, because if you cut it off, you also remove a part of the history of the object. And nowadays there are much more techniques that we can use to find out what's underneath all these layers to get more information. So we try as much as possible to keep it as it is, because maybe it could also be helpful for over 10 years that they find some new things. So no, we always try to keep it as much as it is, to keep the history as it is.
Susie, yes.
I think that's a really wonderful paper. So they are but I wondered if we knew anything about how they were displayed. Were they displayed in large cabinets? Were they processed? Do you know anything about that?
Yeah. We have an idea. So there are actually 48 skulls. That's a lot for one altar. So there is an example in Rheine in Germany, where they have an enclosed garden with a frame around it, where you also were able to add skulls inside of it. We believe it also might have been something similar like that in Herkerode. But again, we have no archival documents, so we can compare. We think that might something like that, but we hope one day that there are maybe some other archival documents that we don't know yet, somewhere in the world, about the Herkerode Abbey. It's complicated.
So you don't know how often they were on display or brought out?
No, nothing. So the only time, at the end of the 18th century, they wrote for the first time actually about the relics, when they mentioned that they transport the relics from the abbey to a church nearby. That's the only archival document that we have. And that's really tough, because we really want to connect them to have a better understanding, but it's not there anymore. That's a pity.
Yes, please.
You know why they cut the textiles rather than keeping them just a casting?
Yeah, it's something. It's also something. The idea to take care of relics. It's also like someone who dies. You would like to bring the best costume that you have. To take care of the dead person, but it's also a relic, so it's something special, and that's why they add textile, but also metals and golds and rings and everything you can imagine.
Yes.
Yes, thanks. I ask a naive question. So why did this whole evolution, this process stop in the 18th century? Was it the Enlightenment?
Exactly, so there was the Enlightenment, and it also meant in the Low Countries that the abbeys they had to close. So the sisters had to go away, and most of them they kept it very secret somewhere else. And that's why we know that the abbey exists from the end of the 12th century until the 18th century. Afterwards it became a farm, and nowadays it's a touristic place to visit. So it's typical for that area, especially for the Low Countries, that at the end of the 18th century all the abbeys had to close, and all these sisters and brothers had to leave the buildings.
Any more questions?
I'm actually quite curious now that I'm looking at the first slide. Is it common that they drew eyes and faces on the skull?
In this case, that's an exception to the rule. That's why I also added to on the first slide. This is the only one we have with eyes on it in that collection. For example, we also have other collections in Belgium where they painted the bones, but in that case were not eyes. They're just some decorative elements.
Extra creepy. In a good way, of course. Wonderful.
If there are no more questions, please join me in celebrating Joris once again and wishing him best safe travels back to Brussels.
Thank you.
And let's continue.
Yeah.
Our next speaker is Maria Castaño. Her paper is titled Fragmentation and the Destruction of an Embroidered Altar Frontal. Maria obtained her doctorate in medieval art history at the University of Geneva under supervision of Frédéric Gelsey. Her thesis, published last year by Silvan Editoriale, focused on a neon illuminator activism in the 15th century. Last year, she received a research grant at the Museo Nacional del Prado, and she is currently starting a postdoctoral project at UNED in Madrid on the artistic impact of the Council of Basel in Castile. Her main publications concern painters and illuminators active in France and Spain in the 15th century. So please join me in welcoming Maria to the podium.
Thank you for the presentation. Good afternoon. I would first like to thank both Jessica and Julia for the organization, and I am thankful that they thought that what I'm presenting today could be a part of this colloquium. So what I'm presenting today is the result of a research scholarship that I had the opportunity to undertake in the Abeck Stiftung in Regisberg in Switzerland. And I would also like to thank Evelyn Vetter, the curator of medieval embroidery at the Abeck, who helped me during my stay there and facilitate my access to their library and archives. As you all know, embroidery is one of the less studied techniques of French medieval historiography of art, even if it was one of the most refined expressions of the ornamental and figurative arts of the time. Based on the technical and iconographical analysis of a group of embroidered fragments that originally constitute an antependium, and their comparison with the illuminated production of the Master of Rohan, I would like to emphasize the results that the analysis of figurative embroidery can bring to our knowledge of the history of painting. Also, I think that the study of this embroidered ensemble can offer an opportunity to reflect on fragmentation and manipulation of artistic objects in the art market. Some of the results of what I'm presenting today were recently published in the volume Pendant Angers et à Tours au XVe et XVIe siècle, the 9th volume of the series Pendant France à la Renaissance, directed by Frédéric Gelsey in Geneva University. On the screen, you can see a detail of one of the best-known examples of late medieval embroidery in France. It is a grand embroidery panel depicting Saint John the Baptist. It's 73 centimeters high and 28 centimeters wide, which is 28 by 11 inches approximately, now kept at the Musée des Tissus in the city of Lyon. Little is known about its provenance, other than it belonged to the Parisian dealer Paul Récapé in the 1880s, when it was acquired by the Lyon Museum, probably on the initiative of Édouard Renard. a passionate collector, and then president of the Lyon Chambre de Commerce. Hénard was responsible for separating the decorative arts or industrial collections from those devoted to textiles, and inaugurating the Museum of Historical Fabrics in the early 1890s. We have to contextualize the acquisition of the panel at the same moment that the French Museum received its main corpus of medieval textiles. It was in 1875 when the museum acquired a major part of Franz Foch's collection. The role of this embroidered panel in the history of arts has been consolidated by four major exhibitions. First, it was exhibited at the 1962 Viennese exhibition on European art around 1400, where the piece was studied by Donald King and presented as an example of the beginning of the 15th century with an unclear geographical attribution, while cautiously proposing that it was produced in the Trento region. Second, in 1979, it was presented at the Turin exhibition Giacomo Iaquero e il Gotico Internazionale, when Michela Di Marco, who wrote the catalogue entry, proposed attributing the St. John to a Franco-Piedmontese embroidery, while emphasizing the stylistic links he had with certain illuminators of the French court. The author mentioned in particular the master of the breviary of John the Fearless, but above all, the comparison of the embroidery with the master of Rohan that you can see on the screen. She confronted very convincingly the resurrection scene of the Hours of Isabella Stuart in the Fitzwilliam with our embroidery. Finally, the St. John has also participated in two recent Parisian exhibitions, Paris 1400 in 2004 and L'Art de la Broderie au Moyen Âge, held at the Musée de Cluny in 2019. On both occasions, it was Philippe Lorenz who wrote on the embroidered panel, dating the piece between 1410 and 1420 and locating its execution in Paris, while insisting on the relevance of the comparisons proposed by Michela Di Marco, that you still see on the screen. Because of the monumental dimensions of the piece, it has always been understood that it constitutes the fragment of either an antependium or an embroidered triptych, of which it might have originally formed the right side panel. It is also well accepted that the pictorial quality of the piece is an indication that a skilled painter was involved in the preparation of the model. However, although it was overlooked in the 2019 exhibition, other fragments corresponding to the same set were shown in 2013. At the exhibition Sacred Stitches, Ecclesiastical Textiles in the Rothschild collection at Waddesdon Manor, 5 embroidery panels depicting St. John the Evangelist and 4 female saints were published for the first time and rightly considered to be part of the same ensemble as the St. John of Lyon by Rachel Bowe. The panel depicting St. John the Evangelist, whose figure is slightly larger than those of the female saints, is also the most striking of the group. The evangelist, who is dressed in vermilion and light blue, looks severely at the poison cup he holds in his hand. The expressiveness of his face, with his long nose and angular chin, is emphasized by the foreshortening of his right hand. He constitutes a very evocative counterpart to the Lyon Baptist, which also has these slightly larger dimensions than the panels depicting the 4 female saints. When I speak about slightly larger dimensions, I refer to the figure, not to the panel. All panels have obviously the same measures. The 5 embroidered pieces came to Waddesdon Manor through a donation by Dorothy de Rothschild in 1988. They came from the collection of Alice de Rothschild, who acquired the embroideries at an unknown date. During late 19th century and the beginning of the 20th, they were on display at her pavilion at Heathrow, very close to the Waddesdon. The 5 fragments appear in Alice de Rothschild 1922 post-mortem inventory, where they are described as mounted on 5 red velvet banners. On the screen, you have the exhibition reconstruction of these banners, made from velvet from the Rothschild collection. During the 2013 exhibition, the 5 embroideries were also restored, revealing more extensive modern manipulations than those affecting the piece in Lyon. The most visible of these manipulations is the use of a highly saturated purple thread on certain parts of the garments, as you can see in a detail on the screen. The technical and material analysis of the ensemble easily confirms that they belong to the same outer frontal antependent, which may have been dismembered in the mid-19th century. Both the Watson and Lyon pieces are embroidered on a double layer of linen, the fabric. The finer placed on the top to facilitate the application of the preparatory drawing, and the coarser on the bottom. This is done first, the preparatory drawing is done first in charcoal and then in ink, and ends, it's completed with a brownish shading and wash technique. The degradation of the embroidery on certain parts of the pieces, particularly on the faces, reveals the linen background and some of the ink lines of the preparatory drawing. On the screen, you can still see the lines that draw the eyebrows or even the outline of the face. From the model provided by the painter, which can be either drawn directly on the linen support or following a print or a drawing transferred by punchboard, the panels are embroidered alternating polychrome silk threads with threads made of a silk core with a golden alloy of silver and copper. Various types of stitch are used to produce the work. On the background, we find an ornamental pattern in the form of a diamond-shaped neckboard made of metallic thread and couched with red silk stitches. The architecture and the outlines of the figures and the halos, as you can see on the screen, they are made with a different type of couching to that of the background. It's made using two interwoven metallic threads, which give this effect of kinetic. The draperies of the figures and their complexions are rendered by split stitch embroidery, a type of stitch executed in line in which each stitch is cut into two by the needle and has the effect of a small, very elegant chain. Split stitch allows for color shapes similar to those of painters, and it's that the historiography of the 19th century call needle painting or materiality. But the most luxurious and laborious technique found on panels is that of ornuet that we have evoked today on a few occasions, and that it's used in the 15th century only in specific motives in a really partial way because it's really expensive and difficult to make. The technique of ornuet, to make it very simple, is a type of couching that use golden threads that are secured perpendicularly with colored silk stitches. These silk stitches are sewn so close together that their color is perfectly distinguishable and it's enhanced by the golden background. In the Watson-Lyon ensemble, we observe the use of ornuet on the inside of the halos, the attributes of the holy figures, or the floor tiles. The combination of split stitch for clothing and skin tones with ornuet for certain details is characteristic of this period and can be seen, for example, on the famous French embroidery cycle of The Legend of Saint Martin, a collaborative work between Barthélemy Dijk and Pierre Dubillac. In the panel of the Healing of the Blind Woman, now in the Musée de Cluny, the diamond pattern of the background is identical to that of our panels. And in the detail of the scene of Martin and the burglars, you can see particularly well, I think, the combination of these two stitches, the split stitch on the skin and the ornuet on the helmets. After presenting briefly the historiography and the technical analysis of these 6 panels, I can finally get to the main purpose of my communication, to present here 3 more elements that I propose as part of the same ensemble, unknown until my last year of research. Of particular importance is the rediscovery of the central panel of the set, representing the resurrection. You have it on the screen. I am projecting its first reproduction, contained in Louis de Farcy's seminal work on embroidery, entitled La broderie du XIe siècle à nos jours, published in 1890 and completed by two supplements, published in 1900s and 1919. In the second supplement of this book appears this photograph with the caption, Triptych of the 15th century, to George Seligman, and his description as it follows. It is reminiscent of its importance of the one in the Chartres Museum. In the center, the Resurrection. On the right and the left, St. Peter and St. Paul. The finesse of the embroidery, the richness of the arms of the guards of the tomb, the regularity of the architecture, and the drawing of the figures leave nothing to be desired. Note, of course, that the 3 panels on the screen have the same measurements and are made using the same stitches and technique as the St. John the Baptist in Lyon and the 5 embroidered panels at the Val-de-Saint. Currently in an unknown location, I have been able to trace the itinerary of this piece from its publication in 1919 to the very end of the 20th century. As you will see, it has traveled quite a lot. Thanks to Louis Farcy, we know that its first known owner was the collector and scholar George Saville Seligman, who, on the occasion of the Franco-British exhibition of fabrics and tapestries held at the Victoria and Albert Museum in 1921, loaned the panels as a 15th century French work. Shortly after this event, the piece passed into the hands of the famous art dealer Adolphe Loewy in Venice, and was probably one of the artworks sent to the United States from 1933 onwards. There is a manuscript inventorium of these objects at the APEC in the archives of the APEC. The year, so 1933, sorry, the year in which the New York branch of the Loewy Robertson Company opened in New York. During the 30s, it was acquired by Elizabeth R. Christian Holmes, or was more known in art collection as an art collector as Betty Holmes, to decorate the chimneys, her Long Island mansion, where it remained until the owner's death in 1942, when it was sold mounted on wood, framed as a true medieval painted triptych, as you can see on the left picture. This interesting manipulation of the piece seems to me to be conceivable as an enhancement of the embroidery made by Betty Holmes, whose correspondence kept in the Smithsonian Archives, the Archives of American Art, mentions similar practices for several of the fabrics in her collection. This newly made triptych on wood reappeared on the Paris art market in 1955 in the estate of Baron de Cassel and arrived to a private collection in Switzerland. It was then offered for sale on two occasions to the ABEC, in 1962 and again in 1997. The year after, the owner returned the piece to Christie's London, where it was sold twice under the curious attribution Germany, late 15th century. Mounted on red velvet and framed in a simple beadwood frame, a less careful presentation than the one the piece received during the 40s and the 50s. The eventful history of the work and its successive manipulations make it possible to observe its state of preservation throughout all the 20th century, and to note relatively few alterations to the embroidered part. The association of these three panels with the Lyon and Watson Manor fragments not only makes it possible to attempt to reconstruct a very rare example of embroidered antependium in France at the beginning of the 15th century, but also to raise several questions concerning the iconography, the stylistic features, and even the commission of the set. To begin with, the panel depicting the resurrection, the only narrative panel on the set, allows us to identify with most certainty the four female figures represented at the in the Watson embroidery story, who now, logically, represent the Holy Woman, who instead of arriving to an empty tomb, they are presented as witnesses to the resurrection. In this group, Mary Magdalene is identifiable thanks to the pot of perfume and her long uncovered hair. The other three, veiled, could be identified as with Mary Cleophas, Mary Salome, and perhaps Martha, sister of Mary Magdalene and Lazarus, whose presence alongside the Holy Woman is not unique, but it's quite rare. It seems clear that the embroidered panel representing the resurrection was originally the central element of the antependium. Then, the four panels representing the Holy Woman were to be placed in pairs, facing the center in either side of the resurrection. At first, I wondered if there was still a panel missing representing the Virgin alongside the Holy Woman, as she almost always appears in the scenes representing them at the tomb. If this was the case and the Virgin was missing, this would require an additional panel on the other side to keep the symmetry of the composition, whose iconography was very difficult to imagine. Even if it's impossible to affirm it, I believe today that this group, formed by the four holy women and the resurrection, could already be complete, having found several representations of the same iconography where the Virgin is absent, both in France and in Italy. After the female figures, the apostles should be on either side, either all facing the center, as you see now on the screen, or in conversation with each other. In view of the position of the male figures, only the second option would keep the pairs, St. John the Evangelist, St. John the Baptist, and Peter Paul together. Ordered in this way, the Antependium presents a coherent iconographic cycle in which the Holy Woman, in accordance to Easter liturgy, appear as witnesses of the resurrection and are charged with announcing the good news to the apostles. That would be backwards to the main scene. Taking into account also the total length of the 9 panels in sequence, which is almost 3 meters, it could be considered complete, even if it's impossible to affirm it, of course. Presented in this way, and through the absence of the Virgin and the presence of Martha, the Antependium would give an important place to the Holy Marys. As a hypothesis, I have proposed that this iconography could correspond to that of Les Saintes Maries de la Mer, whose cult is in southern France and in the court of the second house of Anjou-Provence was particularly strong. In their legend, the Holy Marys are precisely presented as the first witnesses of the resurrection and named Les Apôtres des Apôtres, the Apostles of the Apostles. This particular iconography, but above all, the stylistic analysis of the embroidered ensemble, provided the basis for my hypothesis concerning the commissioning of the Antependium, which I will mention in conclusion. I don't have the time today to insist on it, but I wanted to note that stylistically, the whole piece seems to me completely in line with Michela Di Macco's intuition in 1979, which I showed you at the beginning of my talk. Indeed, the rediscovery of other fragments of the Antependia allows us to multiply and refine the comparisons between the author of the pictorial model and the master of Rohan. You can see here some evocative comparisons showing the same monumental grandeur and a similar combination between the generous and rich draperies and the sharp and graphic contours of the anatomy. We also find in both works these demarcated, almost cadaverous faces, typical of the artist's repertoire, as well as the extremely thin, clenched fingers, which reveal the bone structure of the hands. The soldiers sleeping at the foot of the tomb also seem to me to evoke the vigorous and expressive profiles with sunken cheeks and protruding nostrils that can be seen both on the figures attending the Pentecost in the Rohan hours and on the dead man before its judge. This one of the artist's more celebrated images. It is impossible to summarize here all the sometimes contradictory assessments on the Master of Rohan. However, it is generally accepted that the most important works attributed to him were produced during the year 1420s and 1430s and probably linked to the Angevin court. The activity of the Master of Rohan in Angers, proposed by Paul Durieux, analyzed in depth by Jean Porchet, and followed by a good part of the historiography, is based on the recurrent borrowings of the Master of Rohan from manuscripts belonging to the library of the Duchess Yolande d'Aragon. It is probably this Duchess, an important art promoter and bibliophile, who commissioned the main manuscripts today attributed to the Master of Rohan. It is in this sense that we can try to imagine what the original destination of this very large Antependium could be. The material, technical, and pictorial quality of the piece leads us to assume that it was commissioned for an important purpose, maybe linked, perhaps linked to the court. Of course, the stylistic links with the uneven work of the master of Rohan and the importance for them of the enlightened patronage of Yolande d'Aragon seems to me to be an attractive lead, and it's to this milieu that I propose, very passionately, to attach the embroidered piece. Both the documents and the preserved pieces give a privileged place in the court of Anjou-Provence in matters of embroidery. Yolande d'Aragon, beyond her taste for illuminated books, was an important promoter of the arts. I don't have time to quote them today here, but we have a series of documents also from the Angers Cathedral and from the Château d'Angers, which list an important number of liturgical vestments given by her. Finally, even if it's impossible at this point to connect our reconstructed altar frontal door and compendium to a specific document, I hope this short communication has shown how an interdisciplinary approach to fragmentary works of art with an exhaustive provenance research can bring new light to the functionality and the context of creation of medieval embroidery. Thank you very much for your attention.
Many thanks for the paper, and now we move to the final paper of this panel. Jordan Quill will present his At the Intersection of Political and Ritual Functions of Textiles, Sensory Experiences of Textiles in the Sumtec at Alci in Wada. Sorry for pronunciations. Jordan is a PhD candidate here at the Courtauld, and his current research focuses on the experience of textiles in the palaces of northern India during the early modern period. He received an MPhil in Tibetan and Himalayan studies from the University of Oxford in 2021, where he studied classical and spoken Tibetan language and Tibetan and Himalayan region and history, research that he continues today. His MPhil thesis there focused on the experience of wall paintings of textiles at Alci Monastery in Wada, painted during the early 13th century, on which today's talk is based. He has also worked with Indian and Himalayan arts in London since completing his BA at the Courtauld in 2017, and has traveled extensively in Ladakh, Nepal, and Indian Himalayas. So please join me in welcoming Jordan to the podium.
Thank you, Irakli, for the introduction, and to Jessica and Julia for arranging this amazing conference. This is a little bit far from everything else that's been done today, so I hope it's interesting. So the wall paintings inside the Sumsek at Alci contain one of the richest repositories of textile motifs found anywhere in the Western Himalayas, preserving and painting a textile vocabulary almost lost to the world. The Sumsek, or three-story temple, is located in the Chuzkor, a sacred monastic complex situated on the edge of the Indus River. To the west of Leh, in the village of Alchi, in the high altitude region of Ladakh, now in northern India. Inside, paintings on wooden ceilings are executed with such brilliance that they evoke the materiality of woven cloth. Panels presenting richly decorated fabrics are hung between wooden beams, displaying a collection of materials that reference, through their designs, textiles from beyond the kingdom of Ladakh. From Persia and Central Asia, Tibet and the Himalayas, and Western India. Vividly painted, these panels recall and develop motifs created through complex weaving processes, block printing and tie-dye, their brilliance preserved by their dust-defying placement, and their designs and distant origins juxtaposed but skillfully unified through colour. They hang overhead and at eye level with three colossal clay images that reach from the ground into the second floor, embodying Avalokiteshvara, Maitreya, and Manjusri, three bodhisattvas or enlightened beings who have delayed and exiting samsara or rebirth to help others achieve enlightenment. As well as hanging overhead, these same textile designs are echoed and animated in figural scenes, in wall paintings and on the dhotis, or unstitched lower garments, of the clay sculptures. A stupa or chorten at a mound-like structure that usually contains relics at the temple's centre dictates an intimate encounter with each statue while the visitor circumambulates the temple, creating common, shared multisensory experiences situated beneath the ceiling whose decoration psychologically evokes the world of cloth. At the time the Somset was painted, the cosmopolitan locales of Ladakh had already played host to vibrant international trade for centuries, being located on a crossroads of Asia. The luxury fabrics whose designs clad the Somset's interior provide evidence of the materially rich cultural flourishing of Ladakh that took place during the early 13th century, when competing noble families sought to communicate their prestige through religious sponsorship, facilitated through contact and trade with the surrounding regions, not least with Kashmir, from where the artists who made the paintings had come. Alongside the circulation of actual textiles, this vast network of contact facilitated the dissemination of ideas, including notions of kingship, legitimacy, and power. Eurasian concepts of nobility were embodied by royal tents, whose richly clad interiors utilized the materiality of decorated cloth to generate awe-inspiring multisensory experiences. It is in this context that we can better understand the significance of painted textiles within the Somset. Though it's debated by scholars, inscriptions on the third floor of the Somset, on a teaching lineage where the last figure painted is the founder of the Drigongpa school of Tibetan Buddhism, Jigten Gunpo, who died in 1217 CE, support a dating to around the 1220s at the earliest. The aristocratic patronage of the Somset is made clear by an inscription in the middle floor known as the Garland of Butter Lamps. Part of this inscription in Tibetan, highlighted here in yellow, tells us Shenpe Yunda Lumpen Sutribu Dungru Cheya Duru Chera Drui De. So that is there, and it says the Aochi was constructed by the master patron Sotrimbu, who is of the noble Dro clan, a superior lineage. This aristocratic Dro clan was tightly linked to the imperial kings of central Tibet and belonged to the highest class of Tibetan nobility, something which is verified in another inscription where he offers the temple and its images that it contains the supports, or turn, of the body, speech, and mind in praise of the essence of emptiness, qualities attributed to Manjusri, Avalokiteshvara, and Maitreya respectively, which are the statues inside the temple. These inscriptions emphatically locate Sotrim-O as the aristocratic monk who sought to communicate his prestige through the religious offering of the temple. Sotrim-O was not the first in his family to assert his heritage through patronage at Aochi, and the Dukang, or assembly hall of Aochi Monastery, is the oldest monument at Aochi and was founded by Kaldan Sherab at the end of the 12th century, who also records his Dro heritage in inscriptions. The so-called royal drinking scene inside the Dukang demonstrates an existing engagement with Eurasian concepts of nobility through drinking, feasting, and textiles. A female figure, dressed as in local costume, offers a white, probably silver cup to her male counterpart, who is dressed in richly woven textiles bearing Persian apparel roundel designs. The cut of his costume does not correspond to any local garment, for example the Tibetan chuba, instead referencing the kaba, or a tailored long-sleeved coat common in the Islamic world and adopted more widely from Baghdad to Tibet from around the 9th century. Over this, he wears symbolic armbands. These are referred to in the Islamic world as tiraz. Usually embroidered, these calligraphic bands were used to denote the loyalty to the ruler, proliferating widely until around the 14th century and depicted on princely figures throughout Aochi. That these armbands represent Islamic models is confirmed in another royal scene, where different princely figure wears a tiraz adorned with pseudo-Kufic Arabic inscriptions. The iconography of the royal drinking scene is also linked to wider Islamic notions of kingship and nobility, seen in as wide range a setting as the Capella Palatina in Palermo, to vessels from Syria and golden medallions from Iran. The significance of highlighting the Drow heritage of the patrons at Alchi was that it aligned them with their ancestors, linked with the kings of the Tibetan Empire before their migration with the Tibetan aristocracy to Western Tibet after the collapse of the Tibetan Empire in the 9th century. Trimbo realized secular ambitions through a carefully choreographed language of cloth, using panels of fabric to visually reference the palatial practices of his ancestors in central Tibet. Tang texts record that Uyghur and Tibetan kings of the 8th to 9th centuries possessed vast golden tents, whose charisma played a role in their portrayal of nobility and authority. And while holding court within these ornately decorated tents, the Tibetan kings drew from a rich cultural mix in the formation of their imperial courtly aesthetic, composed of material from Tang China, the Kathmandu Valley, India, Gilgit, Kashmir, Persia, much like the collection of material on the ceiling of the Sumsek. In the 13th century and contemporary to the decoration of Alchi, the Mongols were a major power in Eurasia and were also rooted in nomadic traditions. The court of Chinggis or Genghis Khan moved within similarly rich, felt-covered trellis tents, moving across Central Asian steppes, commonly though incorrectly known as yurts. Extant fabric draperies from Mongol Central Asia preserved the material charisma of these royal tents, and I believe that this experienced charisma is similarly evoked in the painted scheme of the Sumsek, which functioned not only as a temple, but as a reminder of its patron's aristocratic status within the Drow clan, replicating the internal ambience of these tented spaces by referencing similarly rich textiles. The tent is evoked by decoration overhead that is emphatically located as being made of cloth by the same motifs being used on the clothing of figures painted within scenes. The kings of the Tibetan Empire had delighted in assimilating the arts of their neighbours, and the Mongols too sought to bolster their position and image through patronage of the arts. Similarly, the ceiling of the Sumsek is entirely painted with rectangular panels that reference textile designs whose origins illustrate the particular geographic and historical context of the temple, forming a collection of exotic fabrics juxtaposed but skillfully unified by the skill of the painters. One of these designs is the pole roundel, and this motif was first popularized during the Sasanian Empire, decorating silks that circulated and were adapted by weavers across Eurasia. These original Persian fabrics are excellently preserved in the rock carvings at Takhti Bustan in modern-day Iran on the trousers of Courtauld II and is dated to the early 7th century. Subsequently, these textiles were worn by elite Tibetans and continued to be popular well into the 13th century. Sogdian traders played a key role in the movement of both Sasanian silks and their own pearl roundel textiles into the Tibetan and Himalayan region, and rock inscriptions near Dragse in Ladakh, written in Sogdian from the 9th to 10th century, demonstrate these travellers' presence in the region, and you can see the pearl roundel textiles used on the base of the Buddha statues there, found in Gilgit, which is now in Pakistan, and in Kashmir. The Hall of Ambassadors, dated to the 7th century in Sogdian Afrasiab, now in Samarkand in Uzbekistan, offers a tantalizing glimpse into the rich, courtly environments of Central Asia at the height of the Sogdian Empire, showing gifts being brought by ambassadors to the Sogdian ruler, wrapped in pearl roundel textiles, which also featured on their clothing. The cultural and historical status accorded to the pearl roundel and its linking to Eurasian kingship and nobility was consciously referenced in the ceiling of the Sumsek, placed overhead as a panel of cloth. It is also found on the clothing of figures elsewhere, both on the robe of Kaldan Sherab in the Dukan, as discussed earlier, and in figural paintings within the Sumsek, such as on the clothing of colossal bodhisattvas. The first that you meet when circumambulating the sunset is Avalokiteshvara. The encounter is close, with Avalokiteshvara's deity painted in dazzling colours that glow as the eyes adjust to the comparative darkness of the temple's interior. These paintings have been interpreted as images of life in Kashmir before the coming of Islam, and their vivid detail strengthens their Kashmiri provenance. Though the reasons for commissioning these images cannot be known with certainty, it is possible that the patrons of the Som sect chose to present the courts of Kashmir to align themselves with that refined culture as a wealthy cradle of Buddhism that was therefore reflective of their own position as monks of the nobility. Analysis of the textile motifs on Avalokiteshvara's deity demonstrates that it is enriched with material from neighbouring regions beyond Persia and Central Asia, in India and more locally to Alchi's context in the Himalayas. Juxtaposed, block-printed and tie-dyed textiles are transformed into a new cohesive visual language on the dhoti itself and in its surrounding niche. By depicting these textiles within an imaginable world, they access the viewer's sensory memory, creating sensory experiences activated through the visual. This is significant as it locates the panels with common designs placed overhead as textiles, creating the feeling of a tented interior and evoking the moving fabric palaces both of the patrons' Tibetan ancestors and contemporary Mongol elites. Roger Goepel has argued that the images on Avalokiteshvara's dhoti act as illustrations to the high Sanskrit verse chronicle, the Rajatarangini, written by Kauhana in the mid-12th century in Kashmir, which describe monuments that have since disappeared. The paintings therefore form a map of important buildings around the Kashmiri capital of Srinagar. A depiction of a 4-story Kashmiri palace visually references the architectural configuration of the Sumsek, itself built using Kashmiri techniques of wood carving adapted to the Ladakhi environment. As at Alchi, the upper floors are accessible only by an external ladder and are topped by a lantern, and by adopting a comparable architectural structure to the Sumsek, this image transposes the palatial world of Kashmir into the Sumsek. The pearl roundel had already appeared on the robes of Kaldan Sherab in the drinking scene of the Dukang. This is also the case inside the palace. A royal couple seated on the 4th story beneath cloth hangings that reflect and engage with designs painted on the Sumsek ceiling, evoking roundels in red, blue and white. In addition to tented cool traditions of Tibetan and Mongolian elites, this illustrates how textiles were used in the Kashmiri palace, resulting in a shared sensory encounter. A direct link is drawn between the Kashmiri prince in the palace and the male figure of the royal drinking scene in the Dukang by their pose and clothing. By echoing the depiction of Kaldan Sherab in the Dukang, adorned with pearl roundels and tiras, it elevates the nobility of the patrons at Alchi to that of Kashmir, and by linking the space of the Sumsek to the Kashmiri palace, whose ceiling was hung with cloth, the painting simultaneously evokes those spaces. On the opposite side of the dhoti, a row of mounted horsemen dressed in courtly textiles take part in a princely hunt using birds of prey. The conscious selection of textiles here localizes the scene and draws on the specific geographical and historical context of the Sumsek and its patron. The central figure is dressed in textiles recalling block-printed cottons from India, and those flanking him evoke tigma or druk textiles that were tie-dyed and from the Himalayas and Tibet. Fragments of block-printed textiles produced in Gujarat, near contemporary in date to the paintings on Avalokiteshvara's dhoti, have been excavated in large numbers at the start in Old Cairo in Egypt, securely located by radiocarbon dating to span roughly the 11th to 15th century. Indian textiles have been traded with Egypt from at least the time of the Roman Empire, leaving from ports in Gujarat, preserving material no longer extant in India due to its climate. This locates them as a significant part of the Eurasian textile economy of the 13th century, in which Kashmir was also involved and as a likely source of inspiration for the Kashmiri artists at Auchi. The two other noble figures wear fabrics evoking the tie-dyed textiles of the Himalayas and duplicated in decorative draperies on parasols and soft furnishings throughout the dhoti. Nambu, a narrow woven woolen cloth produced domestically across Tibet and the Himalayas, has traditionally been decorated using tie-dye technique referred to as both tigma and droop, as I said earlier. This technique of folding, tying and dyeing creates a cross pattern within a circle, and though the original age of this technique is not known, comparison with tie-dye techniques in India, such as bandhani, whose antiquity is recorded, indicate that it dates back to at least the time of Auchi, which may provide the earliest record of this motif in a Himalayan context. The absence of tigma fragments contemporary to Auchi makes comparison to later extant examples instructive. The coat of the figure on the dhoti draws close parallels with later Ladakhi dress, such as this colourful striped gunchas dating to the early 20th century. These tigma-decorated sheets or coats were once worn from Zanskar to western Tibet, and the paintings in the Sumsek suggest that the roots of this form of dress lie at the latest in the 13th century. Comparison between tigma-decorated woolen textiles and those painted on Avalokiteshvara's dhoti demonstrate how local techniques have been reimagined through the eyes of Kashmiri artists in the pursuit of a unified painted aesthetic. As with the pearl randal silks of Persia and Central Asia, the block-printed textiles of India and the tie-dye fabrics of the Himalayas, animated in these narrative scenes, are presented as lengths of cloth on the ceiling of the Sumsek. The patrons at Auchi created a tented space that communicated complex references to contemporary and ancestral royal tents, decorated with fabrics that demonstrated their wide-reaching connections. This was achieved both visually with textiles designs and by recreating the felt multisensory charisma of these luxury cloth palaces. This motif should not be read as contradictory to Trimbo's religious intentions, but as a parallel ambition fulfilled through the temple's decoration offered to the bodhisattvas who populate it. The world that he created was one to be entered and experienced, used as a religious place of gathering and so containing multisensory experiences that were different from those of the tents of Tibetan and Mongol rulers, which were used mainly to impress visitors. This was symptomatic of his position as an aristocratic Buddhist monk rather than as a monarch. In a Tibetan Buddhist context, textiles are used in rituals, offerings, and as canopies to delineate sacred spaces, and the use of textile motifs in the ceiling of the Sumsek has in the past been likened to the use of Buddhist canopies, fringed hangings usually constructed of silk, as a creator of sanctity through cloth. A sanctified tented temple, home to 3 colossal bodhisattvas, this textile world is imbued with deeper meaning born in the traditions of Tibetan Buddhism, accessible when we consider the way in which the temple is experienced. The visitor is invited to engage on a macro and micro level with the interior space of the Sumsek by its spatial layout and the detail of the paintings. The bodhisattvas burst out of their niches, reaching from the ground into the second floor, while the fine detail of their paintings of the paintings that decorate and surround them beckon the viewer forward to discover their brilliance and virtuosity. From a Buddhist perspective, the size of the bodhisattvas makes sense, the apparitional body, or Nirmanakaya, being roughly twice the size of the human, with legends of bodhisattvas adopting colossal forms to protect their followers. And this is a view from the second floor where you can just see their heads peeping up into the second floor, which is kind of more like a platform. The scholar Yusatvi Singh has argued that by entering the Sumsek with the head bowed through a low, narrow doorway and being confronted with these awe-inspiring images of supreme beings whose form becomes clear as the eyes adjust to the comparative darkness, the bodhisattvas, though literally silent, turn into loud, talking figures by virtue of the plethora of meanings they imbue. Adopting such theoretical interpretations centered on phenomenological experience of the sunset is otherwise rarely noted in scholarship, even though this is how the space is significant to the local religious community as a destination and site of worship housing actual deities. However, clues in these paintings enable us to access this world. The Kashmiri royal palace discussed above is described in the Rajatarangini as being close to a large Sadashiva temple, corresponding to a Shaivite or Hindu temple depicted on the dhoti adjacent to the palace, which is outlined there. Within the temple, a lingam or a yoni, on a yoni, heaped with flowers, and to the right, a male figure presents offerings, possibly flowers, incense, or lamps to the shrine, recording intense sensory experiences of heat, scent, sound, touch, and sight. Other temples housing similarly flower-covered lingams and large figural deities cover the dhoti, surrounded by lavishly dressed attendants and visitors. The viewer is transported into this world by associating the shrines housing these deities within the space that they occupy in the samsak, surrounded by equally colossal bodhisattvas. Richly detailed depictions of offerings in a Hindu context evoke the similarly experiential traditions of Tibetan tantric rituals, providing another means of access through sensory memory, perhaps even suggesting an eclecticism of rituals that is specific to the context of 13th century Auchi, born out of a sustained contact with the Kashmir Valley. The largest of the three bodhisattvas is Maitreya, who occupies the far niche opposite the doorway and the natural goal of performance and therefore the most significant statue in the temple. The comparatively poor state of preservation of Maitreya's dhoti indicates that the site has been the location of offerings capable of contributing to the deterioration of the paint layer. The images populating the roundels on the dhoti represent the life of Shakyamuni, the historical Buddha, and on the margins of this cycle, whose format is based on textiles, attendants are depicted bringing offerings towards the central scene. For example, this male devotee in a half roundel clutches a scarf in his hands as he bows his head in the posture of prayer. The textile is the object of his devotion and is presented as the focus of his worship, which is the life story of Shakyamuni Buddha. No accounts of visits to the temple survive, even from later periods. However, this imagery directly corresponds to a passage of the prophecy of noble Maitreya, which I've put up here, enabling us to reconstruct what may have taken place in the samsak centuries ago. This canonical Buddhist Mahayana Sutra is therefore a valuable tool for accessing the mindset and cultural context of the patrons and the painters who created the clay image of Maitreya, and therefore is of fundamental importance for understanding the overall decoration of the samsak. The importance of making material offerings to Shakyamuni is emphasized by Maitreya to guarantee his coming as the future Buddha. Included in the objects listed by Maitreya are umbrellas, it's highlighted in dark red here. So umbrellas, duk, ornaments, gansan, banners, barden, scents and garlands, druidan dremois, and ointments, chukpa. By placing cloth banners and ritual umbrellas in parallel to objects that possess powerful scents, Maitreya evokes an intense multisensory spectacle of ritual offerings. Read aloud, the sound of the sutra, likely recited in the samsak owing to the imagery of the dhoti of Maitreya, the scents of the ointments, perfumes, possibly incense, and flower garlands, their aesthetics and the feel of the textiles, all these objects were likely offered to the statue and contributed towards a powerful multisensory experience. The imagery of these acts of devotion to the Buddha through material offerings in the sutra situate the devotee as an active participant. Maitreya highlights the importance of corporeal interaction with images of worship to Shakyamuni by directly referencing the act of sprinkling saffron water and smearing sandalwood paste onto Shakyamuni's stupa, in order to guarantee his coming as the future Buddha. And by referencing these acts of direct sensory contact with an object of worship through physical engagement, Maitreya generates a tangible link with the world of the divine. Such engagement continues up to the present day, with the tradition of presenting silk scarves, or katak, to deities embodied within images, engendering a sensory encounter with the deity intrinsically linked to touching cloth. The figure of Maitreya's deity, presenting a striped textile, represents a similar sensory encounter, offering a scarf as the object of devotion, encouraging those who see it to do the same, perhaps even to this very image of Maitreya. Paintings of textiles originally located in secular contexts enabled the patrons of Aochi to communicate their nobility and cosmopolitan connections while simultaneously making an offering, a meaningful offering to the bodhisattvas. These paintings evoke the material and multisensory characteristics of cloth, recalling not only the tenets of ancestral Tibetan and contemporary Mongol elites, but were deeply embedded in the traditions of Tibetan Buddhism. Thank you.
Thank you, Jordan. Great paper. So now I invite all the panelists to join me and for discussion. Questions? We are open for questions. Please feel free. Yes, Tom.
Thank you. I really enjoyed that. Jordan, I had kind of two related questions for you, if I can. One is just to ask if you talked about kind of comparative darkness in sunset, and whether you could just talk a little bit more about the visibility, especially of those high panels. You've got this kind of butter lamps, and people visiting day and night, etc. And then the second kind of related question is just about those panels and their proportions. You compared one of those to the Tigma panels, and they seem to have they're a kind of standard. They look like standard bolts of cloth.
Yeah.
And I was wondering if you could say more about that. Like, how closely do they match kind of standardized bolts? And some of them, like you showed the kind of pearl roundels, the kind of Persian ones, which looked like it was a thinner. Like, how is it possible to read those being kind of accurate representations of bolts of cloth, even in kind of relative proportion to one another?
Yeah, so the first question, today the temple is lit by fluorescent tube lights that are just on the bottom floor, so it's actually quite hard to see above the first floor, and the second floor is more like a canopy, so you see through the middle of it above the stupa, which takes the space where the hole is, so it's actually quite hard to get up into the top floor, which is accessible only from the outside. And there is suggestion that the second floor was reserved more for the monastic community, and that's where meditation and different things happen, and that's related to the imagery that's on the paintings of the wall of the second floor. But in terms of the darkness, it's certainly true that the high altitude factor of Ladakh means that it's incredibly bright outside. So the difference of walking into a temple with only very tiny windows on the second floor, not even on the bottom floor, means that it's an experience that everyone has, that when you walk in, the light is extremely dark and suddenly these images start appearing. And certainly not now, because it's now a heritage museum, but still owned by a monastery. It's still owned by a monastery and run by a monastery, but they don't use butter lamps inside that often anymore because of the fragility of the paintings, which literally are falling off the walls in some parts of it. So yeah, the darkness is certainly, I think, something that they utilised and controlled, and that's when the lamps and the different offerings would have really come into their own. as something which heightened the experience inside the space, which I believe was intensified by the textiles which hung overhead, which leads me on to the second question. In an Indian context, certainly the sanctity of a bolt of cloth, uncut cloth, is something that has proliferated across the centuries and is related to even the use and wearing of a sari today. It's an uncut, the dhoti also is an uncut cloth, and therefore the panels above may have some bearing to this tradition of an uncut panel of cloth. But it is one of the mysteries about Auchi, why they are painted in this way, and it's sort of also related to the architecture. So the wooden beams dictate these spaces, which have then been filled with textile motifs. And the Persian roundel being in a narrower one, I'm not sure if that's got any deeper significance other than the design fitted better in a slightly thinner panel. But yeah, it's certainly an interesting thing to think about.
More questions? Yes, please.
I really enjoyed that piece. That was fascinating. Congratulations on such convincing reconstruction of findable identity. And I love the way that the reconstruction brought new ideas about the iconography and the textual patronage. And in that context, I wondered if you had thought about the possibility of the Carmelite Church in Paris, which has a chapel that's dedicated to the cult of the Three Marys. Have you looked into that as a possible place for this? It seems, in some ways.
Yes, there are. Actually, thank you very much for the comment. It is obviously an honor to receive it from you. And I have thought about Paris, about that church in Paris, because it wouldn't contradict nor the style, nor the iconography, nor the idea of the Master of Rohan, even because he was working probably both in Paris and in Angers. But actually, I didn't mention it because there are several, I think, equally interesting possibilities. Because, for example, we know that it was Yolande, when she became a widow, who commissioned the chapel of the Château d'Angers. And that chapel was dedicated to St. John. And we know that René d'Anjou, when his mother died, when Yolande died, asked the cathedral to decorate his chapel in the castle, so the one that Yolande founded, with some paraments that were made que Yolande a fait faire, that his mother made earlier, and we know that René d'Anjou had an exquisite taste in art, so if he asks something that his mother ordered, it must be something important. So I thought about the chapel of St. John, and then there's another interesting document of 1448, when René discovers and translates the relics of the Saint Marys. He does a big parade, and we know that he brings with him some paraments to decorate chairs with the histories of the Marys of the Sea. So they are equally tempting, but I cannot really decide on one, so I prefer to.
We feel like there may be an history description somewhere. Now that you've got this object like this, it feels like there may be a chance for something.
Yeah, I've done all the inventories in the cathedral, and actually there are plenty of textiles commissioned by Yolande, which is good because it opens also a chapter on her commission of textiles, which is something that I would like to work on. But they are rarely described on that detail, so that we can say, yeah, it's this one. But there is a long list of things donated by.
No, absolutely. It's just such a good example where you've got something that's suddenly now is so different than it was before, but suddenly you've got the possibility, I think. Anyway, congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. More questions? If not, then let's conclude this session, and I will now pass on to conveners, Jessica and Julia, to make final concluding remarks, and we will continue in research for. So please join me in congratulating our panelists, and yeah, please join me.
All right, and it remains to us to give some concluding remarks. We've seen such a variety of different talks today. Everyone did such a good job, and it was so incredibly interesting, so many angles. We've heard about textiles and sensory experiences from Jordan and Green. We talked about patronage, commissions, and networks. We heard from that by Nina and Samuel, for example. We've had tons of papers on ritual functions, both religious and secular. Amy, Jess, Julie, and Chiara. We've reassembled and reconstructed fragmentary textiles with Maria and Green. And we've spoken about a crossover media with Karina. And Jess and I would just really like to thank everyone, all the speakers, first of all, for your amazing contributions and for trekking all the way to London for us. And for everyone who attended and gave fantastic feedback and great questions and comments. We're really happy with the really great turnout today and all the good discussions, both in the panels and over coffee and lunch. So thank you all so much. And we would all like to welcome you to have a couple of glasses of wine with us in the research forum now, and maybe speak some more. But thank you all very much for coming.